Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is Sunday, April 3rd, 2022. This is the Sunday show. Again, we're going to try to do this every week. Might miss it the week I'm in New Orleans, Oklahoma. Or did I say New Orleans? I mean Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, April 19th, coming up real soon. And it's just days away now, 16 days. I plan to get into town Saturday, the 16th. Might have to miss that TFR episode the Wednesday before because I think I got to hit the road Wednesday to be there on time. Again, I got about 30 hours of driving. I could fly, but I'd rather not. And Cade, who pounded pavement with me down in New Orleans, you guys might remember Cade from when I was in New Orleans. He's decided he's going to fly out. He asked if I could pick him up at the airport since I have a car. He said it would help save him some money. The taxi expense could make it a bit much. So if there are people flying into town, if you get there after me, I mean, I can't just be taxing people the whole time. Otherwise, I won't have any time to pound payment. But, you know, maybe if you're really in a pinch and you need a ride from the airport, I might be able to do that. I'm willing to do it for Cade because Cade came out and pounded payment with me in New Orleans. So I know he's a good man. And I'm sure anybody showing up's a good person. Absolutely. It's just if I'm running back and forth between the airport the whole time, that might be difficult. So, yeah, there's a number of people coming out. Super excited about it, and it's close. And the only disappointment so far, but not a surprise, is no big channel has helped promote the uh, the movement. You know, trying to get out and educate a city about something terrible that happened there and who's really behind this. And again, that's why we're going to Oklahoma City on April 19th. It'll be the 27-year anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing, blamed on Timothy McVeigh. And, just to make a point, one of the big news stories today, supposedly a mass shooting in Sacramento at the capital of California at 2:01 a.m., 2:01. And that's the whole ritual with Oklahoma City. It was blamed on Timothy McVeigh, whose name equals 201. His accomplice was Terry Lynn Nichols, whose name equals 201. Timothy McVeigh was sentenced to death on the day, leaving 201 days left in the year. And of course, April 19th is the day in history that Ignatius of Loyola became the first superior general of the Jesuit order. And Ignatius of Loyola equals 201. The Jesuit order equals 201. Again, these 201 rituals, they happen a lot. If people could learn to recognize this pattern, they would see who really controls the U.S. federal government and how their agendas are used to control us and steer us in a way that's not beneficial to us. Again, we're losing rights and liberties, and we're losing quality of life, and it's an agenda, and it needs to be stopped, and it's not going to be stopped if people aren't, aware of it, if people aren't educated about it. And the question is, can we do anything about it? Do we have enough power as people to overcome, the authority, the power structure, the nonstop media programming? Some people have already thrown in the towel and say we can't, and those people are truly defeatists. And that's not my attitude over here. I realize it's a huge hill that we're up against, but again, if we are going to stop the agenda that's being waged, it's going to take effort. So this is effort. Oklahoma City, April 19th effort. Every day, what you see me do is effort. The book that's about to come out is more effort. And what we're trying to do on this Sunday night show is highlight other people who are putting in effort to waking up the masses. And a lot of people have said over the course of the week, Zach, can you get some different people on the Sunday night show this week? You're having the same people on every week. Well, the reason I'm having on the same people every week is because those are the people that are emailing to participate in the show. And if you're one of those people who made a request this week for someone new in the show, I propose that person's you. So why don't you send an email tonight, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com, and say, hey, I want to come on the show. And I think what would make the show maybe better, it is always nice to have new faces, but the people who've been coming on have been doing a great job. And again, I do have a timer here, so maybe if it starts to get busy, maybe we say somebody comes on, they share with us for 10 minutes, and they say goodbye for the time being to free up the window for somebody else. But that'll only be necessary if we have enough people that want to participate. And if you do want to join the show, again, email GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com. And I will send you a link. You just click that link and it puts you in the show. Make sure you have a mic hooked up so that we can hear you. You can also hook up a camera if you want your face to be on the screen. And realize when you join this show, you're in control of if people see you or not by turning on your camera. So you don't have to put your face out there if you don't want to. But do make sure you have a mic hooked up, because if you join the show without a mic, there's no way for anyone to hear you. And that said, let me check the emails. Again, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com. Let me see here. Let's see if we got anybody who's... Oh, yeah, we already got people who are ready to come in. And I think those are new names. So I think right off the bat, we got 2 new names here. Thomas and Jason, stand by. Links are coming. Bear with me while I send the links here. So Thomas, your link is sent. And Jason, your link is sent. So we got our first 2 invites, Thomas and Jason. And I don't think that they've... I could be mistaken, but I don't think they've been on the show yet. So, oh, there was somebody actually who emailed before the show. Oh, they're actually not asking for an invite. Okay, so anyhow, first invites are out there. Again, just to recap, in case you missed this morning's earlier stream, the big news story today in the U.S. is a mass shooting in Sacramento. And recall, we had that strange church shooting in Sacramento not long ago. But Gavin Newsom on February 18th, he said that there will be gun reform in his state. He gave a speech on gun control on February 18th. From his speech to this mass shooting right next to the state capitol, 44 days later. And again, I can't tell you how many times I've given the lesson on a national mass shooting story where it seemed highly suspect, and it was coded with the number 44. Again, this happens again and again. My first book, Letters and Numbers, which you're free to download for free. Yeah, you are. You're free to download it for free. The one of the longest chapters in that book is mass shootings by the numbers, and just again and again, all throughout history for decades. Mass shootings in 44 that are national news stories. And again, this came on the 93rd day of the year at 2:01 in the morning. Gavin Newsom, the governor of the Jesuit. We know 2:01 is the big number of the Jesuits. The Jesuits established the Order of Illuminati, which is 2:01 in 93. Think about it, a 2:01 a.m. shooting on the 93rd day of the year. And again, these are other numbers that show up all throughout world history, and contrived incidents that are meant to steer people out of their rights and liberties. And essentially, that's what people need to recognize. There is an entity that controls our government that slowly whittles away our rights and liberties, and they do it by scaring us into going along, complying with their agenda. And again, who did the Jesuits serve? The Pope. When you don't use numerology, shootings 107 came 107 days after the Pope's birthday. And they said they had to block off the streets 13th through 9th. And again, where gun control is 139 with the alphabetic order, it's 49 with numerology. Gavin Newsom's speech about gun control was on the 49th day of the year. And it was 131 days after his birthday when he gave his speech on gun control. And again, these numbers, especially 139. 139 is the number that shows up the most with gun control related stuff. The big gun bill in 94, which was, in large part due to people like Joe Biden, that bill was passed on 13/9, September 13th. But so many times we've talked about these same numbers, these same patterns with mass shootings. And again, Gematria is very simple code, alphabetic order with numerology, also run in alphabetic order in reverse. There's 4 base ciphers. You see how they come together perfectly in a ritual like this, and you see it again and again, day after day. So people of California, wake up to what your governor is, part of this Jesuit Illuminati cabal. This is how they operate. And guaranteed, the day that Gavin Newsom gave this speech, they had this event planned. And notice how suspicious it is. They have the details changed? Have they found a shooter yet? Sure, eventually they'll give us the shooter. Will he be 44 years old again? But again and again, they're just the exact same thing. And let's see. Oh, hold on. I'm screwing up here. I am showing you guys the wrong screen. Whoops, my fault. I thought I had up the Gavin Newsom Yeah, but again, while we check to see if our guests have entered the room, again, the shooting story today, 44 days after Newsom's speech on February 18th, on the 93rd day of the year at 2:01 a.m. And again, synced up with the Pope. And again, just the streets blocked off 13th through 9th. So, how perfect. And I mean, just how many more 201s are we going to get before April 19th is the question. How much new fresh material will we have to work with by the time April 19th rolls around? And again, I won't be surprised if we get a big fat one right there on April 19th. So that said, let's see. D26 wants to get back on the show. Always welcome. Always doing a great job. Or hold on. How did I get on a different thing? Let me send you the right link here. D26 getting up early for us again. Okay, but yeah, we do have our first guest in the room, and it's Tom. What's up,
Hey,
Tom?
Zach. Hey, Zach, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. Thanks for joining us.
Awesome. No, thanks for having me. I knew I had to get on this show today. I'm actually from Sacramento.
Perfect.
I live in Sacramento. I'm actually the guy who commented on your video as Tom, saying I'm very familiar with the area. That area where the shooting happened, actually, when I used to go out downtown a lot, probably about like 7, 8 years ago, I used to actually go there a lot. There's actually 3 nightclubs within that 1 block radius, and then they also have a video game arcade bar down there. So it's definitely a busy intersection.
Sure.
Definitely at the heart of downtown Sacramento for us. I was actually the person who commented. I mean, you liked it. It was weird yesterday. My parents live really close downtown, so I went to go visit them. I left around, I probably say about 7 p.m. Uh, Usually, I go downtown because I smoke weed, so I don't like to smoke in my parents' house when I used to live there. So I used to drive just in my car, drive downtown, people watch. So I drove downtown yesterday. I drove down L Street. L Street is a single way, so a one way, I should say. Excuse me. So when I got down there, I probably say it was about 15th and L Street. I started to see all the sirens, all these ambulances out, all these police officers, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" It's about 7:30 in the afternoon. Um, so I was just like, I had no idea what that was. I didn't think about it at all. So they had the streets all blocked off and everything, so I couldn't even go that way. So I decided to turn. And then I read about it this morning, exactly what happened, and then it dawned on me, oh, I know why they were out there. They must have been practicing or something.
Setting up the scene.
Exactly. I do know. I don't know personally. There was people that died. I did. Well, I didn't see it personally, but it's all over Instagram, all over Facebook. I know people know people of that I guess unfortunately died. It's a crazy incident. It doesn't make any sense though. It is right next to the Capitol. That area, like I said, it had 3 nightclubs within a 1 block radius.
Do you know where
And
the closest police station is to that area? We could look it up on a map.
the closest police station would be downtown, probably like the prison would be downtown. It's not that far away, but I know that the Capitol has their own cops. They always have their own cop cars just sitting there on the lawn and all that, which is literally a block away. Literally a
Right.
block away.
Who would I mean, unless it's just a suicide. And the other thing is they couldn't find the shooter. It's like, wow, in an area like that, a guy gets away with a shooting, huh?
It blows my mind away too, because that area, so K Street, where it's at, K Street is the light rail goes down that street, so not many cars get to go down it, and they always have police officers down there. We got a lot of homeless people down in that area too. I just found it really weird because I remember when I used to go out all the time, they always had cop cars there because all these clubs are getting out. 3 different clubs are getting out within like a 1 block radius.
Sure.
So they always have cop cars there. I've seen a bunch of videos of firsthand people that were there. See a bunch of fights. You can hear the sirens in the background before the shooting even happens. So I just thought it was pretty odd. I'm definitely going to go check it out later on tonight. Unfortunately, I have to close, but I'm going to go check out the scene and all that because I'm very familiar with it. And I just find it kind of odd too, they say it was on 10th and K, right next to 11th and K. And then you got Coach K, yesterday losing.
You got Kansas, the 11 team.
Exactly, 11. And, if it's 11th and K pretty much is where like the capital kind of starts. If you go down 11th Street, it's pretty weird because Coach K has 101, victories in March Madness, another 11, the master number.
North Carolina Tar Heels 101. He finishes his career in the tournament right there, losing to North Carolina on 101.
Exactly. And I just think that's really, really, really odd, especially when the 201 hit. I was just like, damn, I just knew that was just, it's not right. But like I said, the devil's advocate is, it is, I guess, the right intersection, I guess, to place the whole thing because it is crazy. It is. Sorry, I'm on the phone.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. I'm at work right now. I'm on my lunch break. So
okay.
Yeah. So I probably got about like 30 minutes. Sorry about that. One of my managers just came to ask me a question. But I just find it really odd. It was just, it just doesn't sit right whatsoever. And we just had another mass shooting. I know you covered it on February 28th. I did check that one out.
Right? That was
the church. The church, exactly. And I was just like, damn, 2 mass shootings in like a month and a half tops. And these are about like 10 minutes apart from each other, where the locations are at. So they're fairly close. I just knew something was odd. I knew I had to jump on here, and tell you what I saw. Because, I've been following your work for the last couple of years. I'm not anything new to this. One thing I also did notice, too, is they did mention Golden One Center. Because that's like, where the Kings play and all that. You mentioned the Kings and the Warriors. I did see that video as well. How it's the 404th meeting of them. But who was it? Tyler, their creator. I guess he's a rapper. Not really popular to me, honestly. But he played there at Golden One last night, and I did measure from his birthday, or from the shooting to his upcoming birthday, and it's the 337 days, which is the 68th prime number, basketball 68. So I just think, honestly, this is going all with the Coach K, the March Madness, the whole incident going on. I just find it very odd. So I knew I had to jump on here and spit what I saw. Hopefully I can go see tonight, if there really, really, really was a shooting. I mean, just see I guess you could say the area firsthand. I didn't go see it last night, of course, but yeah, so.
Here's a thought about that church shooting. The church shooting was on the 59th day of the year. And again, Second Amendment's 59, but this shooting's 34 days later. And church is 34.
And murder.
And Jesus is 34. And murder's 34. And this comes on a Sunday.
So that church shooting, though, what is crazy about that is when they released the guy's name, they released his full name. And I was telling my buddy, I was like, man, just wait till they release his name. It's going to match up completely, the numbers. And his full name was actually 228, just like the date of the shooting,
Right.
And like
death is 228 in Sumeria and Gematria.
Yes, exactly. And about that church shooting, too, I went to go check it out. Because obviously it was like, it's like 10 minutes from my house. It's 10 minutes away from this new downtown shooting. And what's crazy about that is it didn't even look at all like a church. It looked like an apartment complex. It was all blocked off with a gate. You couldn't enter. Of course, they had news cameras everywhere and all that, but it didn't even look like a shooting. I didn't see any cop cars there. And I saw it the very next morning, after the shooting had happened and everything. But there was no cop cars there, just some rope tied off and just cameras all out on a one-way street pretty much. So it was, I don't know. It's just odd timing, and then the numbers, of course, line up. Saturday shooting. It's, yeah.
But what's messed up to think is if people really were killed, again, it was 170 days after the mayor's 62nd birthday, and sacrifices 170 and 62. And if they if people got killed, the federal government has something behind this. They got some kind of MK Ultra agent out there, some kind of crazy military cop with the right psychological profile just for their agenda. They're literally sacrificing Americans to sacrifice your rights.
And what's crazy, too, is Sacramento is also 62 in Gematria. 44 days is also 6 weeks and 2 days, just like 62. So, I don't know. It's just, man, Sacramento's just going down further and further down the hill. That's why I don't even go out anymore. I'm 31 myself. I look like I'm 20, but I'm 31 myself. So I just don't even, it's not even worth it. It's just getting too crazy. You know, we hear about shootings all the time. Of course, this makes national news because 6 people died, you know, but there's just more and more shootings every other weekend. It's insane, man. People are crazy. So,
Well, I appreciate you coming on and sharing, and I look forward to the update. I just went back and looked at my church shooting notes.
hmm
The church shooting was 142 days after Gavin Newsom's birthday, and Gavin Newsom equals 142. And today's shooting is 142 days after the Superior General of the Jesuits' birthday. Again, going with Gavin Newsom, who it's all synced
yep.
up with.
Yep.
So
And yeah, it's just I don't even know what to say. Like I do gematria videos on my Instagram. I did also have somebody post under the comments. I kept trying to on your video earlier today of the shooting. I kept trying to post reply to CJ. Hopefully CJ's watching. He thinks I'm a fake person, fake account because I only have 1 subscriber on YouTube. You know, just to show you I'm a real person. You know, I really live in Sacramento. I tried posting my Instagram on there, but YouTube keeps deleting my comment every time I try and prove to him I'm a real person.
it's
So
so annoying how many comments they delete now. They get rid of I mean, that's why all my videos hardly have any comments because they're just like it's like if somebody leaves a helpful comment, there's a very high chance it's going to get deleted.
yeah, I tried recommenting the CJ 4 different times. It deleted it 4 different times. You know, I'm trying to prove that I'm a real person. I even tried to say that on my Instagram I do gematria videos as well to try and wake up people. And man, people just bash me. You already know what it is. People
Isn't
just
it
bash
crazy?
me.
It's like all the evidence just keeps landing in our favor, showing the same
Yep.
patterns, pointing to the
Both of
same
my
people, and somehow it's still all everything's just a coincidence. This is like what's
exactly,
wrong
and
with these people?
both of my parents think I'm crazy too, or they thought I was crazy. They're starting to see it more and more, starting to come around to it. You know, I grew up Catholic myself too. Went to church every Sunday, and now I'm just starting to see exactly how it is. I've seen it before, and now when I got onto your work, it really just opened up my eyes completely. It's just like wow, like it's just all in front of us, and we were just so mind controlled, you know, just so blinded from the beginning. And man, I have so many friends that have turned on me just because I preach the truth, man. It's
That's
crazy,
how it
you know.
is. We're all
It's
going through the
crazy.
same thing. We're all going through the same, and it's just like the weirdest thing. It's like, what's wrong with it? Why are they so mad at? Like, where is their evidence besides just calling me
Mm,
crazy? Like, they can't support their opinions. I'm here researching,
exactly.
putting the time in to try to show them the agenda being waged against us, and they're saying I'm the crazy person, I'm the bad person. The
Exactly.
reality is, though, the reality is these people are actually bad people. They're bad people because, first of all, they're a problem. They don't see the agenda that's fucking up humanity. And then, two,
hmm
they're all like robots. They don't do any
hmm
research, but they just all have this assumption that everything's above board, even though it's the most obvious lies ever being waged against us. And you know, it's weird though. I mean, we're all going through the same damn thing. So
Exactly. And just I've had so many friends, 20 plus years, just man, Thomas, you fell off the edge. Thomas, you smoke too much weed. You know, all this other stuff. And I'm like, yo, man, I got 2 college degrees. You know, I'm a store manager for a pizza company out here in Sacramento.
sure,
You know, it's
educated
just
and successful, and people are hating,
yeah,
and they're probably a
e-
lot dumber than you and a lot less successful. It's the same thing in my life. I'm like, wow, this is a
exactly.
joke.
Exactly, quote unquote, I'm educated, you know what I mean, with 2 degrees and all this, and people are calling me stupid, and I'm over here winning bets, showing them my money, and oh, you're just an airhead, you know, you smoke too much weed. I'm just like, I'm sitting over here like, God, you guys are stupidity. It's stupidity pays, you know. So you know, like you always say, I got to thank these people, but at the same time, it's just sad to see because no one has any common sense nowadays, and you know, CJ's probably a good guy, the guy who commented on my thing, but he's over here telling me like, oh, thinking I'm a fake person and all this because I'm not really on my phone so much. You know, I grew up in the age of where I didn't have a phone for over half my life. You know, I still don't care to be on my phone that much. You know, like I don't even really like going on Instagram. You know, the only reason why I have an Instagram is because my friend created it, and now I use it mainly to push my gematria content too as well. But yeah,
Very cool.
yeah.
Let's promote your page while you're on here. So where can we follow you?
Okay. Yeah, I'm on Instagram. It's just TommyBoy_9. That's mainly what I use. I have a Facebook as well, but I don't really use it. You know, Instagram, I post occasionally my videos, my posts and all that. I did a huge post the other day on my 201 thing, so I think I kind of gotta go back again and show my viewers again. Hey, I just talked about 201 last week. Now look at 201 again. So
Right
yeah,
in your
that's me.
hometown.
That is
And
me.
it's just like me. I mean, not far from me. I just had the big 201 mass shooting ritual on the 38th day of the year.
And
So
yeah. Yeah, this is me, and like I like to post my stuff. I post my gematria videos when I can. As you can see, numbers and all that. A lot of people just like to think that I'm just crazy, just an airhead, and I'm just like, how, guys? How? I don't understand. Like, just because I like to listen and I'm open minded, and like you said, I shouldn't believe anything you say. You should go out and study it and really check it out. Yeah, it's just crazy. But yeah, that's my page. I appreciate everybody who's following me and I already got a couple I already see, so Zach, appreciate you following me. You've been a big help. I have all your books. I can't wait for the new one to come out. But yeah, just thank you, like seriously, I don't it's crazy how I found you. I have a friend who's not really into he's not into conspiracies. He's not into much. And he was like, right after Kobe died, he was like, I need you to follow or watch this video. And he goes, and I was like, oh, you're telling me to watch this video, the guy that doesn't believe in anything? And he was like, yeah, but I believe in this. It's crazy. It's all math. And then once I started following you, it was insane. It was just, you blew my mind like wide open. I just can't thank you enough. Like, seriously, just, oh, man. I wish I could go out to OKC with you, but unfortunately, like I said, I run a business out here in
I get it,
Sacramento.
man. It's hard to pick
Yeah,
up what you're doing and be there on a Tuesday. So no
exactly.
worries.
And plus, it's hard to cover a store manager. Who can cover a store manager?
True.
So
You're
it's
Mr.
just
Essential, right?
exactly, and that's the unfortunate thing. But I wish you the best and everything, and thank you so much for being here and doing everything that you do. I catch all your videos. I watch them all. Like I said, I got all your books. I even have you signed one of my books too. And all that. So just like I said, when the new one comes out, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna have you sign it and everything. It's just amazing. So
All right. All right. I really appreciate it, Tommy. Thanks for coming on tonight. Thanks for being our boots on the ground. And I look
of
forward to the
course,
update.
of
All
course,
right.
yeah, of course. Zach, I guess I'll send you an email or something like that, or what would be the best for the update? For
Send
the
me an
update.
email to GematriaEffectNews and just put Tommy Boy in the heading, and I'll know it's you.
Okay, yeah, no, like I said, I'll definitely check it out after I close tonight. I'll probably check it out too on Monday as well. Give you the update, let you know what's up. Like I said, Zach, thank you once again for everything. I can't thank you enough.
Well, you're
So,
very welcome, and thanks for
mhm.
being a part of the community. All
Of
right, man. You
course,
have a
thank
good night.
you. All right, you too. Thank you, Zach. Take care,
Yeah,
everybody.
take care. All right, that was Tommy Boy, and just you know what, I honestly had forgotten that the Sacramento shooting had just happened. Now look, let's just look at this all the way through one more time. Again, Gavin Newsom gives a speech about gun control on February 18th. And then you get a shooting 44 days later. And we've been talking. That's why it's so annoying that people call us crazy. It's like, okay, we're literally documenting like how almost every mass shooting that you hear about in the news is centered around this number. I mean, literally, crazy might be the right word to describe the people who think we're wrong because you're going against a ton of evidence and just writing it all off based on your ignorance. I guess ignorant is really the word for these people. They're ignorant people that think they know everything. And it's kind of that Dunning-Kruger thing. They don't have the information on this subject, but they think they're an expert on it in the sense that they can just write it off in an instant without doing any research. They're intellectually lazy, they're ignorant, they're gullible, that they believe in something that lies to them every day. I mean, what's the word for that? Pathetic? Retarded? A fucking loser? I mean, these are all fair expressions to me of the critics of this work. But anyway, 44 days later, and again, people can laugh about all they want, but the Order of Illuminati was founded by the Jesuits, and it's a real thing. And this is why they use these certain numbers like 93 all the time. Here we are on a Sunday. The Jesuits serve the Catholic Church who worships on Sunday, and supposedly the sun's 93 million miles away. But where Order of Illuminati is 93, Jesuit Order is 54, and the word sun is 54, and Gavin Newsom, who's the center of this, is 54 right now. Again, 2:01 a.m. on the 93rd day of the year. Those are the Order of Illuminati numbers. We talk about how they come together a lot. Alec Baldwin, 201 days after his 93rd birthday on the 93rd day of the year, kills the Ukrainian woman, which is compared to Brandon Lee, who was buried on his birthday on the 93rd day in 93. And Brandon Lee's death was compared to his father's death on the 201st day of the year while filming Game of Death. But then, from Gavin Newsom's birthday to today is 175 days later, and Pope Francis is 175. From Pope Francis's birthday to today's shooting is 107 days later. Shooting is 107. From the Superior General of the Jesuits' birthday to today's 142 days, and Gavin Newsom's 142. And again, this is the church, right? The last shooting in Sacramento was in a church 142 days after Gavin Newsom's birthday, and perfectly synced up with the Pope, and also perfectly synced with the Superior General. Again, that's why you got to know the ciphers forwards and backwards. Where shooting is 107, in reverse, it's 109, and the church shooting was on the Superior General's 109th day of his age. And here, let's just go back and look at the rest of the church shooting real quick. It happened in Arden Arcade, which equals 70, like Francis, like Vatican. It happened on the 59th day of the year, where Pope Francis is 59. Remember, we just called the election, the last presidential election, the 59th presidential election for Biden, because he would become number 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, when Catholic's 46. And John F. Kennedy equals 59, and he was killed at 46, the nation's only Catholic president before Biden. But anyhow, on the 59th day of the year, to undermine the Second Amendment, 59, and from the Pope's birthday to that shooting was 74 days. It happened in Arden Arcade, which is 74, like killing, like Masonic, like occult, like Lucifer, like Jesus, like cross, like Messiah, like gospel, like parables. And again, for the Christian out there who is like, Jesus isn't Lucifer. I'm not saying that Jesus is Lucifer. The point is, I'm showing you the relevance of this code. This is a Christian-speaking, English-speaking nation, right? In this same code, in this same cipher, the alphabetic order, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4. That's how all these words add up to 74. Just taking the alphabetic order, turning the letters to numbers. English is 74. Gematria is 74. The practice coding numbers into words. But very familiar pattern. Holiday is 74. If you use numerology, Independence Day is 74. You think about this nation's birthday. Again, you learn this code. You see how all throughout history, the Catholic Jesuit Society of Jesus stamp is on it. But there are parallels between Jesus and Lucifer. There's parallels between the two. They're both referred to as the morning sun. And, sometimes I think the way the Bible's been edited, it's a manipulation of evil. It gives you elements of goodness, but tricks you into something that's bad. I think ultimately religion's bad. I think ultimately, I know ultimately most Christians are bad. How do I know that? Because I grew up in the church, and I got to see what most church people are like. They use the church as like an excuse to make up for their bad behavior. They use their belief system to think it's okay to go out and be a purposeful sinner as long as they believe in some story. Ultimately, I don't see religion helping the world. And ultimately, it's very clear from the beginning, the Society of Jesus has controlled this nation. And remember what this nation was born out of. Largely the movement against the Catholic Church, which clearly the Catholic Church followed the people over here and said, you're not going to get free of us. We're going to have a hand in things in all times. And slowly, as time goes on, their hand and their control over this nation grows more and more, to the point where in the last 2 years, people have lost bodily sovereignty, and they're now having to, essentially be medical guinea pigs for Jesuit-controlled companies. And if you don't think that's true, well, you're wrong. We can prove it all day that that's true. We've been ahead of the curve the whole time. But just think about it. A church shooting synced up with the Pope and the Superior General. And here was the note here about Superior General. Superior General, 109th day of his age. Now the next one in again, that's why it drives me nuts that people are saying like, oh, well, you can't just choose whatever cipher, alphabetic order, forwards and backwards. Like, listen, we didn't choose this. This came from observation and figuring out that this is how they operate. None of these operations are our operation. I didn't choose for there to be a mass shooting in Sacramento 107 days after the Pope's birthday and 109 days after the Superior General's birthday and 44 days after Gavin Newsom's gun control speech. And as for the 37, well, that just goes right there with Sacramento. Sacramento's 37. Sacramento's also 109. Whoops, missed that the first time. So the first one with the Sacramento church shooting on the 109th day of the Superior General's age, I mean, that's how it is. Sacramento 109 forwards, shooting 109 in reverse. Same patterns. So often on Saturdays, there's mass shootings in the news. It's like a regular part of the Saturday programming, your Saturday mass shooting story. And, years ago, they got a lot more attention. These days, they kind of just blow by in the background. They got to focus so much on COVID and now Ukraine, which is all more programming by the numbers. But Saturday's got the numbers like shooting. And you see how Saturday's 28? In Hebrew, the word shooting is 28 itself. So that's that Hebrew thing fitting in. And yeah, again, a Sacramento church shooting, and just like I suspected then, and proved it was synced up with the Pope and Superior General. Now you get the next one, and once again, it's the same thing. And from February 28th, the 59th day of the year, to the 93rd day of the year is 34 days later. Notice church 34, Jesus 34, cross 34. On a Sunday, I mean, can there be any mistake about it? Murder 34 and sacrifice 170 and 62. Our friend Tommy says, from what he's hearing in his community, people really were shot and killed. Entirely possible. But realize, perfectly coordinated. 170 days after the 62nd birthday of the mayor, who happens to be the 56th mayor. And again, Society of Jesus is 56. Gavin Newsom is 56. Remember earlier this year, they did the gun insurance thing in California, another 56 by the numbers. So, anyhow, let's oh shoot, I keep messing up. I keep going to the I keep pulling up the wrong tab. My fault. Because anyway, if you guys are following me and listening to me, you're hearing the numbers, but yeah, sorry. I keep operating on the wrong tab, so you're not seeing what I want you to see. But sacrifice 170.62. Again, shooting 109, 107, 44, 37. All numbers in both rituals. Sacramento 37, 109. And again, just the point about Saturday. I have to call the mayor's office here on Monday. Yeah, I think I'm going to call the mayor's office tomorrow. I think he's due for a call. But again, I wish, well, like when I invite the people who leave the shitty comments and the trollish comments and say how stupid it is, they never want to call in really. And I just wish we could have a conversation with 10 of these people that just denounce it all and say, "Oh, yeah, I guess we already know what they'd say, right?" They all leave the same comments. You can just make any words, any numbers, and it's like, how's that? Like what you're doing, and it's like, is that what I'm doing? I'm using a code based on the alphabetic order forwards and backwards. It's a system, it's not random. It's the same patterns over and over. But again, I mean, this is what we deal with, right? People that just make these baseless assertions, calling us crazy when what they're speaking is false. It's just, again, it's why, and that's another thing we could talk about tonight. Nobody took me up on it on TFR, but I mean, is it wrong? Would it be wrong if we could somehow assemble an army and just, and take back the nation with violence? I don't think that would be wrong at all. I think it's absolutely what has to be done. And the thing is, I mean, it would be a tough battle because the military does have crazy technology. They have sound stuff that'll make you freeze right where you are. They got all sorts of crap. But I don't know. I mean, if we don't take a stand against this, is it just what? Just go along with our slave master and say, well, even though we see slave masters wrong, what can I do about it? I mean, what are our options here at this point? I wouldn't imagine most of the American people would rise up to fight against us. They're going to stay parked on their ass and watch what they can through their screen. It's just, how do you take over the major news networks and federal government? I feel like this is really what the truth community and the community that sees what's wrong has to be figuring out how to do. We have to figure out how to become organized and overthrow the tyrants. And again, I'm looking for people that want to have that conversation. Part of me is like, what more do we need to decode? I mean, we got it figured out. We prove it every day. It's the Jesuits, from your rigged college basketball tournament to your rigged news story that's usually synced up with it. So let's go out to D26. He's up early for us. What's up, D26? Thanks for coming back this week.
Hello.
Hello.
So I just woke up and having my good breakfast right now, and I'm listening to you. Meanwhile, while you were talking to the first guest of the show tonight, I'm still what should I call it? I'm still rephrasing this decode that I'm posting on Free to Find Truth. I'm trying to post it for the last 3 days, but I'm not finding it. I just made the final draft a few hours ago, and I have to just check it again. It's 17 pages long. It's more than 4,000 words in the Microsoft Words, in MS Word, and it's just taking me more than 20 minutes just to uh, highlight certain decodes, like making some as
Sure.
bold, some as let's say italics. It's taking a while, but this is going to be huge decode, and probably it's going to add another chapter for you. But if you when you are done with the book, you can probably look at this because it's going to be a huge decode. The other thing that which I just wrote it on the private chat, if you saw that, you're asking for another 201. Here it is in front of you. Slab equals 201.
Oh, and the English extended cipher. Go figure.
Yeah,
Good one.
exactly.
Good one.
And I just found this thing recently. Hold on, let me check that. Okay. Uh, is there a way where I can? You know what? The best way for me to send you a decode right now would be emailing you on the same email, if you don't mind.
Sure. You can do that.
Okay, hold on. That would be the most. Uh, that would be the best thing for me right now. Okay. Are you done with how close are you with the book? Are you done with your book, by the way?
I'm not done, but I'm very close. It's looking good.
All right. Any tentative date which you have thought about?
What's that?
Any tentative date, like probably when you're going to release it?
Um,
Probable
I'm
probable
going to be
date.
done with it before I go for Oklahoma City. So very soon.
Okay.
But I'm going to give myself as much time as I got. So
Okay. To Gematria Effect News, latest decode. There it is. Okay. I'm sending you the email. I have to send you the email. It's with the subject of D26 latest decode,
okay, I'll be looking for it.
and it's about the recent what's it, mind control thing with the Oscars. Humiliation ritual of Chris Rock by Will Smith equals 201. Um, Humiliation of Chris Rock by Will Smith equals 201 in the single in one of these uh, exception ciphers. But it equals in one of the four place ciphers it equals 174 like New World Order. Slab humiliation equals 71. It happened on the date numerology of 71. 27th of March has date numerology of 71. And with the date numerologies, I found this. I'm still making a list. I'm not sure of this. I'm not like I don't have a lot of examples right now, but I found that this trend that whenever there is a major event, let's say for example 9/11 or something like Oklahoma, not about Oklahoma, but whenever there is a major event in the world, uh, the date numerologies are always um, reflections of each other. Like for example, let's take 9/11. It was 41, 14, 21, and 12. It's always reflections of each other. It's always the mirror images of each other. And with those 41, let me just go back to the list what I was going to speak tonight. Did you know that the One World Trade Center is 1776 feet tall?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And did you know, have you seen the logo of that tower?
I don't know if I
It's
have seen that.
uh, if you have ever seen that building from the eye perspective from a nearby high-rise building, it literally looks like a giant needle, like a injection. And if there is a logo of the One World Trade Center, which looks exactly what I described in my new decode about as it's just look at that one. It's a needle inside what I call it is in front of a corona of the sun, because corona is also the layer of the sun. It's always the sun with the mystery schools. And with the sun, I'm not done with that, but I'm going to find this very interesting because I'm finding um, this is apart from gematria, but I'm just finding correlations with various cultures about the sun deities and the sun worship. Uh, if you have listened to the radio shows of Bill Cooper about when he decoded about the 2001 Space Odyssey. The first 20 minutes of the movie, there is no dialogue, there is nothing, there is no word being spoken. It's
Right.
only, what I say, what one would call it as the esoteric meaning of what the movie is about. It's about the primordial knowing, which is what the mystery schools worship, the sun, which brings light. Light with light comes knowledge, the primordial knowledge, which what they call, which is what they would exactly call this as primordial knowing. But so that is something that I'm finding fascinating. And coming to that, so there is a guy on YouTube. His channel's name is Bright Insight. If you have ever uh, heard about this person, personally, I am following this guy honestly before I even found you. I guess since 2017. I guess since I was in high school at that time. So he has very but credible information and it's really interesting. And but the name of the channel equals 201. I was like, could this be a coincidence or could this be like control opposition? But whatever he is sharing, it's worth looking at. But at the same time, it's just like, if this is something groundbreaking, how is his name? How is the channel's name equals 120? 201. Also, he has millions of views, but I guess he deserves that because his views have recently dropped. But uh, his videos are mostly about ancient stuff, ancient, what do you say? Uh, Mainly about ancient Egypt, and it's worth watching that. As well as I talked about Randall Carlson, and some people in the comments last time where thanks to those comments because they did say that the person who I mentioned, Randall Carlson, here's his name. That name equals the Jesuit order 54 and 154, 154 and 54. He's also probably publicly claimed Freemason, probably. I'm not sure, but as some comments last time in the previous Sunday night show, they said they confirmed that yes, he's what's he, a known Freemason. But again, there's nothing I would say red flag about him. It's just that whatever he shares is about sacred geometry, which is what I follow him, which is how I got to know about gematria before you. But I just didn't know that it was called gematria. I just knew it as coding of numbers and letters. But I was watching one of his recent videos. So I used to watch his old videos, but I was watching one of his recent Joe Rogan podcasts, and he mentioned a name, which is again another channel, just like this one, about ancient stuff, like ancient geography and ancient structures, mainly of Egypt. And the name of that channel is she's a lady from the United Kingdom. And if I'm not wrong, the name of that lady is this is the name. Gosh. It also equals 201. And that's interesting because uh, why would these people they're sharing good thing, but still their name equals 20. So I'm just finding it. Is there like a
Sometimes it could be a coincidence. I mean,
sometimes it could be
if we had
coincidence,
1,000
exactly.
people to survey their names, at least a few of them are going to equal 201, and probably, if they're just normal civilians, none of them knew that before. But
Probably just I found out just last time before entering the Sunday night show, how accidentally I found your name to equating to 201. If you remember
my name
that,
equals 201.
with the Mister, if you remember that.
Oh, if you put a Mister in front of it, yeah, okay, yeah,
Exactly.
that's right.
And so even if you, I tried this myself. This was crazy one. If I use my own forefathers' name, that equals to 01. So I was like, okay, I guess it has some. Sometimes I have to keep that as a coincidence box list.
Sure.
But anyways, moving ahead with another decode. Uh, oh, okay, did I ever tell you that November 20 equals 201?
If you
Which
spell
is
out November 20th.
which is the birthday of Joe Biden, as well as the marriage of Queen Elizabeth with Prince Philip, which is what I've made a huge point in my upcoming decode. Uh, I spent for 20 minutes. I'm still halfway through that. Anyways, um, so yeah, November 20 equals 201, as well as Democratic President equals 201 in one of the base ciphers.
Okay.
And we have the Democratic President. And if I'm not wrong, so Republic President equals 201 in one of the Jewish ordinal ciphers, not the normal Jewish, the Jewish ordinal. And so I made this connection with the 911 and the Pearl Harbor. So, by the way, you mentioned this in your book about that 9/11 was called as New Pearl Harbor. I didn't know about that before last year when I first read your book. But New Pearl Harbor, if you write that in one of the base ciphers, that equals 156, and 911 is the 156 prime. New York also equals 156. If you didn't know about that as well, New York equals 156.
Yep,
New York alone equals
78,
78. And with that said, so what I was saying, Republic President equals 201. So the president at the time of 9/11 was the Republic President, George W. Bush. The president at the time of Pearl Harbor was a Democratic president, FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt, FDR. And if I'm not wrong, Franklin D. Roosevelt, his name, or probably his full name, which is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, that equals 266, like Usis Hominum Salvator. And now I guess misplaced. I don't have anything at the moment right now. But anyways, moving ahead. If you write the names of the 13 colonies, if I'm not wrong, the 13 representatives at the time of the Declaration of Independence in the United States, those were the 13 colonies, right? If I'm not wrong. As in
Right.
New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, and Providence of plantations, and all those, Connecticut, New York. If you write all those 13 colonies' name without the and, if you have to replace and with the ampersand, that equals 743 in one of the base ciphers, and 743 is the 132nd prime, which
like United States of
collectively
America.
became as United States of America as 132. And there's also 132 rooms in the White House.
Good
If you
one.
can think of anything 132 related to America.
Again, from the establishment of the Illuminati, May 1st, 1776, to the naming of the country on September 9th,
October.
1776, is a span of 132 days.
Okay,
And
it was September 9th.
September 9th, the day they named the U.S., the United States of America.
Wasn't the District of Columbia Act was also in September, the same month?
The establishment date is September 18th, 1793 was the day they laid the cornerstone for D.C.
Cornerstone, yeah, it was. Okay, I missed it. I probably it was September. So I actually swapped it in my mind. Anyways, I'm clear about that. Okay, so September 9th was the day when it was named as United States of America.
Right. And what's interesting about that is if you write out the United States of America with just numerology, it's 99. And then whereas United States of America is 132 in reverse. And the Illuminati was established on a date with 99 numerology. So what are the odds?
Also with that 51, as an Adam Weishaupt being 51 on 5/1, which was created, in this upcoming huge decode, I made a point with that connected to the British Raj, if you know. So official name at the time. Did you know the story about the British and the what event in India? Like, do you have any idea with those things? Okay, so did you know the first time British came in India, that was a company, not the crown. Like, the government did not came. It was a company called the British East India Company.
Oh, of course.
And
okay,
they-
yeah, right.
Yeah,
And they're
and
actually I have done research on this. They're responsible for the creation of the first police force. And it was to protect their interests. And I think that might have been in India, if I'm not mistaken. But go ahead, I'm listening.
I will have to look into the police force thing because I only did research on what they did in India, and that is also very minuscule compared to what there is. I had to look some of my old history books. I still keep my books, to be honest. I still keep some of my favorite subject books
Sure.
from high school. So
That's nice that you get to keep your books over there in India. Over here, we pay $1 gazillion to go to school, and we can't keep our books at all. We got to turn them back in, and if there's anything wrong with them, we got to pay a fine.
It's not. Yeah, it's something. I don't know if that is probably in my school. It was something not like that. We used to keep the books with ourselves. But anyways, and also we would buy the books from our seniors or something like. It would get passed on and on to save the money. Uh, so with the British in India, so it was first the British company, and then there was something. I'm just summarizing in a very short time. The British, uh, the British East India Company had a clash with the princely states, the rulers of the princely states, which we call it in our history books as the First War of Independence of 1857. If you can think of 1857, I can't think of anything related to America, but if you have anything that year, 1857. So that is called as the First War of Independence over here. But in the on Wikipedia page and according to what must be taught in the United Kingdom, what they would call it as the Rebellion of 1857. Because again, history is written by the victors, so for them it's different. For us, it is different. It's the same story with the. It's the same story with Alexander the Great and the King Porus. If you ever had read that story, that Alexander had a clash with an Indian king, and some say that he was defeated, but others say that the Indian king was defeated. But anyways, there are two sides of the coin. Whenever there is a controversial page of the history. So um, after the rebellion of 1857 or the first war of independence of 1857, the next year, 1858, was the time when the governing authority was transferred from the company to the crown. So it was called, officially it was called the British Raj. And Raj means rule. So as you can see over here, the Government of India Act of 1858 led to the British Crown assuming direct control of India in the form of the new British Raj. Now, British Raj equals 51, like Crown Rule equals 51, and British Raj also equals 156. Like again, 911 is the 156 prime, and with the 911 and 119, there's a lot of 119 when it comes to India, because we follow the date, how to write a date according to the British, and they write it as day and month, unlike how it's written in the United States as month and date. So even the Queen's name, I should have started this with initially, but the Queen's birth name, Princess Elizabeth of York, equals 119. Even her mother's name, which was the same name, if you know about that, the present Queen's mother, her name was, um, if I, she her name is also Elizabeth, and she's called as Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. And I need to look Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. Her birth name is Elizabeth Angela Margaret Bowers Leon. If you write the entire name, that would equal 119. And if you write the King of the United Kingdom, that also equals 119. So there is a lot of 119 when it comes to India, and I would say at least in the England and the UK. And even 114, which I was talking about last time, I'm still gathering all the 114s. I'm not rearranged it, but I would probably a heads up for everyone in the community to look at the 114, because that is something that I'm seeing a lot. Apart from 301 and 401 as well. 401 is the 79th prime, and 79 is the 22nd prime. Regarding 22nd, India equals 222, as in 222 in the Sumerian cipher, but it also equals 2022 in one of those mathematical cycles, and it's reverse square cycles. We don't use that, but since it's mathematical, and uh, math was my favorite subject, so uh, I'm more inclined towards mathematics ciphers. And primes is the sum cipher that it's at par with Jewish for me personally. I would say it's at par with, because whatever I come up with the new decode, I feel that primes is the next cipher I should look after the Jewish cipher. And this is something interesting again for you. Uh, and this is a new. I don't know if this has made a new headlines in the West, that the Indian vaccine is being suspended by the WHO recently, just on 2nd of April. Oh, I didn't realize it's 4th of April today over here. As in, it's Monday over here, Monday morning. 4th of April isn't that the day when World Trade Center was opened or the construction was ended? Something like that. I forgot that. But April 4 is related associated with the World Trade Centers, the Twin Towers.
They opened
But
up.
yeah, that's
Right.
what it is.
The
A bit of
MLK
suspense.
assassination was also that day in history in
In
68.
68, the savior Robert F. Kennedy was assassinated on 6/6.
By
Just like
Sirhan
his-
Sirhan, whose name equals 66, just like Robert Kennedy.
Robert
equals
F. Kennedy.
66.
I just read that part of your book recently, just last week. That's why I remember that. Apart from that, now probably my best thing for this show would be: have you ever heard about there was an ancient rings, as in the ring which we wear in our fingers, ancient rings of the Jesuits?
I have not.
Do make a research right now and just look what number do they have on the they had in the screens. Right, the ancient Jesuit rings, and it would come up to be 911 in Roman numerals, 1xx1,
Huh.
IXXX1.
Interesting.
And you can even like search it. Some of these rings are supposed to be as ancient as the 17th century. The oldest one which I found was early 1600s, so the 17th century, Guy Fawkes time. By the way, in Guy Fawkes, the Guy Fawkes Day. Let me find where that is. 888. The okay, February 6th equals 888 in English Sumerian. Guy Fawkes Day equals 888 in English Sumerian. Now, 888 is half of 1776, the year when we had two big things being established. One was the Bavarian Illuminati, and the second was the United States of America. Um, I didn't. I guess I probably missed it. What was the name of the United States of America at the time of its inception? At the 4th of July.
Yeah, that's a good question. I actually am not 100% sure what the name was before they called it that on September 9th. It was probably some of the United Colonies or something. Good question.
And even with that, because I was just reading, I had this old thought in my head about the independence of the American independence, because one of my professors' birthday was on 2nd of July. So
it was
he
called
told
the
me
United Colonies. It was just called the United Colonies. On September 9th, 1776, it changed to United States of America.
Okay, so that probably would make some sense. I have to decode about that. But with the I was thought I just recalled when I was looking at the the Declaration of Independence, because this is back in high school that one of my professors told me that his birthday is on 2nd of July, and he said to me that the American independence should have been 2nd of July, because that is when it was. That is when the Declaration of Resolution, which was the Declaration of Independence, which was the Lee's resolution, was passed on 2nd of July, but it was approved on 2 days later because they had to do some changes. So, with that said, there was some 201 with that date, as in July 2nd was supposed to be some 201 days after something. I can't find it right now, but keep that thing in mind when anyone is decoding about history. Keep these dates in mind, because there is something related to this. Just like the next big thing, the next week decode, I talk about how Queen Elizabeth right now, she's the queen right now. It's all was probably, in my opinion, that was all orchestrated before even her father became the king. As in, Queen Elizabeth's father was King George VI. So King George VI was, as in, the queen was third in line of succession at the time of her grandfather's reign, who was King George V. But after that, there was King. So the Queen's dad's brother, older brother, who was Edward, he was supposed to continue the line of succession, and he married someone which is not considered, which was not appropriate in the royal family. Hence, he abdicated from his position, which is interesting. He became the king on 20th of January in 1936, the 20th day of the year, and he abdicated, as in he left the post on the day leaving 20 days left in the year.
Huh. Okay.
And so his entire reign was 326 days, which is the shortest reign of a British monarch.
Okay.
And what else? Okay, it's just like there's a blockage when sometimes when I only speak.
D26. While you're thinking about the next part, DK Stonewood has been. We're waiting to get on for a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. It's all right.
Yeah, maybe we should give him a chance because he's been very.
Yeah, no
patient.
problem. I just feel, to be honest, I just feel bad if there's someone else waiting. Sure, take them in.
Sure, but again, you're welcome to stay with us. And again,
Yeah,
really
you know what?
appreciate it.
I'll just do this one thing. I will just take a leave, like short leave right now. I'll post that, like whatever I was writing right now on the Free to Find Truth, and after that, just before your end of the show, I will you can show that decode to everyone.
Perfect.
Because my next decode is about 9/11 decoded, just like I made pandemic decoded in 11 minutes. I'm going to make 9/11 decoded. It's not going to be in 11 minutes for sure. I will try it if I can make that in 11 minutes. And before I leave, I just want to make this as a reminder to you that I had sent you a huge email, a long email on 20th of March. Do check that out.
Okay.
It's about something that I'm planning to do. It's like a huge video, a summarized video. Like, for example, let's take a few topics about main decodes and make a huge video about. I'll explain in detail what I want to do and what are your thoughts on it. And let me
Okay.
know about
I got to
it.
go.
It's like
back
a short doc. It's like a short document. I'm planning about like a short documentary film. And I also given an example of how I want to make a video about it, which is worthwhile. I would say it's a 1 hour long video about how Vanguard's BlackRock is pretty much controls most of the world economically. Yeah, I know about BlackRock because BlackRock is you're talking about BlackRock in the past, but this
Indeed.
video shows the video which I've shared to you that explains literally step by step how it controls most of the world, most of the
Okay.
companies which we use.
Interesting. I will go back
Anyways,
and find that.
yeah, thanks for having me over here.
Of course, D26. Thanks for joining us again, and look forward to your return a little bit later.
Yeah, sure.
All right, friend. And Mr. Stonewood, thank you so much for your patience. Sorry about keeping you on hold so long.
Hey, no problem. How's it going today?
Going well, thank you.
Oh, cool. Only a 2-second delay today. All right, not so bad.
Perfect.
As I was just driving and you were talking, the car next to me was Infiniti QX56 with a 5.6 liter engine. That was,
Perfect.
yeah. So what do we have? They closed down streets K through 9. But it was probably a K9 unit that did it in front of a K through 9 Catholic school, right?
Well, they closed down streets 13th through 9th, like gun controls 139. But the reporter I was watching this morning said, we're on location at the corner of K Street and 9th. And I was like, come on, K and 9.
He's on 911 Street.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm going to probably turn off my cam right now when I walk in the house because who knows what the bandwidth's going to be like. But last week I talked kind of like mostly about health, and maybe I left a couple little things off just trying to talk fast. I might as well just complete that. It was mostly about like tinnitus and EMF poisoning, and the things that I kind of forgot to mention that are the big things is most people are sleeping on metal coil spring mattresses, which if you take all the padding off of that, you have Harp in Alaska. Just compare the photos. So most people are sleeping on an antenna farm, which is collecting all the EMF and all the electrical pollution coming off their power lines in their house, which of course has square walls with wires wired all through the square. Why we need that is a whole other story. So people are sleeping on suppresses like your aura, or what's called in the Vedic the Merkaba. So this is also suppressing your dreams and suppressing your health, because your health actually comes from your aura. Your base, it's kind of like a shield. And when you have holes in your aura or distortion spots, that's where these negative entities can not only poke in to siphon energy off your energy field, but they also can affect your consciousness. So this is why, they have all these things about like putting on the armor of God, which has nothing to do with physical armor. It has to do with defending your consciousness against beings that have like a back door to it, which, is allegorized in the Bible by the knowledge of good and evil technology, which is, interfacing with our consciousness on a etheric level. And for us to be able to discern whether the thoughts are coming directly from our own higher self or from some other beings that are intercepting the signal, that's up to our own discernment, like, our own, our spiritual capabilities. And then another thing is the Bluetooth. I already talked about Blu-ray, Bluetooth, Blue Beam, Blueprint. There's a lot of blues. So the Bluetooth is actually much more harmful because the wave is shorter. It's much more harmful to your health. Most people are wearing these ear pods and stuff like that. I mean, it's the signals going through your brain, for one, not to mention it's a targeting system for 5G. So 5G is a thing where they have to personally target you and affect the frequency of the oxygen molecules that you're breathing in, so you won't be able to bind them. So when people have these like Bluetooth devices on their head, literally it's just a targeting system. So your nose and mouth are going to be right in the middle of that. And I think a lot of the masking was basically to improve the facial recognition software, which can recognize, people's faces now without even having to see the rest of their face, just their eyes. I got some, they have these red light camera ticket places. Some of these places, I was driving somebody else's car and I got pictures in the mail to my house, which I'm not associated with that person at all, their car or anything. And they sent it to my house, which of course I never responded because those things have nothing to do with the city. It's third party. But, so how do they get a picture of me in somebody else's car and then send a letter to my house? That means they got us all, under the facial recognition, whether it's
facial recognition.
Facebook, and that's what it's for. It's to recognize faces. So anyway, the Bluetooth is really bad. The waves are much more harmful from like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi than they would be with like a regular cell phone signal or other radio signal, because of the size of the wave. So the shorter the wave, the more powerful it is, and then the faster they oscillate, it also creates like a distortion which penetrates our own field, because we work on very subtle. The human body works on very subtle frequencies, and everything that we've been like accustomed to is like just we have to feel it instantly. It's not like, okay, you get healthy over time, over a month's time doing this. Like, we need an instant fix. Like, that's why people go for pills, and then everything's like clickbait. We're gonna push a button and have things happen in front of our face right away. We don't have any patience to wait for anything. And then another thing is driving electric cars. Most people don't know that, like, say you're sitting in a car and then you get hit by lightning. The reason, and you ask people like, okay, so how come you didn't die in the car, when the car got hit by lightning? They're like, well, because the rubber tires are insulated. No, the rubber tires actually melt. The car acts as a Faraday cage, and the electricity goes through the metal of the car, through the rubber in the wheels, and into the ground. That's why the tires are always melted, and you're left unharmed inside because the cage protected you. Now, when you have these electric cars, the batteries right under your gonads, which are emitting a very harmful electromagnetic field, the car actually now works as a reverse Faraday cage where it traps all the microwaves in there. So now you're driving a rolling microwave around, and you're waving through people through the window of the microwave. And you notice like the amount of, testicular and prostate cancer in men has gone up quite significantly among these yuppie communities, where they're all driving these rolling microwave Teslas that fry your balls right while you drive it. On top of the actual electrical motor and everything. So you got the batteries right under the seats because they're really heavy for the to balance out the weight of the car and keep the low center of gravity. So they're right under where you're sitting, of course. And then, of course, all the electrical motors are also emitting a field, which would be a lot better, for us if it was just the motors on the axles. But having something right under your balls, they won't ever put any of this. I've had people try to go into these Tesla dealerships with, they only got like 2 cars, 3 cars in there for you to look at, and you got to order your car. It's not like regular dealerships. They got 100 cars out in the back. And they go in there with the radiation meter, and they won't let them go in and film like how much radiation the Tesla has just sitting there in the dealership off. They won't allow people to do that. So most of these things that we're using on an everyday basis are harming our health. So people who think they're doing something good and whatever by driving a Prius, no, you're not. You're just frying your balls and giving yourself cancer and giving yourself basically EMF poisoning and ungrounding yourself and doing all kinds of other harm to yourself without even knowing it on a daily basis. Yeah, so that was kind of like my whole spiel on staying away from electricity and all that, and in general, and these frequencies, because that's what's harming most people's health. And I love when you do these shows on health, which have mostly been about food. But I've said, I think it was like 7 years ago, I said, we're never going to have a revolution of the mind until we have a food revolution, because people are too poisoned. Your mind's not going to operate correctly with, when it's swimming around in poison, a bunch of fluoride and a bunch of excitotoxins and neurotoxins that are in the food, and, all these other things that make you a pussy and destroy your testosterone. So, we're being lobotomized and pussified through the food supply and the water supply and all these other drinks that they give us in lieu of water. When and I know a lot of people are saying, oh, drink plenty of water, that's not necessarily true either. Drinking just a bunch of water will flush out a lot of your trace minerals and nutrients. So you want to be getting most of your fluids from fruits and vegetables during the day. That's 4th phase water, which has been distilled and filtered literally by God with the coating that's been put into the plants. So the plants bring it up from the earth and purify it more than you could ever do with any machine. So drinking, that's why people are juicing and stuff like that, and they find extreme benefits from it, because that's real water. Drinking water just like spring water and all that, it's okay, but if your diet's fine, you wouldn't even need that. There's people that go live in the jungle down in Central America and South America that are escaping the grid. They find that they got to drink like a gallon of water and this and that. You go out and live like that, and you're growing your own food, you drink very little water. I'm still in the city, so I still drink some water, but not much. I've cut down a lot from years ago when I started finding all this stuff out about the food. You don't need to drink, and I'm talking about buying the best spring water that's $3 a bottle in glass, 9 pH, just on its own, never been through any machine like volcanic fissures in the earth that it comes from. So even that is not necessarily the best thing to do. So I mean, I really enjoy every come out with the little health show or whatever, talking about the dairy being bad, causing a bunch of inflammation. That was 100% true. You can look at it like our human milk has a protein molecule the size of like a marble. Goat milk would be like the size of a goat. So these casein 1 and 2 proteins in the cow milk and cheese, our body it digests it, but it has a lot of like inflammation that goes along with that process.
Hey, I got a question for you. Since you brought up nutrition, what do you know about lectins?
We're not like that. We're actually supposed to be very trim. Back in the Jesus days,
Shoot, his call's breaking up a little bit. Stonewood, your call's breaking up a tiny bit, if you can hear me.
You froze. Yeah. I didn't hear you. Let me turn off my cam.
Okay. I'm curious to hear his thoughts on lectins, because this lectins thing is a newer thing to me. And again, the newer things that have come my way in recent times, thanks to Sweet Lady doing her research, is tomatoes aren't necessarily very good for you, and oatmeal is not very good for you.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yeah. I was asking if you've done any research on lectins. What are your thoughts on lectins?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. He can't hear me.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't. And those are all emulsifiers and fillers like soy lecithin and sunflower seed lecithin. You don't want to eat any of that stuff.
Well, what about tomatoes? I guess tomatoes.
Intestines do that.
Tomatoes are.
What was the other one?
Tomatoes. Tomatoes got lectins. There's a health researcher saying tomatoes are bad for us.
I've never heard that before. They got like really good cycle that you need. I use some seed and heirloom seeds, rare seeds. These are like seed, heirloom type seeds for fruits and vegetables that we used to have until they modified. I don't know if you ever seen that movie or documentary Seeds of Death, how they modified all our seeds, and there's so many different variations of apples and bananas. You go to the store, there's like 4 apples, and we're only eating one kind of banana now. Basically every store, all you're going to find is the Cavendish bananas, which Cavendish is the name that the Kennedy family comes from. But the only bananas that are half decent now you can find in the store that aren't sprayed and green on the stem, but green on the stem, but they're ripe on the fruit is, the only ones that are decent is the little burro, the mini bananas, the burro bananas. Those are actually okay. The regular full-size bananas, which I loved bananas my whole life. As a kid, I see like 5 bananas a day. I stopped eating bananas completely because of it. So, because when I found out, I'm like, oh, this is like a hybrid banana that we're all eating.
Yeah.
No more for me, and
I learned that a while back.
Also they tell us is good for us, like cauliflower and broccoli and all that. These are all hybrid vegetables as well. They don't grow in nature on their own. We have to plant them. So anything that's not reproducing on its own in nature is a hybrid. And it's man is having to crop it to grow it and to make it proliferate. So I'm kind of like on like a modified Dr. Sebi diet. Remember I think it was Honduran, the black man that was curing everybody or healing everybody from all kinds of stuff. And then the government tried to sue him, put him in business. Then he won the lawsuit. Then they just killed him. But I'm on a modified like Dr. Sebi diet where he says check this out. There's 102 minerals that the body's made out of. Minerals. And it's not about nutrients or anything like that. It's about those 102 trace minerals, of course, reverse of 201. And that's what our body's running on, and everything else they tell us is total bullshit. And I've been kind of studying his stuff for like 7-8 years and modified my diet for like the first 2 years to basically go along with everything he was saying. And I saw immediate and major improvements on everything. Like wasn't getting as sore after playing ball for 2 hours. My like my lower back wasn't hurting from being on the basketball court for that long and running around, bending over, dribbling, and things were just I was just healing a little bit faster as I'm getting older. So it doesn't, it didn't quite make sense. It seems like I should be taking longer to recover. So I'm like, it was all in the diet because I had all this inflammation after playing. You get a little bit of inflammation. Your body's putting out all kinds of lactic acid. And if you're eating food that causes more inflammation, that takes a lot longer for your body to push out all that mucus and stuff. And then, I realized, wow, how come I can probably go play ball today and then go to the gym and lift, which I was planning to take today off. So, that's the things I noticed. And just overall health. Now to go back, there's no way, there's no way. It seemed like, any food you eat that you're eating like a regular version of it, then you go to the highest like level organic, version of it. And then you're like, oh man, now somebody offers you the regular one again. I can't eat it anymore. And that's kind of how it is for people. If they just take it little by little, step by step like that, can't do this right away, you know, but pretty soon you're going to look back like a year later, like, damn, I can't even believe I was eating that shit I was eating before. How was I even surviving like that? How did my brain even function? You know, so that we definitely need like a food revolution before we're going to have this revolution. Hence why, you know, mostly everything is geared toward poisoning us through the food supply. You go outside and drive around, there ain't one place that serves decent food, maybe 1 out of 100, you know, as far as like serving organic foods or something like that. So yeah, we're getting bombarded from every direction to suppress common sense, bottom line.
Indeed. Yeah, if you get some time between this week and next week, look into I can't think of his name right now. He's a Yale grad, but he has a popular book out there, and he's just saying that tomatoes, they have an ingredient lectins in them that does damage to your intestines, and it causes a lot of health problems for people. And for a lot of people, it's actually one of the main things behind their weight issues. So he says, don't eat nightshades, don't eat tomatoes, don't eat eggplant. He's also very much against oatmeal. And yeah, it's just interesting to me because I've always eaten a lot of tomatoes and oatmeal and some eggplant. But
I used to love eggplant. I would definitely say I don't eat any grains anymore. I don't think.
Go ahead and carry. I'm going to
necessarily
escape for a second, but take the floor. I need to get myself a drink of water, but you got the floor. I'll be right back.
Okay, so in general, I kind of went away from grains. Those are like things they feed animals that fuck up the meat, you know, instead of letting them just eat the grass and everything. That it's like grain fed. So even though we have grains that like things that are complete proteins like quinoa and all that, I used to eat that stuff before, and I wouldn't recommend somebody who's barely changing their diet not eat that. I think that was a good and vital step, like some of the grains and stuff like that I transitioned over to, but I don't eat any of that stuff anymore. I don't eat I wouldn't eat oatmeal or flax meal or chia seed meal or any of this stuff that I did eat at one time. So yeah, I would have to agree with that. The grains are like just too hard on us. We're supposed to be frugivores, you know. Vegetables are just green colored fruits. A lot of them are hybrids, but like, you know, cucumbers and peppers and all these things taste good just on their own. I've always found that things that just don't taste good, just when you bite them like that, we shouldn't be eating. Like people think kale's like super healthy. Kale tastes like shit, you know? So I used to eat it for many, many years. And then I realized, I'm like, wait a minute. The reason why these guys are just juicing these things out of it, because we're probably not supposed to be eating this. The reason it's so tart like that is because to protect itself from the bugs when it's growing. So it's the same thing like, you know, like tobacco, for instance. When you plant tobacco, what you do is you plant tobacco, it pulls up all the toxins out of the soil. So you have like good soil for the next thing. Well, instead they put, you know, tobacco out there, and then they try and get you to smoke it because it's all the toxins that came out of the soil. And then of course you go to like Marlboro, Camel, they'll put rat poison, arsenic, and all kinds of other additives to it, not just the not just the toxins that came out of the soil. And then same thing with like coffee. You know, coffee, when it grows, that plant has things in it that protect it from the other plants taking it over and bugs, you know, and then they tell us those are the ingredients that are like supposedly good for us. It's like, these are literally, you know, like plants that have their own poisons in them to protect themselves in the environment. And then they're telling us like, yeah, that's the good part of it. So, you know, again, inversions and backward stuff.
Do you have any favorite books you've ever read on nutrition or just the food system in general?
Yes, I do. I'm pretty far advanced in it now. Like I would Food Combining Made Easy by Richard Shelton is a good one. See, like once you get into, this is how I started. I'll just make it easy for people. So like first, you know, I've been a Tyrannosaurus Rex most of my life. I've eaten more meat than most people's whole family put together. You know, I'm not even that old. I'm around your age. So, but once I realized, oh shit, okay, this is just really dense. It takes like a liter of water to digest like 1 ounce of dead animal flesh. Like, okay, I'm just dehydrating the inside of my body doing all this. So the first thing I did was just went organic with everything I was eating. Organic, grass-fed, free range, the best meat you could buy, organic, grass-fed from a certain farm. Same thing with the chicken, same thing. And then the fish, I was only eating like wild caught, like Alaska. It was like the only ocean that wasn't poisoned. So it'd be like, the sockeye salmon and the halibut from Alaska. So then the first thing I cut out was chicken, because it's the worst thing for you. The meat is so dense, and so is the fats. That's the hardest for your body to get rid of. Then I stopped eating meat, red meat. And the last thing I stopped eating was the fish, which I don't mind eating fish. I only eat it if I get like fresh from my friends that catch it. I wouldn't eat it from the store or anything like that. So, and then little by little, I started cutting out all these other things. Like I was buying all the best vegetables and all that. Frozen is not good. Frozen fruits and vegetables are actually acidic. So once you change the properties of it to the chemical property of it by freezing, they actually become acidic in your body when you eat them. So I stopped doing any of that. That was the most convenient thing. I would just come home from the gym. I'd have my bag of frozen, vegetables. I toss that in with some oil, stir fry that real quick, and some ground turkey with egg whites, and it's like a gourmet meal in like 20 minutes. And I started cutting it out all little by little. So the process took, like, let's just say 3-4 years. It's not like anything like immediate, it takes a while. And if you try to do it cold turkey, you can, but your body's going to make, it's going to make a huge shift. You may want to kind of buffer that a little bit. I lost like 10 pounds. I was pretty lean and ripped when I first started it at about 175. I went down to 165 in a month, just from like all the inflammation being gone and all that. Then I was like, okay, how do I, now how do I maintain this and stuff like that? So, it's a little bit of a process. I would say most people got to get, you got to have a blender. You got to, cook as little as you can. I'm fully raw already for probably 4 years now, but they got that one phrase that says, the more you cook, the older you'll look, and the more you fry, the sooner you'll die. Because what's happening is you're just denaturing all the nutrients in the food, and not to mention you kill off all the probiotics and the prebiotics that are already contained within the food. So like, let's just say eat like a cucumber. It's already got probiotics and prebiotics in there because it's still alive. You notice the thing sits green on your countertop, or an apple or whatever. They sit there, it's still alive for quite some time before it starts decaying. Meat is already dead. It's been dead for weeks before you got to it, and they've added color and all this other shit to it. So you're eating something that's actually alive. And the idiots that say, oh, you're still killing the plant. No, you're not, dumb shit. You're just picking the fruit off it. The plant stays there for years. Apple trees can be 200 years old. They still give apples. So
yeah, who made that popular? There used to be a guy named Maddox, and he made that so popular, like that vegetarians were idiots because what's the difference between killing a plant, killing an animal? It's like, well, a lot of things that grow in the garden, you can just pick the fruit right off it or the leaves, and it'll grow right back. I mean, you kill the cow, it's not coming back, it's dead. So I mean, I don't understand how this is comparable.
Picking fruit and vegetables like cutting your hair. It's not like you don't have alopecia now. You got the haircut and it's just gone. It's never come back. So yeah, there's just a lot of misnomers and things like that. Oh, being vegetarian, it'll make you weak and this and that. Like, really, you think so? Come see me, and I'll show you what weakness and speed and agility and all that are about when from a vegetarian. So it's not, we've been lied to about so much stuff. Like, you need meat protein and this and that. It's actually the slowest protein to assimilate in your body. And I can prove this in 30 seconds that we were actually designed by God, or whoever you want to, whoever your creative source is, to be frugivores, defined by our digestive system. So like a predator, like a lion, let's say, it's got huge claws. Notice we don't have any claws. It's got huge fangs. We don't have any fangs. We have, pretty straight teeth that are made for, grinding down things like fruits and vegetables and even nuts. So now this, the lion, kills an animal and eats the flesh. It's got such a short intestinal tract, even though the lion's, like, just say it's 400 or 500 pounds, like 3 times our size. It's shitting that meat that it just ate out very soon, within like, half an hour. Now, human beings, we're on the totally opposite end of the spectrum. We got like 22 feet of digestive tract. So, you know, you got large intestine and small intestine. The reason why it's so long, because of the long process that it takes to extrude nutrients from, you know, nuts and plants and stuff. It takes a long time. So that's why we need all these different sections of our intestinal tract. Whereas the lion, it just takes out whatever it can really quick from the blood, the live flesh with the blood, and then it shits it right out. Because if it stays in there, like let's just say you leave meat out on your countertop, how long before it goes bad? You know,
Right.
6 hours, maybe
Right.
less. Now put it in a 98.6 degree environment like your body is inside. How long then till it rots? Very little. So now it takes about 72 hours for meat to digest. So now you have, you know, rotting meat inside your body for like 60 some hours. Let's just call it 65 hours. So because it's 6'5", 5'6". So for like 65 hours, you have this rotting meat inside of you before it finally comes out of your ass. So, you know, that this is a lot of toxins come off of that into your body. They off gas and all this stuff. This is why, you know, when you eat meat a lot, you know, you fart a lot. When you eat like cruciferous vegetables, which are hybrids like broccoli, you'll fart a lot. That's a sign that your body's, you know, it's just like your car backfiring. It's from dirty gas. So this is the same thing that's happening to people. And a lot of my gym buddies that eat a lot of protein and meats, they're constantly farting at the gym, everywhere. But at the gym, when they're straining, doing abs or something, or legs, man, just stay 10 feet away. These guys are just farting every 10 seconds, you know? So it's all from the diet. All from the diet. And it also, like, you know, so depending on how bad someone's diet is, it'll make their like breath stink a little bit. It'll smell like it. And you could just tell. I don't want to get too sexual about it, but you know, the fluids that we exert, especially women, it totally affects the smell of it depending on your diet. Hence the thing, like you eating a lot of pineapple for the guys, if for people who know what that means.
Sure. Yeah, some of the things you're saying I've read about too. I've always eaten a lot of broccoli. I haven't had a problem with it, but I have heard the point you're making. But yeah, there's a lot of information out there on nutrition. The point you just made about intestines was something I read about when I was a late teenager. And I felt so disappointed when I read about it that I hadn't learned that anywhere in my slave school all the time I'd been in the classroom, and they never pointed that out to us. But it's a fact, you guys. Our intestines are if you cut open, you know, all the different animal species of the world, our intestines are like those that eat, you know, vegetables, plants. And again, carnivores have a real short, straight intestinal tract, and that's not like us. And that should be a sign right there from nature, you know, what we were made to do. And you just think about it. It's just all the points you made. And again, if we're out in the wild, like you and I aren't going to go jump on a rabbit and just tear into it with our teeth and eat it raw like a predator would, a wolf or some kind of cat. But we will pick the berries and the fruits off the tree and eat that no problem, as long as they're not the poisonous ones. And
Right.
again, these are the kind of things I tried to enlighten people about when I was a teenager after I read about it. And most people just greeted it with like scorn and made fun of me. And I was just like, okay, well, it's just some information to think about. So the book I read back then was John Robbins' Diet for a New America. And he's the son of the Baskin and Robbins founder. And at the beginning of the book, he makes the argument about the intestinal tract length. And also he talks about how his dad, he ate an ice cream cone every night and he died at a very young age. And he points out in his book that dairy, you know, it's not all that it's advertised to be from the industry. Yeah, right. The Matrix. Thank you a lot, man. Very generous. You didn't have to do that, friend. I appreciate it.
Not only that, when you're mixing these like this, when you get really advanced into it, then you start looking at food combining, not just eating healthy things, but because your body can only put out certain enzymes at a time. You can't just eat like for instance, these meals like breakfast, lunch, and dinner are slave meals. You know, these were for the slaves. The rich people always ate 4 and 6 course meals because it takes a long time to food to digest, and they would eat each course individual things. Like first course is like protein, then next is carbs, then last is, you know, dessert. So if you eat it all together like a slave meal, like a breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you're not hungry, but does your body get all the nutrients? Absolutely not. So, you know, when slaves, you know, you gotta, when they wake up, you gotta give them some food so they'll have energy to go work out in the field. And then, you know, once they've worked for like 4 hours, you know, they're gonna need a rest. So you give them lunch, and then they eat, and it's hard to eat after a big lunch. So then you have your siesta. Most of the Catholic enslaved countries all over the earth still have the siestas. In my country, Croatia, you still have it. You know, they don't want you making noise. Go to the beach, but don't make noise like in the village, like between like 2 and 4. Everybody's sleeping because they're, you know, they ate lunch and now they're digesting. And most of the businesses close. They'll close from like 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 or 12 to 3 and then reopen. And then, you know, people wake up, they go back out, they go to the beach, they go back to work and all that. This is the slave meal. So slaves, you know, they take a little rest and they go back out to work. Then they got to eat their dinner so they can wake up the next day and work again. So we all got these, you know, and then, you know, for the square meals, of course, everything's got to be square because, you know, they first started brainwashing us through the town square. They put on a play, you know, and then the heroine would have a red dress. Then the next day, you know, the cabal would come through and, you know, all the dress shop makers were like, hey, we're out of red dresses. And all the garment shops are like, we're out of red garment. All the women have bought up all the red dress and the red garment to make red dresses to emulate the heroine of the play we put last night. So they're like, oh, okay. So that's how it works, huh? Now we have the town square on our wall, which is about 75 inches Sony or whatever. And that's where you get all your brainwashing from. They brought the town square into your square house, onto your square wall. You know, and then, you know, they tell you got to be there or be square, right?
Right.
So, yeah, the square meals are killing us, and the American diet just killing us. We need to learn how to food combine. Lastly, after getting all our, you know, what foods to eat and not eat and what's healthy and what's healthy, then you got to learn food combining, like what to eat together, because you're spinning your wheels eating food that's just going to be shit out. None of the nutrients are going to be taken out of it if you eat stuff like fat and sugar together, like, you know, protein and those things don't work well together. So when you eat like an ice cream cone, which has tons of sugar, has all the fat from the dairy and you know, a little bit of protein, you're just literally just working so against your body in every which way. So, you know, I was eating meal cycles. I just kind of went off that. I was doing that for about 4 years, where I eat like 4 meal cycles a day, or maybe 3, depending. So I would always start it off with protein, then wait about 45 minutes, then eat my like green stuff, whatever the vegetable is, like the fibers. Then I would eat my more complex carbs after that, maybe like Japanese yams or something like that. And then finally, you know, and each one was like 30, 45 minutes in between, just like a 4-course or 5-course meal. And then at the end, I would eat my fruits, you know, which would be the sugars. So I was doing that for a while. But, you know, if you really look at your circadian rhythms and your body clock, like we're made to eat mostly, you know, like carbs in the beginning of the day, and then slowly transition into the fats and proteins at the end of the day, which takes hours and hours to fully digest, like, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. So you don't want to be eating a ton of protein and fat and then eat something else right after it, because our body doesn't work that way. It can only digest with the enzymes that it has. So once it's already in a process, it can't just say, oh, now you're adding this other thing. Hold on, let me go back and add this stuff in and separate it in the stomach, and we'll put all the carbs on this side and all the protein on this side, all the enzymes to digest the protein. It doesn't work that way. You just made like a hodgepodge. So you defeated like your body's natural system of you know, taking these things apart by adding in all kinds of you know, all kinds of different things at once. So now I'm starting to get a little bit more dialed into the food combining without getting too skinny, because I still go to the gym every day. I'm not trying to, you know, be super skinny like I live in the jungle when I'm in the city right now. So
Sure.
what
do you think about do you do intermittent fasting?
Yeah, I do all the time. I'll go like on a walk with my dog for like an hour or two and all that. And so like a lot of the best time to do it is usually like right in the morning. And then, you know, bodybuilders do fasted cardio constantly. This is what makes them all, and it turns on your body's it just turns on your body's healing systems. You know, the Egyptians knew that all their bodies were being degraded by the food. And whenever they needed to get like really spiritual and touch their spirit or heal, they would just fast. You know, this is going back 5,000 years when there was no such thing as organic, when everything was organic. And they even knew that it was their food. You know, they're like, you got to fast. And then you get back to your senses, you know, you get back to your, you get back to balance in your mind, which would be kind of coming out of the love center, which is the right mind, and then going into the analytical center, which is the left, you know. So you had to, this is why they say you're not in your right mind, you're in your left mind, because you're not, we're all left brain dominant, you know. And this whole age of Pisces thing is to pervert the male, it's the male energy. So every 26,000 years the galactic central sun beats, and it puts out an alternate, it's male female. So like last 26,000, the last 25,900 years, and now we're just transitioning into the new age or whatever, have been the male dominant heartbeat. So like, you know, our heart beats how many ever times per second, and it's got like a double beat. It's got the systolic and diastolic, you know, the bringing the new blood in and pushing, bringing the new unoxygenated blood in and pushing the old oxygenated blood out. And the galaxy does the same thing, as above so below. If you look at the birth of a star and you know, a cell splitting, it's actually, it looks exactly the same. So that's that major heartbeat is the male one, and then little half heartbeat like in 26,000 years later is the female. And we're just transitioning back into the, you know, into the meal, into the female, which is the care energy. So like, this is going to be the return of the Christ principle, or, you know, care, not the return of an actual guy who they killed 2,000 years ago. It's going to return the energetic frequency of the Christ principle, which is love thy neighbor as yourself. And, you know, if anyone comes against your neighbor, like government, treat it like it's your own kid, you know, protect them, because next they're coming for you and your kids. So you can't just stand by. So energetically, we're shifting right now. That's why we're being attacked so much, because they don't want humanity to shift over into the new, you know, like higher consciousness. Not saying everybody's going to do it, but, you know, the opportunity is there. The energetic predisposition for it is there right now. Like, that's what's happening. That's what this whole shift of the ages is going to be about, shifting human consciousness. And then we have to fix the earth. Nobody's going to come down here and like do it for us. You know, we gotta do this on our own, just with a shift of consciousness. Imagine, you know, 7 billion people waking up and realizing 1,000, you know, pedophile old fuck Jesuits are running the show. You know what I mean? You'd be like, excuse me, these 1,000 people, where are they? Where are they? Let's go get them right now. Like, you know, you form 100, we'll go, band of 100 guys, we'll go find this guy. You get 100 of your guys, you go find that guy, and that's it. It'll be over very quickly. They'll have to hide in their bunkers and dig deeper. So
Indeed. We got another gentleman who wants to jump on. Just real quick though, before Brian hops on here, what's do you have a go-to meal that you eat a lot?
Well, like, I'm eating all like mono meals, so I eat everything individually. So I mean, I'll tell you the things that like I eat on a daily basis: cucumbers,
Sure.
peppers of like, all these vegetables are just petrified light. That's why they're the whole light spectrum from the sun. You know,
So
the sun
it's
is
funny,
full spectrum.
peppers. So I've always eaten peppers, tomatoes, eggplants. This researcher out of Yale, he's saying that these things are actually really bad for our intestines because they all have lectins. Those are the things. Tomatoes, peppers, eggplants are all supposed to be really bad at these lectins, and they say he's saying they do damage to almost everyone's intestines. But I've been eating these foods my whole life. And he says for a lot of people, it doesn't start to happen until they get around age 50. I'm not there yet. You know, I'm almost to 40. But he's saying that peppers and tomatoes and eggplants are bad. I cannot think of this guy's name right now. But I'd be curious if you looked into this, what you think about it. I'm on the fence about it. I mean, I'm listening, but anyway, the things you eat.
I'm going to look into that, and I'm going to look into that thing. I still meaning to look into that Bruce Willis thing you told me about. I haven't looked into that disease. I'm sure there's some bullshit regarding that too. Well, like, okay, so the peppers of every color, cucumbers. I eat Japanese yams, which don't raise your insulin. Most of the other like yams and potatoes and stuff like that are going to have starch in it. That one doesn't. You could eat it like right before you go to bed, and you're not going to like start gaining weight. Whereas if you eat any other potatoes or whatever, even if you buy, you know, the best potatoes, russet potatoes, and just make them at home nice, you're still going to start gaining weight. And then basically all the, you know, almost all fruits I eat. Just don't get any of these new like apples that are, you know, these new hybrid apples that like the Cosmic Crisp and all these new strains. So apples, you know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Unfortunately, a lot of the apples, even the organics, are coated with wax. So I peel all the skins off, and knowing that there's good stuff in the skin. But you know, what are you going to do? I get my ceramic peeler, and just to see how much layer of a wax there's wax. No matter how good you wash it, I have all the stuff to wash fruits and vegetables. Plus I have the little scraper to scrape it off. It won't come off. So I gotta, anything that I see that on, unfortunately, I just peel it, you know, and I'll eat it like that.
The guy at the store told me it's beeswax. He says it's beeswax that they're putting on it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we hope it's just that, but you know, like when I smoke, I don't use a lighter. I use hemp wick, which is coated with beeswax, because you know, you don't want to be inhaling any butane or anything like that. This is when I'm not using my my volcano, which is which is basically a nebulizer. So there is no, yeah. So so basically, and then what else? Like for the proteins, I'm doing like spirulina, sacha inchi. Sacha inchi is a complete protein as well, like quinoa. It's a seed actually, but you can get it grinded down into powder. What else do I eat? Like I eat a lot of like Peruvian like superfoods, like macambo beans, some of these exotic like fruits, like dragon fruit, maki. You know, people heard of like acai, but these are even like more rare, like rainforest fruits. And then of course I eat like, you know, blueberries, raspberries, grapes are great. Apples. I eat very few species of apple, though. I'm you know, when I was a kid, we had totally different apples than we have now. And you know, used to go in the store, like in the, you know, where they had more of the stores where there was like no door on it, and they had like the wooden boxes that were laid up on angles so you could see it in front of the store. Like they look totally different now, and then the names of these apples and stuff, I'm like, where the hell did they get this shit from? So I'm
Shoot, DK, you dropped back out. But DK, thanks again. Always great information. Appreciate the thoughts. We've had 3 new people join the show. Brian, Land, and Jeff Young joining us tonight. Jeff Young going to make his debut on the Sunday show. But again, we'll just go in order to be fair. So Brian, Land, and then Jeff Young's going to be right with us. And Brian, thanks for coming back again this week. What's on your mind this week?
Oh, what's up, man? I was kind of just listening, and I was writing down some notes about stuff. You know, who's just talking? I'm sorry, I feel rude not remembering.
He goes by the name DK Stonewood, the last gentleman. Okay.
All right, but like, you know how he was talking about, like, you know, the AI trying to get all our facial recognitions? Didn't that run perfect with? See, it worked. It already worked. There's already a video about that. If you like follow technology, that worked perfectly. But then they wanted to add masks, hence COVID. So where you can tell by your walking and your eyes, most of your face is covered otherwise. And that was what they were trying to figure out with the algorithm.
How to just read the eyes. Yeah, I remember when Apple put out that they're trying to figure out how to just read people's eyes. So,
and then also your walking style. And what did they do during COVID? They shut down everything but major corporations and all, like Walmart. Let's just say Walmart. Let's use Walmart. True, you know, like, yeah. So how many people walked into Walmart now and they're using that fucking, that AI coding, and where everyone has their mask, and it's trying to reconfigure how to understand people.
That's a good point. Absolutely. And again, Walmart's a part of the fascist empire. Our government pays for their stores.
And we were all forced that's where we had to shop during COVID. Yep. You know, like you couldn't go which we all know is so stupid. Oh, well, there's a big illness out there. Instead of everyone going to different places, all go to the same place. That makes no sense.
Exactly. It literally made no sense.
But like I have so much. Also, there's a video because he was talking about all the food and everything, and talking about like fruits and first of all, us being vegetable eaters. That was a trip to listen to. That was really good. With I never thought about our digestive tract, but there's a video. I don't know. It's like it's really hard to show people who are not free thinkers. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's called Anunnaki. Do not watch this.
I haven't seen it.
And it's in the middle of it they talk about like ingesting gold, and that's why like ingesting dark colored vegetables and fruits, like like not green grapes but purple grapes, like that's actually a lot better for you, and that's actually what like it's like the fountain of youth. It's a very interesting conspiracy video to watch. I'm surprised it still exists, to be honest.
I'll look into it. I haven't seen it before.
It calls them superfoods themselves. It's actually interesting. It talks about like how there was the Anunnaki and how there was the 3 different species that existed before we existed, and that's what I'm saying. It's a 32-minute video.
Okay, I'll check that out.
It was very interesting because the how it's made. I try to show it to my buddy when I'm like beginning with this stuff. I'm talking about 10 years ago, and people are like, well, dude, anyone can say anything, and it was the same crap. I'm like, dude, just have an open mind. We don't know. Literally, we don't know the world we live in. It's so hard for people to like just open your mind. Who knows? Information is information.
It's so obvious. That's why we get the stuff poured into our mind when we're little children that we do, because that's the stuff that sticks in most people's head. And if they didn't learn it when they were a kid from their parents or their Sunday school teacher or their slave school teacher, then it's not legitimate to them. So.
And that's so rough. That's like something for the last week and a half that's been bothering me, because for you get so technical. Like you're giving out blueprint with Gematria. You're giving out the blueprint. So like you're talking about a building that's like 100 stories tall. And when every event that's happening, you're giving like the blueprint of this one story. And that's where I feel like that's why it's so hard for people to follow you, because they're not seeing the building. And it's not on your fault. It's just because that's what you do. You're being technical, and I love you for it. And that's what's been bothering me the most is like we need to generalize this, because we do know we're talking to dumbasses. We're talking to retards, and it's not to be offensive. It's just you are retarded with strained information about there's so much more information in the world, and I'm trying so hard how to generalize this to people. And like I work, like I said, I'm maintenance. I do maintenance. That's what I do. I listen to you through my headphones and I fix stuff. And I love it. Honestly, I have a slave job, but I found a slave job where I enjoy my day. I'm not bothered by anybody. I don't have to talk to people. I feel instant gratification because I instantly fix stuff. And I love it.
Sure.
But it's just I've listened and I've thought about this for so long. I'm not trying to throw a pitch out there. I spent 10 years writing it, and I called you a while back about this, but I spent 10 years about writing a story about what is truth. And I made a whole. I'm actually, and I wanted to ask you about that because I've been trying to talk to publishers, and they all sound like scammers. I'm not gonna lie. I've never been so withholding about an idea, about a story, and this sucks because the story I have, and I'm about to cry when I say it, is I'm trying to show people what is truth. It's about the zombie apocalypse. It's not about zombies. It's about 4 different stories that happened that day, and trying to understand what is the truth that happened that day. And I made a real virus. It's called BASE, Biological Advanced Supplement of Epinephrine. It's a supplement company that made a contract with the military to make super soldiers. It works too well, and when it's like it gives them the just do, don't hesitate attitude. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pitch. Zach, I'm just listening to you so much, and I told you like I try to keep things short, but I can rant and. I was going to
say, at this day and age, I mean, if you want to get a book out there, probably the best way to do it is to self-publish it through a thing like BookBaby, like I've had to do with my own books.
Okay, thank you. No, I really wanted to ask you that. Thank you.
You got to pay for it, but they'll help you get it distributed on all the different places that sell books at this day and age. So
How much does that cost by any chance?
it depends on how many books you order for yourself. But I mean, and it also depends on how big your book is, because
It's roughly around 250 pages.
250 pages.
Yeah.
It's probably going to cost around like $10,000.
Shit. God damn it.
Well, call them though, because there's cheaper methods. Like if you just want it distributed as an ebook, that's actually not that expensive, and maybe that's the way to start. And then if it sells as an ebook, then you can get into physical copies. So.
Well, but the reason I'm only saying this because like I really want to introduce to you. I've listened a lot. Plus, I've been doing this for a long time, wanting to figure out truth in the world. My dad, and I'm going to go a little. Sorry, I'm taking a little time. I just really would like you to get to know me a little more. My dad died when I was 14. He got a brain tumor. He died. I watched him turn into a little child, peeing in the street, and then fucking we were having dinner and he had an aneurysm right in front of us. He literally, I don't know if you ever seen Kick-Ass, but it's straight up like that, where he was just like eating else and just out. And
he had a brain aneurysm.
Yes,
yeah, that's
he did.
Scary. That's scary.
It is. It's the most horrific thing to see someone go through, because they're there, and then all of a sudden it looks literally like someone turned an off switch on them.
Sure.
And
it's funny he said that, and then his connection seems to have got cut off.
Oh no, I don't have magical powers, I swear.
Yeah, you said that, then your connection broke up for a second.
Oh shit. Well, because just like the rest of like Rambo and everybody else, feels like when we're actually connecting about something in the energy in the world, it seems like things start to mess up.
Sure.
And by the way, I just wanted to shout out to always the Rambo. That guy, I don't know how that guy has his mind.
He's been doing a lot of research, that's for sure.
It's also the presentation. I'm really like, I have so much in my head, but like I can't do that. I can't like put it on a poster board like you guys do. You're so good at that. And I want to shout out to you and saying your presentations are always amazing, dude.
Yeah, Rambo does great work indeed. And
well,
Brian,
yeah.
we had 3 people pouring at once. You waited a long time. Was there something else you want to say real quick? But we have a new person next who wants to say hi, and then Jeff Young, who I don't know if you know Jeff Young, but he's a longtime friend of the program. He's never done the Sunday show before.
I've heard his name before. He definitely deserves his penance of coming in. The one last thing I wanted to say was it's a theory I've been entertaining, was like the numbers that they love. 56, 102, 201, 35. I've always wondered, like, were they not just doing it to leave, for rituals, but they're doing it for a fact of like how they leave it in plain sight for the next generation to come in and be able to research history and know that they were a part of it? Because we know that the best way of hiding is hiding in plain sight. So they can't just leave their plans lying around somewhere. That's vulnerable of being stolen and exposed. So they don't write down anything. They hide them in our headlines. So like the next generation can come and go back through history and know that they were the reason for that, to continue the storyline. I'm just wondering if you ever thought about that.
It's possible. It's possible. So
yeah, that's all. It's been something I've been entertaining in my head for a little. But yeah, we can go on to the next. You're good. I'll chill.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Next up is maybe it's LXND. Well, I'll let them introduce themselves. They're on for the first time. You're muted. You've muted your mic. Well, they unmuted it. Welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man? How does my mic sound?
It sounds great.
Okay, thanks. But yeah, I got a couple things to add. I got it late, but I was at the end. Are you guys talking about nutrition? It's actually fun. I was thinking about a lot about how nutrition is coded just the other day, and how pretty much the entire food system, everything's coded, like everything's owned by them. Obviously, like we have the food pyramid, we have the We have like you need vitamin D. You have D, the fourth letter, just like death in freaking Mandarin, Chinese, Japanese. How you always say. And then Nikola Tesla, he talks about everything is 369, which reminds me of omegas, like the Greeks, omega acids. You have omega 3, 6, and 9, which are very important for your freaking like your development, your health, all of that. You have the omega 3, which is the anti-inflammatory and stuff. Obviously, you have the omega 6, which is the very inflammatory that everybody's getting way too much of in these seed oils, these conventionally raised animals, all that stuff. But I was just thinking how that's it literally how he says that 369 is everything. That's literally builds you. It's like depending on how many like how you get in these omega 3s, they like through key developmental stages of like you're young, or you're like a fetus, or even just growing up, and you get these omega 3s. You're building your brain, you're building a like anti-inflammatory, all that. But everybody's consuming high omega 6 now, and actually replaces the omega 3. And these people out here with some omega 6 brains.
I got to look into that. That's something I'm not up on. So, can you break it down the difference between the two omegas and what it does in the body?
Well, omega 3, that's the like anti-inflammatory, and omega 6 is the pro-inflammatory. Just to break it down into easy terms.
I see.
And it's all about the ratio, really. Like you can handle omega 6, like you need omega 6. It's just that people are over consuming it and they're not consuming the omega 3s. Like nobody's eating the.
What is omega 6 like in a like? Can you give us an omega 6? Like, what is that? Like, where would I be eating that?
That's in your processed seed oils, like your canola, your corn, your soy, all that stuff. That's in
like the basic stuff people are told to cook with.
Yeah, like don't use the freaking, what is it? Don't use the good quality butter that can actually help you detox. Just use these horrible seed oils that are causing all these problems.
I'm sorry to interrupt, by the way. I really am. That was a question. Sorry.
Yeah, it's no problem. It's no problem. But yeah, I was just thinking the other day how all the nutrition stuff is just extremely coded. Like I remember it was even during the Travis Scott thing, I think, which is actually kind of funny. That was covered in 27s, and McDonald's around that time dropped a burger called the McPlant, which equals 27. So that was pretty interesting. Of course, Travis Scott, he had his McDonald's deal and stuff, if you know about that. His Cactus Jack meal.
Do you hear about the full vegan Burger King in in the UK?
Yeah, they're all like, that's all big, and like other countries, like in Europe and stuff. Of course, that's where they rule. But they're even bringing it over here. But it's all about the malnutrition, New World Order, the Klaus Schwab, freaking. But yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. It says, for whatever reason, it says Canadians' foods are rich in omega 6. They get more omega 6 than omega 3. The average Canadian.
The average Canadian. Well, that shows why they're in this state.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Interesting.
Did you say from what they're eating? Like, what is it? I started growing a garden, so I'm trying really hard to like become self-sufficient. This is impossible in our world, but I'm still trying.
Sure. Yeah, I gotta do. I put up a list on the screen what omega 3s are found in, and omega 6 is just a short list. But corn and soybeans, again, that's so many fillers in food. Those are rich in omega 6. And those are causing a lot of health problems for people. This website that I'm looking at argues that omega 3s and omega 6s can be beneficial to your health.
Yeah, like they're both needed, but it's just all about the ratio.
I see.
And if you're just eating the chips, you're eating the fast food, you're eating the fried foods, all that, and you're not eating the good stuff like the salmons, these other things, you're just throwing your ratio up, literally replacing your brain omega 3s with omega 6.
Sure. Interesting. Well, I appreciate that. What was there anything else you want to share, friend, or should we say hi to Jeff Young?
I have another low point. Is carrying on about the 225. If you know about, of course, the George Floyd, the Chauvin, he got the 22.5 years and all that.
Right.
And then the Catholic Church with their 22.5 million settlement.
Right.
And of course, I was watching the Rambo video the other day, the Antonov Maria 2020 or 225, and I made a connection to Black Ops 2, the Call of Duty game, which it called in that game they remastered a map that was in the first game, and it's called Nuketown 2025. If you want to
Nuketown
look
is
that
a
up.
big. I just want to throw out Nuketown is huge for anyone who plays Call of Duty. I'm just throwing it out there.
Nuketown. Yeah, this is a huge thing. Anybody that knows about Call of Duty, you know Nuketown. That's an extremely popular map. And there's Black Ops 2. Of course, we're in 2022. It was released, I think, 10 years ago, 2012. And they have this map. Of course, the Black Ops series, it's all about Cold War, all about Russia, all about this Lumen idea that there's nukes or there's a coming World War III and all that. And then to add on top of that, they actually remade the map later, and it's a Russian map. And they've remade it with all Russian style. And I think that one is called Nuketown 2045, I believe. But yeah, and that Nuketown 225, of course, all these 225 connections. Something's definitely coming in 2025. The next big step. Like I was thinking about 4, how it's a quarter, 25 quarter of the way.
Sure. That SPARS pandemic simulation set for 2025. So
I'm sorry to interrupt, but like it was so funny to me that after George Floyd, not that long after that happened, Gemini Man came out with Will Smith where he's cloned and he's an assassin and someone cloned him to be another assassin. And I just thought it was so weird they used the title Gemini Man. And I guarantee like Rambo would probably go nuts on looking up to that.
Sure, the twins. So that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. Well, very interesting. We know that Call of Duty is obviously important because, again, they put out that fictional what is it, Warzone set in a fictional Ukraine exactly 102 weeks before the military conflict popped off.
When it got fictional, it was Advanced Warfare. Call of Duty used to be actually all historic.
Okay.
Yeah, just throwing that out there.
And then another thing on the Call of Duty, there's a lot of coding in there. I need to put some more work. Like I always knew that there was something to the Call of Duty games and something like some type of message in it and stuff. But I don't know if you saw, it's an old comment, but how they're postponing it. They're not making one for 2023 for the first time in 18 years because you have to be 18 years to serve. You got the 223 in there. There's the 223 round.
I was gonna say that's a common round and for guns, yeah.
Yeah, of course, reversed. You got the skull and bones, all that.
Interesting. All right, friend. Well, I appreciate that information. Let's say hi to Jeff Young. First time on the show. What's up, Jeff?
Hola.
Hey, man.
How's
Good to see
everybody
you.
doing this evening?
Yeah.
What's going on, Zach? Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
So here we all are on a Sunday night.
Yeah. What's on your mind tonight?
Oh, Gematria. You know what I think we could start with? Can we share stuff?
Yeah.
An image?
Yeah. Is there something
that plays off your video that you were what's the name of that video you did today? It had the great title.
Oh, about manufacturing consent through fear?
There you go. And you were talking about Jason Aldean.
That's a good word.
Yeah, the Jason Aldean concert, indeed.
Can we share a photo on screen somehow for my desktop?
Do you
Can
see
I
something?
email?
Do you see something like on the controls and one of the buttons that says share screen? Is there something down there that says that for you?
Share?
Yeah, share.
Yeah.
There should be a way for you to do it. Here, I'm going to stop sharing the screen we're sharing right now. And maybe if I do that and then you share your screen, maybe that's how it pops up. I know there's some way to do
Let me
it.
see if I can have
Hey, was
those
Jason Aldean the
slides.
guy at Vegas?
The Vegas concert shooting?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
All
The
right,
Jason
here we
Aldean.
go.
You ever seen his
Hang tight.
tattoo and then the Illuminati card game?
Yeah, it was synced up
I'm
with the
about to
Great
share
American
that.
Solar
Hang tight.
Eclipse.
It's,
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna shut up. But yeah, I was wondering if you guys knew that.
it's weird. It's not letting me share any photos off my hang tight here.
It could be some security setting because I think like the first time you ever
Share
come in here,
screen.
yeah, share screen.
Oh.
Let's see if I have to do something.
Zach, fix it. Just kidding.
Yeah, I know it. Once you figure it out, you figure it out. But I'm not helping him out too much. But I know there's some button down there that you got to click to.
Hold
I
on,
think, Zach,
I
you
got
need
it.
to give the permissions, probably. Not sure.
Did that do anything?
Let me
I'm still
see.
blank on the screen.
I'm trying to see if something I can do on my end.
Kat, how about this? Let me just email it to you and you can share it. That'll be
Sure.
quicker.
Yeah, email it to me and I'll definitely put it up.
You guys, I have a rat in my garage.
So,
Uh-oh.
gents, wrap till I get this over to Zach here. I'm just going to reply to that. I'll send you a couple things. You'll enjoy.
While Jeff's sending that link, I'm gonna since we talked about the Jason Aldean concert, I'm gonna see if I can find my old post on Jason Aldean's tattoo and show you how it was all synced up with his little ritual there on October
Isn't it
1st.
crazy that that's honest?
That's what I'm
the
sending you
Illuminati
is that
card
picture
game.
of his bicep. Here you go.
Oh, that's what you're saying. I just found my post already for that. So
Here you go. Plus, I sent you a few other things to your
Okay.
email. So there you
but
go.
this is Jason Aldean's tattoo with the Jack and the Ace, and Jack is worth 10, so it's kind of like 10-1 his tattoo. This was shortly after the Great American Solar Eclipse, where Chris Cornell died, who did Black Hole Sun, who, by the way, was born on the 201st day of the year, and Black Hole Sun's 201. But Chris Cornell had died right before this. And again,
That picture right there is worth a million words to wake up your friends, family, and neighbors. I
I've
mean,
tried.
what are the
I've tried.
chances he had that well in advance of the Harvest Fest? And I lived in Vegas when that happened. And actually, my guitar tech, his buddy and his girlfriend, and they were young. They looked like, I saw their pictures. They did get shot. They look like they couldn't have been late 20s.
Did they
But
die?
look at
or
that
did they
tattoo,
already
and the
arrive?
cat's performing, and they do it on 10-1. Look at it.
yeah.
Just look at it.
What was it again? August 20. Oh, yeah. From the Great American Solar Eclipse to the shooting 41 days later, the 13th prime. There was a lot to this. I got to revisit it all, but
So we all know it wasn't Stephen Paddock, right?
oh yeah, remember they showed that's why I saw it 13, because they showed him with a picture of a 13 tattooed on his neck.
Stephen Paddock? Or
Yeah, look at that right there. That's how all the media kept showing him with the 13 on his
Come on,
neck.
guys. In
No,
all fairness,
no,
that,
like,
that
this is
flannel
new to me.
shirt,
Holy shit!
that
Holy
flannel
shit!
shirt could have been disguising some serious muscles under there.
There it is. Yeah, okay, you do have it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
We've been
It's like a
researching
full
hard for
80%.
9 years straight, man. It's not a joke. I've been here for 9 years straight doing every story. If something happened in the last 9 years, I covered it. So
Zach, this was hard to talk to you, man. I feel like you fucking know everything.
I know, but I've covered all the news stories in the last 9 years. I'll tell you that much. So
Wait, did you ever see how they released his death certificate the next day, saying that he died the day after?
I do think I remember something goofy like that. I also remember they said he had 47 guns. You know the music video Eminem put out for this, right?
No, I do. I'm really bad with music. I don't fucking
Okay,
follow
look at
that.
this. This is one of my favorite rituals recently in the world of entertainment. Eminem puts out a video in tribute to the Route 91 Harvest Festival shooting called Darkness, and it's in the at the end of the music video, it asks people to turn in their guns to the FBI. But look at this. From Eminem's birth, first of all, Darkness equals 91, Route 91 Harvest Festival on the day, leaving 91 days left in the year. But from Eminem's birthday to the day that the music video came out was 91 days later. And I still remember the day I put this out. All the Eminem fanboys were like, "You know how crazy you sound." I'm like, why does everyone just think this stuff is crazy? I mean,
Dude,
Crazy like a fox.
crazy. I want you to send them my way because I'll fucking blow their mind. All right, my job is to be generalizing on how stupid you sound. Like, please continue doing what you're doing. They're not ready for you, and that's what you should remember. All right, they're not ready for you.
man. Well, yeah, but also just 91's the 13th triangular number. That's part of the reason they had 13 tattooed on his neck. Hold on, Jeff. I'm going to open up your emails right now and show what you're trying to show here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll set up.
Let me see.
Two of them you just hit, but there's our buddy there. A couple of our
Hold on.
knucklehead buddies.
I got to close this and bring it back up to get your thing on here. Without
I got a
giving
whole
away-
little folder on my desktop called Gematria, so I'll be whipping out assorted.
Yeah, you're very organized, Jeff. That's a skill I don't have. I am the least organized person, but
Hey, I'd probably beat you on that. Don't worry, dude.
okay. So Jeff sent us these things right here. So again, there's that tattoo, Jason Aldean, so nicely synced up with the concert. And look at this. Is that your boy from Megadeth?
Look at
right
that,
there?
people. Yeah, I don't know who. Can people tell us who the cat is on the right? Is he a soccer player?
That's my guess.
He looks like a soccer player.
Is that the old that
Yeah.
the old Ronaldinho from the old one back in the days, like back in the 90s?
Yes, he's a Ronaldinho from the Brazilian team.
Yeah,
He's
back
a
in the
That's
90s.
Brasileiro.
Wait, who is he?
He's
Brazilian
Ronaldinho.
soccer player.
Okay.
His birth name is Ronaldo, by the way, and he's from the Brazilian team. And he played in the Barcelona. The jersey which you're looking at, that is Barcelona, which is where Messi was in before the last transfer.
Okay. Yeah, that also familiar pose. And who could forget this? This is how we predict. That's just what I hate too, man. It's like, come on, man. We said why they were going to black out parts of the U.S. on Valentine's Day, and they did it, and people still don't get it. And a big clue was this album right here from Public Enemy, with showing Arizona on the cover, where that state's birthday is Valentine's Day, the Valentine's Day state.
Exactly. I live in
What people
Houston.
got to think about, go back to the Public Enemy cover, because you already showed them that. I mean, imagine yourself, you're sitting in a Hollywood, high rise at a record label in a meeting, and they're putting album covers up on the, on the wall projecting. Is this the one you pick? Like,
Right.
Where's this title come from? Where's the imagery? And doesn't that kind of remind the Pearl Jam's more like a cartoon, but you know the one I'm talking about? Since I'm on the show, here's what we can do to talk about the world of music. It's super simple. Let me send you this link, my friend. And
Should we be more thinking about the producers that make this, not the actual people that we think firsthand?
yeah, we can elaborate on that, but hang tight because this is going to blow your mind.
I just want to say I live in Houston, and I've been trying to tell people about like what happened during the freeze, and they all fucking think I am insane.
I know, man. They can't even. It's a tough thing to explain to people who are asleep, because you can't even explain the most simple things to them. So then to explain that these people are messing with the weather, and again, for people to get it, this Public Enemy album that came out, What You Gonna Do When the Grid Goes Down, this album was put out on the anniversary of JFK giving his speech about how weather control could be a beneficial thing to humanity.
No,
And-
it didn't.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. No
This album-
fucking way.
This album came out on the anniversary of that speech. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, Zach.
Oh.
Look at this. Here, I'll show you.
Zach,
Right here.
do you see that the link I sent you in the chat here?
Oh, you sent
in
it
the
to me in the
private
chat
chat
this
on
time?
StreamYard.
All right, hold on.
If you could pull that up, man, that's gonna open up a ton of talking points. It's a folder from our radio show, Music Without Boundaries, called "The Music Business is Whack, Yo." And if a picture says 1,000 words, just click on the first picture and let's just start going through these.
Jeff,
and-
you know what, Jeff, before we get into this, why don't you just help out all the people? There's a lot of people who accuse Jeff of being a shill, and I'm a shill because how else would I know Jeff? Jeff was in Megadeth. He's got to be a shill. Jeff, do you want to address any of that, or do you just want to get into the
Yeah,
presentation?
I'll tell you because we were
What about
talking about
Megadeth?
it offline the other day on the phone. I mean, you got to think about when I was in the band was 1988 and
I saw you
89.
live.
I was out of there. The last gig I did was Castle Downington. That had to be 89.
Oh, I didn't see you live.
There
Sorry.
wasn't. Think about, there was not all these stars acting like how you're about to see it as we scroll down this photo album. Given the one eye, it still was in the imagery, like you're seeing the Beatles right here. You know, there's the Beatles, and you're going to see a lot more. But back then, you got to realize that out on the road, most of the band was so inebriated on a variety of substances that I just don't think they could have been awake enough to be awake. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And I was like the new guy in the band. I had just come in. I wasn't involved in any of the rehearsals or the writing. I came in when there was 2 weeks left and they needed solos. So they say, start here. And about 40 seconds would go by or 50 seconds, stop there, see you tomorrow. And I'd go home and mess with it overnight. Or I'd go in the other room for just 15 minutes or a half hour and I'd come up with something and come in and just improv the solo. And 2 weeks later, I'm on a plane to the UK to play Christmas on Earth with Testament and Overkill. And
What did you play?
Pardon?
What'd you play? Like, dude, this is really cool. And I'm just sorry. You play lead guitar?
All kinds of guitars. I played on the Megadeth album, So Far So Good. So What, if you want to look it up. And this is the thing that you could do maybe while I'm on here, guys, besides looking at these photos we're going to show you, because this is going to blow your mind. This photo is just going to blow your mind apart because it's every genre. We'll get into a lot of the country as we go down in pop and metal. Look at the Megadeth discography and look at the covers and the titles. And even we could pull up one lyric here in a bit off the album I played on that is so fortuitous, like a premonition. It's called Set the World Afire. It talks about, H.G. Wells in 1980, the book, and the lyrics are a trip. And in hindsight, looking back, that we were singing this stuff either knowingly or unknowingly. Again, I don't know how the lyrics got written because when I laid my solo, there was just rhythm tracks, just drums, bass, and his rhythm guitar. I added some rhythm guitars. And then again, we were out on the road, and right after that, we were opening for Ronnie James Dio, which you know what Dio means, right? And you know he was the guy doing this. And
what does it mean, Jeff? What does it mean, actually?
I can't imagine from the brief moments he was like a gentleman, and he's like an elf, man. I mean, how threatening can this guy be? Right? He's like Ozzy. He's Ozzy and how he really is. He's imbecile, right? All right. So just pull up the first one. We'll start going through these, and I think it'll connect a lot of dots for people. And this is a great photo album. We can drop the link in the chat. So this is just the beginning, music industry exposed, right? There you go.
I just want to ask, because I feel like a lot of people want to ask, what was that like? What's that? First of all, congratulations on being so good that you got recognized and taken. Like, please, I congratulate you because that's so awesome. But what was that experience like overall?
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Right?
Shit.
I mean, you're living for that. And for us, some nights when you're opening for Dio or Iron Maiden, you got 45 minutes, give or take, to get on stage, kick ass, take names, shove it down their throats, stun the unsuspecting bystanders, and get off. And I was really focused at that time. I was so green, guys. And I mean, I'll tell you, that's why I'm broke today. If you saw my bank account, my one account, you know I ain't in no club, like George Carlin said. And that's why, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that and how as I met people in the industry and higher up, as I met more people, and I've met a ton of people, and we can drop some names tonight, but I wondered why, like when you shake their hand, like, because you know there's a secret handshake of why that, like that they weren't as friendly, like they were friendly to a point, and I got to this point and I would get some big auditions, like I auditioned for Cher, and like think of that name in the transgender thing, because that was one of the first, right? Break it apart, put a hyphen between the C and the H, like see her.
Sure.
They're telling me this big old dude with this big old nose, I mean, had so much plastic surgery now, but I auditioned for 2 different things, to be in her live band and to be in one of her videos. And it's so fast, and you're meeting these people so fast, unless you're like on a tour, like we were on Megadeth. And you got to remember back then, this is the other thing, there was no internet. There was barely fax. You know, there was FedEx. I mean, they were running to the concierge. Is there a FedEx? Is there a FedEx? And they were getting heroin smuggled out and inside of our cassette tapes for our album. They'd have the guy back in LA literally opening the cassette tape. I have one right here. I could demonstrate it, but unscrewing the tape, pulling the cassette out, stuffing it with balloons of heroin, putting the cassette tape back together, putting it back in the case, shrink wrapping it, and putting it in with, you know, some other real cassettes, and they shipped that out. I
Dude,
didn't even know
that's
this.
a brilliant idea. Holy shit.
I'm in the band. Here's a perfect example when they say, well, there's no way that everyone can't be in on it, or I was right there, and the band didn't know what they were getting at, why they were running to the concierge for a while. I finally figured it out. And I also didn't know why when my girlfriend, who turned out to be, I don't know what adjective to use, but I'll let the story speak for itself. Why my band members were so happy to see my girlfriend arrive when she would come to visit on tour. It's because she was the one bringing the drugs.
She was the mule?
She was being a mule behind my back.
Huh.
Shit.
So, I mean, that's how oblivious you can be. And it's right. It's your own girlfriend doing it right behind your back, you know.
I'm sorry, bud.
So again, I think back then it wasn't as out from under the rug as it is today, as it even was back when Zach and I told Prince to watch his back on my radio show, right? It's coming, they're coming out of the closet. It's coming out of the woodwork. It's oozing out from under your carpet in your living room from where your TV is, right? Or your stereo. And it's slowly coming out. So back then, surely it's always been going on, because we're going to go through this and you're going to see albums that predate anything I did. You're going to see these old country fuckers, Freemason hand signing and with upside down pyramids on their album covers left and right. It's going to blow your mind as we go through this. So let's just go through this a bit and I can answer more questions.
I just want to
I'm
say,
here all night.
I'm happy you're all right. How about that? I'm happy you're still here. All right.
So let's start here. I mean, how many people, when you start to wake up your friends, like there hasn't been one person that I've ever encountered that understands what, or has even heard of Tavistock Institute. And that's who co-wrote some of the Beatles songs. Aren't they the dudes that sent George Martin in? Who's this old man working with these young kids, this Fingali, right? Click to the next, just click ahead. We'll just kind of click through these. One Nation under Tavistock. Look at what you got there.
What's Tavistock?
I was born in Michigan, so it's a trip for me to see that. I was born in Ann Arbor. It's a trip for me to see U of Michigan at the top, Rockefeller. You see all those.
Wait a minute. So, University of Michigan, it's part of the Tavistock
Yeah,
network?
all this is One Nation under Tavistock. They're all affiliated.
Hey, call me
Wow.
stupid, but what's Tavistock, guys? And it's okay if you call
This
me
is where
retarded.
they spend billions of people's tax dollars and unending hours of research on how to mind control you and mind fuck you and bend you over in music, TV, marketing.
Think
And it's
about
a lot
this.
more than that. It's
It
a
was
lot more than
established.
that.
It was established 2 days after the CIA was established. CIA September 18th, 47. Tavistock Institute September 20th, 47. Yeah, if you don't know about the Tavistock Institute, look it up. It was all about just influencing society through largely art and entertainment, especially the big British rock scene, the British invasion.
You got it. And the Beatles right here. Click ahead and you'll start seeing it all come together.
The Beatles make no sense how much their music is so influential. It's
Some
got to
stuff
come
is
from somewhere.
just for a quick visual impression, and then there'll be others that. So, how many people knew that MTV's on the second floor of this here building? Do you
I
think
didn't
the
know.
M stood for people music? You didn't think it stood for music all those years, did you?
Yeah, man.
That's why do you notice how they started out and look how they disintegrated it, like they've disintegrated everything else.
Dude, you just fucking blew my mind a little, by the way. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Just wait till the end of this album, dude. You're gonna be mind numb. Keep going, Zach.
God
Click.
damn it, Joe. I thought I had
This is
enough
like
in my head.
the best slideshow in school that we never had when we were in school, and the teacher's like making you click to the next slide. Look at this album. So this is it. There's his Baphomet. You see I don't know if
Sure.
we need to see no more than, I mean, everything speaks for itself there, right? Next slide, please, Mr. Hubbard.
Sure.
All right. We all know what that is. And
Sure.
that's a good one because you see a lot of the imagery at the top. There's the sun that the IHS shit uses, and the pyramid and the pillars and the checkerboard floor.
Yeah.
It's all in there.
It is. Truly.
Why are you in the music industry? Did any of this ever come to your head, or is it after?
No, I didn't until Zach and maybe a couple other channels right around there. I never even heard of the word Freemasonry. I didn't know what a lodge was. No one tried to court me. It's like I said, I went so far and I would feel like I was shunned. And is this why? Because I wasn't in the club, or it was because of some lie mistake told about me in the press? I never knew why I would get so far in some huge auditions for huge bands. And then the door would close because I think I was too much of a goody two-shoe. Because to be honest, all I've done is sit in a room that's not too different than this, with an amp that's not too different than that, and a guitar that's not too different than that since I was 14, and saxophone from 3rd and 9th grade, and viola from 1st grade. You know, when they come around to the class, I've been locked in my room, clueless to all this stuff. But when I started a radio show, it's like when you put your antenna up, people start finding you. And so people started coming to me, hey, this, that. I had a guy that was an ex-Department of Defense that was Michael Aquino's assistant. If you ever seen that whack wing nut, who was one of the highest, I got a picture of him we can show, one of the highest ranking military douchebags in the American military. So that's a great one right there, right? That's like any office in any record company in Hollywood right there, where they put the curse on the tapes and the records, the master tapes before they go out. If you've heard the guy in Laurel Canyon.
What's this
You know,
shot
I got
from, Jeff?
tagged as the location in all these slides is Hell Norway.
Where'd you get this photo right here? What's this from?
It's just a ceremony. These
Okay.
are all things that, again, when you put your antenna up, people are, it's just like Zach, and Zach's part of that community. We're all part of Zach's community, and Zach became part of our community, and people just send me stuff. Like, and everyone knows the Beatles not about a groovy beat. It's about the scarab beetle. And didn't you ever wonder why Journey, this poppy band, has the scarab beetle on every album cover?
Huh.
It's
Isn't that like
going back
Egyptian?
with the Beatles.
Huh.
Keep clicking.
Isn't the scarab like the Egyptian beetle?
Here we go. Like, I mean, this is out now, but look at it. I mean, back when we were digging on, this is from Yellow Submarine.
Right.
And
It's been going on all this time.
Yeah.
So
And we were oblivious to it. I mean, we just thought they were being cute. And you know what this is with all the
Well, I think part of
Yahoo.
the thing is, though, I think there are people that just now do this because they've just seen other celebrities do it and they emulate it. Like, how many guys in college basketball are now making a three-pointer and they're doing that exact pose now? They made the three and
It's
then they
the
go,
monkey, you
just
know
like
that
this.
Monkey Island thing where the monkeys on this side started all doing one thing or washing their fruit or doing,
Right.
and then monkeys on the other side. It's osmosis. That's why you see Baphomet every freaking where, man. T-shirts, mugs. You go in restaurants, bathrooms, and bars. Like Baphomet's just like, we live in Satan. We live in hell. And you know, I lived in Vegas for a few years. We could go on about that.
Right.
Slide, please.
Aleister Crowley.
You know that? You know how many people were on that? And not just that, but look on the back of Hotel California up in the.
Hold on. I
Not
gotta,
a
you know
few,
what?
but it's up in
Aleister
the
Crowley
balcony.
died. Aleister Crowley died in
Guy
47.
from the Church of Set, Adam LaVey.
I got to check something, though, in real time, Jeff, because I've never looked into it before. Aleister Crowley died in 47, shortly after the Tavistock Institute was established. I bet there's a relationship here. He died 72 days later. That's a big old Jesuit order number right there. The Goetia. He wrote about the Goetia and the 72 demons. So Aleister Crowley died 72 days after the Tavistock Institute was established. I don't think that's an accident.
What's going to blow your mind? Look at the date on this photo album, people. When we show you the Prince predictions that Zach and I did 56 days before his death, we got it with the dates and everything.
Yeah.
This is just more Beatles imagery. There's your the goat. Everything's the goat, the goat, the goat, the goat. Goat, goat, goat. Baphomet.
Tom Brady? I'm just kidding. I was fucking around.
And the butterfly, too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's the.
And we wonder why the rappers started coming out with the one pant leg up, right?
Exactly.
And you're going to see, I'm setting this up because the next slide, you're going to see different artists on MTV with the blindfold. And another thing, the Freemasons with the levitation and the bathtub at the beginning of When Doves Cry Prince, and how many people from the Pretenders bass player, who was amazing on those first two Pretenders album, Pete Farndon drowned in a bathtub, to Jim Morrison, to Whitney Houston and her daughter, and you know,
interesting.
Bert and Ernie. This is just some, I think, is that Kanye? It's with some pillars. If we just kind of breeze through these and we'll stop. There's Rihanna.
Yeah, she's a big
Got to
one.
get everyone in the proper stance. This is a big, you know, this is kind of like the guy falling from the Twin Towers, where he got
the infamous falling man.
Yeah.
I think that's Brittany or some.
What a staged picture, by the way. There's no way I got that fucking picture.
I don't. That's just some nice ass there. Go ahead.
This is Rihanna. Okay.
More blindfolding and.
Yeah, that's a Masonic thing.
Mm-hmm. And you guys can go to this later. It's on Facebook, Music Without Boundaries. I try to use social media for the good of mankind. And I don't know that you could post this stuff and get away with it today. Because again, look how old this stuff was posted.
Sure.
It's just, I made photo albums and I just kept dropping pictures in there. And so now it's a handy resource for all of us.
Music Without Boundaries?
On Facebook, yeah. Give it a like. And I got a YouTube channel with, every one of the major record companies has a room like this.
What's your YouTube channel?
You heard this room that the guy talks about. There you go. Here we go with the 3 6s.
Yeah.
Maybe just start breezing through these. This is just going to be, I mean, think like this is not Slayer. That was Kesha, and this is Britney Spears. This isn't Megadeth.
Right. I think that might be the last one.
Death metal band. This is the MTV Awards.
I think that might be the last one in the slideshow.
No, there's hundreds.
Really? How come I don't see an arrow anymore to click? It's weird.
I'm sorry. Hey, I just want to throw this out there, Zach. I don't know if you ever noticed. You know how you guessed 2024 for Joe Biden dying? Did you know that was 56 years after 1998? I mean 1968.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you recognize that because it's such an easy thing to overlook.
Yeah.
I was wondering. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Did you see that property? I don't. Yeah, this is a property Brittany bought in Louisiana. You can see
Lions Club and the Masons.
Side.
Huh.
Illuminati confirmed, people.
Yeah. By the way, Britney Spears' full name equals 201. So,
and it's just gonna. This is just warming you up, man. There's probably 200-300 slides, so we may want to pick up the pace. But you're just gonna mind blow as we get into some of this stuff.
I think that L's actually for the Lions Club,
Yeah.
Club, Masons, and then I can see the Star of David made out there. So it's big in
That's
Masonic.
what every pop star needs to invest in. When you get your millions, that's what you go buy.
Yeah.
Shelter your dollars.
Indeed.
And we remember that ritual, psyop.
Indeed. With the umbrella.
Here's our buddy.
I want to ask, how do you feel today after being in that culture and then later finding this all out? How does that feel?
Dude, it's a bummer to be in this business and have to coexist with a bunch of shitbags. I'm just trying to do it legit, so I'm going to give my links, and hopefully you guys will support my music and
absolutely
YouTube channel and stuff, because I've been squashed too. When you'll see, I did 33 videos. It's 33 in your face, parts 1, 2, and 3. Part 1 is 1 year of collecting every 33 in the headlines I saw in a photo album. Bam, bam. I just threw it in for a year. Then I made a slideshow with music. And one of the songs is Even Our Buddy, Get the Word Out, for your neighbor where you used to live. Remember? What was his name? Greg?
Yeah,
Greg,
indeed.
who I was going to come up there and play with. I put one of his songs, part 2, I collected for another year. That's part 2, 33 in your face. I'll give you the link to this YouTube. And part 3 is just the coronavirus, and it's only like 2-3 months. How many times they put 33 in your face all over the world, not just in the US. I collected headlines in whether it was Facebook, CNN, any news source, BBC, wherever I saw it in Zach's videos and other Truth Channel videos. If I saw 33, I threw it in an album just to show people, when you see that many in one slideshow that's like 10 minutes long with cool music behind it, and you make your friend watch it, they're like, they're putting it in, it's too much. By the time you're done watching part 3, you're like, I think my series on 33 should get some kind of Truth Award.
Truly, it is really good. Again, you guys, if you guys haven't seen Jeff's videos as compilations of all the 33s, it is really good. It's very effective.
And it's a year, and it's like that's documenting over time, and you're showing patterns, and not just in the US, but what's happening all over the world. And I'll drop that link later, but here's the little Mouseketeers. You see Britney, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, and there's probably another
Ryan Gosling's right there. Yeah.
Mind control subject or 2 in there.
Yeah, indeed.
Next slide, please. So trip out on this on the back of your dollar bill. Does anyone remember? And I love this movie, and it was this jacket was the whole plot of the movie is in Desperately Seeking Susan, which was Madonna's debut movie, right, with Rosanna Arquette, and that one cool dude was the actor. Go back and watch this movie, guys. Look, it's the back of our dollar bill, and this jacket it got stolen from her. In the whole plot, they're trying to recover the jacket. That's the entire plot of the movie. Then people, the first time, this is when Zach and I met. Madonna was in a trilogy like this with us. If Zach's at the top, spitting truth. If he's spitting right at the top, me and Madonna there was a trilogy, because the second I heard Zach talking about, the second I heard the word Kabbalah, because I'd never heard that any more than Freemasonry or Scottish Rite. I didn't know about any of this stuff. I was hidden in Guitar Geekdomville or something. I don't know. I never watched news. I didn't watch TV that was loud and obnoxious. I would practice to like nature shows or music videos, MTV, or Madonna is who they trotted out. Does anyone remember in the house besides me the first time you ever heard the word Kabbalah in the press is when suddenly Madonna's studying Kabbalah, everybody. Madonna's studying Kabbalah. Hey, on Good Morning America. Hey, everybody. Madonna's shouting it from the rooftops, and it's like, who the fuck cares? Madonna's studying Kabbalah. But so right there, it was like a light bulb moment when Zach said that. I flashed on when, so they're trotting her out to normalize that. And then you got Prince with the guy, but none of us were texting because there was no cell phones. When Prince started writing I Would Die, the number 4 and the letter U, and even on later albums, he would use the I, the all-seeing eye, instead of writing I on the back cover. And in his last band, which was called, it was all girls with Prince, called Third Eye Prince, Third Eye Blind.
Huh.
His sunglasses were 2 sunglasses and 1 here at the pineal gland. I mean, his whole career, every video, every album cover, every outfit, every hiring date of every musician was ever in his band, and he had a string, was done by the numbers. It's crazy, his career. And we always forget to talk about the 319 because he had a song. It's not just I Would Die for You. He had a song 319, and what did he die? 319 days from his birthday.
After his birthday, right?
But there's a bunch more shit with Prince that's mind blowing later in this album. Click on, my friend.
Hey,
All right.
I just want to throw, you're talking about the Kabbalah and like, so I just want to throw this. Sorry, I'm this is how I think. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but when I lived in California, I lived in Rohnert Park, which is 30 miles from Bohemian Grove, and a lady that cut Taylor is my wife. She cuts hair, and the lady she cut hair for, she's a federal agent counselor. So her job was to her last job was doing all the sex trafficking that was happening at the casino. But the job before that, she worked at Bohemian Grove. And I asked her, I'm like, you ever heard of Kabbalah? And she's like, how the fuck do you know what Kabbalah is?
See?
And that
well, I am. And why is his name? Well, see, you guys got to realize and look at it. As we'll go through this album, you'll see everyone started. You got to see the pattern recognition. There's Will I Am. Everyone started, and that's the Aleister Crowley, Satanic, Luciferian. That's their mantra. I am. It's about me. I am God. Alicia Keys has an album called I Am. I think Beyonce has something about I Am. There's a bunch. Just start searching. There'll be a bunch in here. I think I put a bunch in a line. But there's our buddy Will I Am. Here's Britney with her baby bong and pushing the pedophilia.
Or isn't that that's the daughter of Billy Ray Cyrus, right? What's her name? Miley Cyrus?
Miley.
Click the next photo. This is like a series here.
Tana Montana, bro. Catch up.
Come on, people.
I was how much Bill Hicks.
This photo album. Business is whack, yo.
Bill Hicks swore.
What does any of this have to do with music? What does this have to do with music? And here's another. Remember just a minute ago we saw Britney. This is probably Pink doing the Masonic, the elevation thing. And this is why the magicians, David Copperfield and all these magicians also love to do this shit. Look at it. And this is what's sad about these fuckers is that music and art is about creativity and innovation and pushing the envelope. And as you go through this, you'll see that there's no creativity. Right. There's no pushing the envelope. There's no innovation. There's no thought. It's just repetition of symbols, symbology, and imagery in every artist, from the Beatles to the most modern to the heavy metal bands. Next slide.
Same shit, different day. Honestly.
All right. A little more Mickey Mouse, MM33. That's Jay. I forget what her name. Here's Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Mickey Mouse, Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson really gave us one of the best Gematria songs. That I say God, you say Satan, and God and Satan are both 10 in Gematria. But
that guy is a perfect example of the weirdest human that we're going to become.
And here's the MK Ultra. They show it to you. Like, she's like, okay, MK
Yeah.
Ultra soulless clone.
The-
And
oh,
this, like, what they're doing with this is, look at the fashion they're giving you people for your dystopian future. And this is their puppet normalizing to all his, minions and brain dead people who think that what he does is music, or whatever reason they follow him because he's trendy.
right.
This is what they're pushing. There's no individuality, there's no color. It's just Hunger Games, just ugly, man.
It's got to be a tribute to the novel that was made into the movie that Will Smith's in, I, Robot. There's a scene where he's standing in front of all the manufactured robots that it's highly reminiscent of that. So
Yeah, I give that no snaps. Remember those
I just
living
want to ask you, how does it feel to
like
be a
Beyonce
musician?
sneak it in. Remember the Michael Jackson Baphomet? So they just now here's her handlebars Baphomet and her outfit. It looks like a motorcycle thing, but it's a corset.
Right. Right.
That dude.
Huh.
Beyonce means once was he in Hebrew. Once
What's
was
it
a
mean?
he. Beyonce. Once you can see the word once in there.
Huh.
Beyonce once was
Wow.
a he.
Huh.
Keep going. You'll see some definitely dudes in here. 311, remember that band and their Saturn imagery? I bet
You know
they
what's
came
funny
up.
about that? So the number 201 is the number 311 in base 8 counting. Like event 201 was the coronavirus simulation. Then they declare the pandemic on 311. But if you write out Saturn worship, it equals 201. So I'm looking at that now and I'm going, that makes sense to me.
Isn't this? I hope you guys are having fun because for me, this is a mind blower seeing this all assembled in one spot, all these different genre artists. It's nuts. Again, what does it do with music? Like,
The
look at
mind
little
blower is like, what are they feeding?
ABC Michael Jackson. And now you start seeing they were doing it. It just like I said before, it wasn't as prevalent. And it's everyone from Michael Jackson to Justin Bieber to Johnny Depp to the Beatles to Michael Douglas to there's the Pope,
Right,
Oprah, Saturday Night Live, one of their openings. Michael Jackson over there.
It's crazy, all of them.
In the audience.
I have a question for you. How did you feel when God damn it, Jim Carrey came out and he did that whole thing, that whole segment on what's his fucking name? Face's name. One of the Tonight shows. He was like
Jimmy Kimmel. He made fun of the Illuminati with Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, how did you feel? How'd you feel about that?
Like I said, like look at you can see through this photo album and through what we're talking about. In my experience, you can see how it's been seeping out of the woodwork and just like it's like fucking cancer just oozing out from where did it come from? I didn't know this was the industry that I was in. Like this is an ad for the Country Music Television Awards, and look, they got their little dick award. It's like the, and then they look in the back, man. They got to have now right here. I think this is where we're going to get. You can kind of go slide. Look how many country artists. I'll talk a little bit about country. We've talked about this, Zach. Look, Chet Atkins. Look at the bridge.
Yeah.
On top and under bottom. Why are they all posing? If you go back to the oldest country music standard, if you remember, look, they got to have them standing. There's Dolly Parton and Porter Wagner, and isn't that
pyramid arrangement?
That guy, I forget his name, Dwight Twiddly, something Twiddly. They got to make him stand in a pyramid, and this
you saw that quick.
Really hee-haw.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Keep going. This is mind blowing. There's Blake Sheldon on The Voice.
Right.
Out of there where he sits and they spin around. This is some show in Nashville, right? Keep going. The lights, the skirms on top. This is some douchebag country talentless hacks.
The tree. Right.
And look at this. Ronnie Millsap, man. Like your parents got into this cat.
Right. Right.
All right. Keep going. There's Dolly, Freemason hand signing.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And I want to say about Dolly, She's the one that made that song Vaccine? She did Jolene, right?
As a vaccine version.
And then she did the vaccine version. Like, come on, dude. Like, does not sound like fucking brainwashing?
Yeah. Indeed.
Sorry, want to throw that out there.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going. But and you see that not just, oh, they just did it once. You're just reaching. No, we ain't just reaching.
Right.
There's Garth Brooks. Keep going.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
You don't got to reach. 77 on his shirt. Charlie Daniels looking at his little pentagram. Devil went down to Georgia. He's got his Baphomet shirt, the goat.
And again, just about the devil went down to Georgia. Again, I'll remind people, Georgia won the championship this year, giving Alabama their 25th loss on the Pope's 25th day of his age. And God, I'm forgetting the part about the singer, but it synced up. But Pope is 25 and Devil's 25. And again, I don't think it's an accident. I think it's just signs of the time we're in. So
I have one thing to throw in. You know how like holy
I know they got to be mind-blowing watching this, because when you see the picture with us talking about it, it's just like you're going, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Brooks
do
and
you think like they know they're posing like this, or they're told to pose like this?
It's great.
Well, if they're part of the society and they're part of the club, I mean, they learn the symbolic hand gestures. It's part of it. It's like showing that you're in the club.
It's not just one dude. It's all of them. It's a club, and you ain't in it, and I ain't in it. You ain't gonna find. Look, as old as you go back to the squarest looking MFs, look how square they are. But the record company, and you guarantee that Roy and Priscilla looked at that album cover. Well, ain't that nice? Ain't that pretty? Us out in the forest, so organic and whatnot.
Yeah.
You're Keith Urban.
Indeed. And just to think of last week, Will Smith standing in front of the background with all the triangles behind him as he's talking about, when your highest
We
moment.
toss his ass in here.
So
next. Even look, this is just like an old day. Even got it in the 45, man.
Yeah.
What year is this?
Yeah.
And like the only person I would counter, and like I deal with counters all the time because I try to talk to people. They're like, well, they think that shape just it works, Yeah,
it's the only thing. How creative are these graphic design people in Hollywood, man, in Nashville and New York? Dixie Chicks in the pyramid formation.
Dixie Chicks were used as the huge political story in the time of Bush. You don't criticize the president.
I got to tell you about them. I was on tour on Lilith Fair with this Brazilian artist by Gia Sagi that I played with. I lived in Brazil 4 years, so I got to see America from the outside in, and that was a revelation. We can spend a whole show talking about that. But Dixie Chicks actually replaced when the Pretenders left. Queen Latifah was even on Lilith Fair on this leg. Christina Aguilera. I shared a trailer with that little run. And she said something interesting. She said, I guess I'm just a product now.
Of course. Yeah.
And where's my dancers?
Oh.
But the Dixie Chicks, that girl, go back to one slide. The fiddle player, Marty, on the bottom left, at least how I'm looking at it, we met her. She was so sweet. We gave her our album. And I mean, you're just meeting these people in passing, so you don't know their history, where they're from, why they're so huge. But that singer girl, Natalie, whatever her name is, she's nuts. She was like standing in the hallway, like talking to the wall. I don't know what she was doing, but she does nuts shit in the press. She's kind of nuts.
Fucking demon, bro.
No one around to see her being nuts, but she was being nuts. When I just happened to stumble down a hallway in the backstage, and she's just like talking to a wall, and you're like, oh.
Funny. Huh.
Nashville. Okay. Next slide. Look, as far back as you want to go, they got the little pentagrams in there. Bob Willis.
Yeah.
And his Satanic Texas Playboys.
Interesting.
You see all the pyramids they used as part of this was United Artists, so they made their UA like that. And you know about archways, the symbolism for archways and
Sure.
pyramids. It's all so.
Yeah, super Masonic. Yeah, absolutely.
Next.
Absolutely.
Just in programs. I mean, this is when you start seeing what big ways and small ways. Next.
It is amazing.
Look, just the woodwork behind Bob Willis.
Sure.
Here's that man again. Here's that upside down pyramid again.
Uh-huh.
Next slide.
You ever heard that the pyramid's like a shape that takes a lot of negative energy from us? And that's the reason why they want us to worship it, because it steals a lot of our energy.
Well, it
I
shows.
don't totally understand it right now, even though we're seeing it. We're looking at it, and we're talking about it, but I don't get it, man. It's like when you see people do this bless you thing, or someone that turns lights off 3 times. In a way, like the gematria, for me, it strikes me like, because living in LA, and anyone who lives in a big city, or when I lived in Sao Paulo and Brazil, you see the gang tagging. And so when
I see it everywhere. I live in Houston. I see it everywhere.
Their buddies and the other gangs get what that means. So when they're putting these numbers out there, especially they're putting numbers out there in advance of a sporting event, they're signaling all their brothers who want to go gamble so they can all go win. But the people who don't get those gang symbols that they're putting out, those numbers, they don't get it. They don't bet. We bet. They don't bet.
Dude, I'm actually really bad at that. Hey, Zach, I've been a Patreon on your sports page for over 2 years. And I literally don't make any money, but I'm still going to support you because, hey, I love you, man, and I love to support you. But I suck. I just want to throw that. But I'm still going to give you my money every month, all right? Because I do want you to have it, all right? Just
all right.
There.
All right.
George Strait, start going fast, dude. And we're going to get to some metal and some rap and hip hop dudes that everyone knows. Who's your buddy that Jonathan that's writing the rap book?
Yeah,
you might want to
Jonathan.
Grab a couple facts out of here. Click on George Strait. He's our parents' generation too. There's a couple of them. That's the 30th CMAs. That dude there's in the Eagles now, Vince Gill.
Huh. Okay.
He's replacing Glenn Fry, I think.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hank. That's a lovely image. I gave that to my 8-year-old daughter to hang on her bedroom wall there.
Perfect.
Lots of pentagrams. Train kept rolling. Next.
Okay. What is this one for?
So country, again, as you're clicking through these countries, just maybe blast through these last few and it'll probably get into some rapper metal assholes. If you go back and listen, probably one of the most like folklorish and anthemic, it's like the We Are the World of country music that they did like way before We Are the World. It's called Will the Circle Be Unbroken? Anyone remember that? Will the circle be unbroken by and by? They're singing. That's all. Everyone on that track is a Mason, a country Mason. They're singing about Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail. Eating its own tail. Will the circle be unbroken? Right.
Well, circle is the first part of any magic ritual too. So interesting.
Mm-hmm. John Denver is as square as you get. Look at his collar, look at his logo,
Sure.
Look at the mountain behind him. They get it in there.
It's a famous plane crash.
Yeah. Speaking of crash,
Yeah.
Billy Crash Craddock.
Okay. The angle on that Y.
Now, look at this specimen. She looks like a lot of the characters in Idiocracy. He ate too much, and sat around all day. But look at Winona. How many times right here we're going to get her kind of like Dolly? Just go through. You're going to,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence when it's happening every time they're on the red carpet. There's Shania Twain giving you all the wink.
Right. Yeah. Again and
There
again.
she is. They do it everywhere, all the time. All Freemason hand signing all the time. She's got the 3 6s up there.
Yeah. Again.
Taylor, you know, all these little trannies like this one, they always got a dude named, all right? Taylor.
Sure.
Gross.
Who is this right here?
She won American Idol. She was that first one. What the heck's her name? That she was the wholesome. Look at those legs, gross. Man, get off that picture. She's just Clint Black.
Yeah. Okay.
Pentagram, upside down pyramid. Every which way they'll get you. Every artist. The Mandrell sisters, man, the squarest. I remember my mom watching a special when I was a little kid in their little pyramid pose.
Sure. Huh. Yeah. Pyramids everywhere.
This
But
is
yeah,
no relation to me, this douchebag. I don't even know. This guy ain't even that famous of a country artist, but
Sure.
he's doing what it takes to, because don't you see that the only backdrop that ever exists on any Hollywood lot's an upside down or right side up pyramid or some pillars or a checkerboard floor? Like I bite my tongue with my lady when we're watching movies because she's not awake, right?
Uh-huh.
How many checkerboard floors in movies and TV? Look at these people. They got their Confederate garb on. And the guy there in the middle. And what are they looking at, man? Satan? There. Now we're talking. Don't let them fool you. Bob told us.
Indeed. Indeed.
Don't let these clowns fool you.
She's the most plastic person there ever was. These shots you got of her, interesting.
There's Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Yeah.
And look, even behind them, they got the upside down pyramid there and the C1.
The candy canes. Yeah.
Gematria there in the back behind Jay-Z.
Huh.
Lots of stars on his shirt.
Huh.
Bunch of hip-hop sellouts.
Yeah, Death Row Records.
Now we're getting into some Jonathan's territory here.
Okay.
Talentless hack right there.
Yeah. I think this came out around the time of one of the theater shootings that was in the news.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe
this photo, like I said, if a picture says 1,000 words, what does this photo album say, people?
Right. Truly.
When you put it all here, you don't even have to say anything. Just make your friend go through this and say, what's this got to do with the music? What's that got to do with the music?
Right.
Look. What is he shushing about? What are they all shushing about? What's the secret?
Indeed.
Right.
Yeah, this is the other pose they love to do, covering up the eye.
That's what I'm saying. And remember, back in the 80s, not every single artist was doing it. It was a little more peppered around, so it wasn't as noticeable. Then it just more and more and more. And it's like that Well of Balsam commercial, and more and more and more. And again, look at these. This is for Glee on Fox.
Well, remember that just the other year, it was in 2020.
The photographer's just like, hey, Brittany, why don't you just give us some of the old, Baphomet?
The actress for Glee, she was found dead in that drowning ritual, and they call it like Devil's Canyon or something, and she was from Glee. So go figure.
So wholesome. Yeah, good role models for our children. Here's Gaga. Just look at it, people. Look at these specimens. Even Tenacious D, man.
That kid from the kid from Jack Black's movie School of Rock, he recently died by the numbers, and it was all synced up with Jack Black. So the most obvious one.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There's a lot going on there with that one.
You could say so.
So yeah, Rick Ross, he has the song called Freemason.
Look at where they put him, man. Well, first of all, we know that's 33. That symbol equals 33 with the triangles.
Right. Yeah. 6 points. He right before DMX died, they came out with some song and he's talking about skull and bones in the song. He has a song about Freemasons and skull and bones.
I'm just keep scrolling. I'm just grabbing my power cord.
Okay.
It's getting better and better, man, because the more I go towards the later, I was finding more killer shit. My power cord's just across the room. Hold on.
I'll wait for you. See if I can identify everyone here. Jay-Z, Lady Gaga, Britney Spears. I don't know who that is in the bottom left. I think that's Lil Wayne on the right. He's got a cross tattooed on his head too. I'm not sure who that is in the bottom left though.
Sorry about bumping into my mic. People don't got to do math to figure this shit out. Look at that. Look at that.
Truly.
Cockhead. Sorry.
I'm not sure who that is. I don't know who that is, but
It doesn't matter. They're all the same. That's the thing is, does it matter?
right. It's just the industry. It's the industry. So
It's all of them. They're just giving them new names. That looks like a dude right there.
sure.
This is Kasha, whatever.
Okay.
I mean, look at the upside down cross.
Right.
Like this is the one where we're like, this ain't Slayer, people. It's Kasha.
Right. Yeah.
It's a few of them. That's looks like all Gaga. That's Kasha again there. It's just might as well be a Masonic lodge, right?
Sure. Got the lights kind of like the pillars. It is just like a Masonic lodge.
So get real. There's the Mason. That's on the back of your dollar bill. There's
Right.
where all the letters fall minus when you take out the extra.
Right.
The
If you draw
extra
the
letters. Is that
pentagram.
Latin there, around there.
Mm-hmm.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, there it is again.
You're gonna trip balls when you see this one Dream Theater album cover. They just went all out on it.
Huh.
It's
Princess.
Beyonce.
Huh. That's Beyonce, huh?
Mm.
Okay.
All of them. You got them all there. That's just like Googling on rock stars, pyramids. That's just screen caps when I'm Googling stuff. There's the Vegas pyramid. Alan Parsons, like a 70s artist. His
Yeah.
album's called Pyramid.
Yeah.
He has a lot of Eye in the Sky is another song title. He has a lot of
Sure.
imagery, lyrics, and album titles. Alan Parsons Project.
They did the Bulls introduction, Sirius. So
Duran. Look at the
snake.
Union of the Snake. They got the pyramid at the top, and they got the all seeing eye in the pyramids down under.
Yeah.
And they make shit music. There you go. It's just another award show.
That's
Just like last year, just like the award show next year will be.
these are the guys who retired and had the huge ritual last year. What are they called? They're around the world guys. I can't think of their name right now.
Talentless hacks. Look at Gaga. There's the ball, and they got the pillar
Yeah.
and her ugly tranny ass.
Yeah, truly.
Look at this. This next series. Check this out, man. This is the VMAs, the Video Music Awards. So this is for videos, like best video of the year. Look at her performance, man. There's blood coming out of her boob, his boob. You can see his junk come out on YouTube. He's at some festival and his junk comes out of his pants. They name it Lady Gaga. Get it? Anyone with like Lady or the Pointer Sisters back in the 70s, they're trannies. Next slide. And go look at the Pointer Sister. Look at their faces. Tell me there's not a band of trannies. Look at that.
Pillars.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Purple. All the royal colors. And in the back, the pyramid.
Hold on. There's so much symbolism. Where is the pyramid? I'm
know,
trying to
it's
locate. I see the pillars all over
over.
the place.
Next slide, I think he keeps getting closer up on her. That's it. No, that's another one. She's
The horns.
because it makes the music sound better when they dress like a bunch of douche canoes.
Truly.
Saturn worship right
Yeah.
there. That's the quote he made. If you want to go back and read that later, talking about when he's out in the Illuminati before they kill him, they're lying. Blah 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 blah.
Also, I just
Can
want to
you
make a
imagine
point.
when Michael Jackson's in Hollywood? He's like, because like they're all molesting all these kids. All the Hollywood studio people are molesting all these kids. Steven Spielberg, one of the biggest pedophiles, known pedophiles. Can you imagine the meeting when Michael Jackson's in there with all these executives? Like, how dare you? How dare you guys frame me as a pedophile? When all these guys, all the guys around, they probably molested him, and they're outing him and shaming him as a pedophile. Give me a break, man.
Truly.
Not that he wasn't. I mean, who knows? They all are, but he sure wasn't the only one.
Right. Scapegoat.
Yeah. Just like these guys are like Bill Cosby, just this whole, every single one of them, just this guy. Look at that. This is that Nicki Minaj on the red carpet with, that was her escort. He dressing like the Pope, dude, for the MTV Awards. Look at the Jesuit colors. I mean, I don't know what's on her dress, but you know that imagery's got to be.
I forget. I know Rambo
No.
did a
This is
decode
after
on this.
Grammys. Look behind her. This is how you dress this day and age to go to the Grammys.
Right. Right. Yeah. It's all there.
Choreographers on it.
Is this I'm trying to think of her name.
Beyonce.
Canadian lady?
Or, yeah, Celine Dion.
Celine Dion, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy everybody does the same pose.
The gang's all here. That's all your favorite, from Mickey to SpongeBob, Brad Pitt, Will Smith. They're all in there, man.
Mickey Mouse, yeah.
And they're doing this. Why? Let's get the skeptics to explain why this. What's it all about? Alfie.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now, remember this video?
What's this from?
Is this Kanye's video, right? So that's supposed to be Trump, and there's Kim Kardashian in there, and Kanye's in there. A bunch of I forget what this video was, man. This was gross, man. You can see Kim Kardashian's butt right there. And that's Kanye in the middle, Trump on the far left.
Huh. I haven't seen this before. I did not know what this is.
Beyonce right there. You can see that's Trump.
Huh. I have not seen this before.
Anyone in the chat that remembers that video, tell us the name. There's the 27 Club.
That was the famous video, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
famous video.
Kanye.
And the thing, it was based off of like Greek or Roman painting or something that he based it off.
Okay. I didn't know about that. Huh. Yeah, 27 Club. And about the 27 Club, I mean, to me, the most interesting out of all those stories right there is the Doors singer. What's his name? Jim.
But his dad's responsible for the lie that
Jim
popped
Morrison.
off the Gulf of Tonkin War.
The day his dad retired from the military is the day he just happens to die. It's like, come on.
Yeah, man. These kids were all offspring of CIA, Secret Service, people in government, that whole Laurel Canyon movement, all these kids.
It almost seems like it just, when I think about him, like, okay, his dad retires from the military. He's real important in instigating the Vietnam War. His son's making counterculture music. It just seems like it was all part of one operation. And when the dad retired, the son had to be retired from the music scene as well.
He didn't die, man. They cut his hair, got fat, did whatever he did, man. It's easy to get lost on this planet.
Sure, it's a big
Easy to
place.
get lost around here. This douchebag. Can you blow that up? This is the guy. He's the head of the Church of Satan. Andrew
Try to make it
LaVey.
bigger, but it won't work. But yeah,
He's the guy. Well, you guys can look in this photo later if you want to read what he's basically saying, that they're going to promote Satanism in the media. There it is. Many of you already read my writings indicating that the TV is the new God. There's a little thing I neglected to mention up until now. Television is the major mainstream infiltration for the new satanic religion. This is the guy that's up in the balcony on the back of the Eagles Hotel California album cover. If you look, like just how they had Crowley on the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper, this guy, and then Anton, who's that? Michael Aquino was the guy that broke off from him. This, you'll see this guy in short order. We'll show you a picture. Just Google Michael Aquino, people. He's the guy. He's decorated. He's got so many military badges. And these eyebrows, he looks like Grandpa Munster. He's a sick fuck.
yeah.
He's the guy that he was in charge of creating psychological operations for the American people. He's responsible for the Area 54 or the Roswell little aliens. Alien. Yeah. That psyop.
With the Roswell, I just want to come in with the Roswell that I found an old document which talks about the reporting was on. It said that the crash was all the material was accumulated on 8th of July, but if you notice, if you can find the original PDF document, again it's also redacted. So it's like 50 to 60% is redacted, but you can find that one instance where it is mentioned that the entire event, the starting point is 4th of July. So it makes sense. So now there are 347s. It was 4th of July. It was in the 47th state and in the year 1947.
Yeah.
So the entire Roswell thing was, in my opinion, it was probably another psyop.
100% psyop. Dude,
because there were
alien, you put dashes in the words, just like when they made us as kids, like you put your hand and go alien, and you figure out how many syllables that, dude, A dash LIE.
Yeah. You gotta believe it.
Aliens are a lie, man. They put it right in the word. It's just right there. A lie.
Isn't it also
not aliens, people?
Isn't it also the reverse of Neil A. as a Neil Armstrong, who was also the first man who went on the moon?
And his name was alien.
Yeah, and also
they can't get out of Earth's low orbit. They can't get out of Earth's low orbit, but they're walking on the moon, going to Mars,
right.
Going to Saturn. Got pictures of Saturn. They're magic, man. These guys can't show us a picture. They can't. Why can't they show us a picture circling the moon by now, or just the Earth, just a full nice shot? Just Google real pictures of Earth or pictures of satellites, and you're going to find a bunch of CGI bullshit. And you won't find one real picture of Earth, planets, or satellites because there ain't none of that shit.
Since the topic of NASA has come,
watch the movie. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon on YouTube, man. That movie is classic.
Yeah, since this topic has come up, so there is a page of NASA themselves and they literally say that their photos of Mars are actually taken from Devon Islands, which is in Canada, which is in Canada, and if I'm not wrong,
the astronauts. Don't make me go get the dang clip off YouTube. And I got that we've made and all that other shit. They're present day astronauts talking about how someday they're going to be able to get to the moon. Wait, what? And why haven't they been back to me? And that other guy, what's his name? Peta, the clown. He's as goofy as Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's like, we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond if we hadn't destroyed all the technology.
I saw that clip. Yeah, it's like what?
Yeah, because that's what you do when something's so rare.
Right.
Put so much forethought and work. is you don't back it up and you just destroy the technology. That's what you do.
But
Right.
did you guys notice when the Space Force was launched
Oh, yeah.
on 25th of June 2018? It was probably 24th or 25th of June. Did you all notice the reaction, the weird reaction, which was not every news media was covering it, but most people saw this, but it was not on the media, that Buzz Aldrin was just behind Trump, and Trump was signing that order for launching the Space Force. And Buzz Aldrin was making all sorts of weird faces at the time when Trump was announcing that, oh, this is going to be amazing, this is going to be awesome, we are opening a new branch of military, and he just had like weird faces, Buzz Aldrin, and that just gave me like, and because that was 2018, I was still a minor at that time, but I still, whatever I knew back then, I would
Buzz
say probably.
Aldrin's a nutcase, man. But all you got to see is, first off, just watch that first press conference when Neil Armstrong and Buzz and the other cat came back. Man, they're hanging their heads. You talk about these players coming out to the field in shame.
Sure.
Look at and they don't remember, were there stars? We didn't see stars. No, I didn't see stars. Yeah, I saw stars. You know, it's a friggin' joke. And a lot of people don't talk about this. Neil Armstrong never did. Like, if you were the first man to walk on the moon, if I was, I'd be singing that from a rooftop, man. I'd be like Leonardo DiCaprio on the front of the ship on Titanic, man. I'm the king of the world. He never did one interview. Where's all the interviews? Where's him proudly talking and pimping and peacocking about his once in a lifetime, the first man to walk on the moon, and he goes and hides off in shame. And then he has that eerie quote that's in, when you watch the movie, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. It shows that press conference. He's speaking at a college where he's like speaking. He's one of the speakers, you know, and the kids are all looking up to the guy. And he's like, you know, we only went so far. And if you peel back the protective layer, there's a lot of truth left to be found, to be uncovered. It couldn't be more cryptic, the dude. I mean, it's one of the most cryptic things you've ever heard an actor not say, right?
Also, on record, on video, he denied that he will never place his hand on Bible and say that he went to the moon.
Yeah, because they show, someone leaked out the footage. They show how they faked the only shot that we had in all of our school books as kids. We're off the music business for a minute, but it's all the same.
Him with the flag.
That's what liars doing the same shit, just different day, different avenue of deceit. They show partway into this movie, and I love the girl who's narrating because she sounds like she's got an accent from India. Someone leaked out the footage of how from inside an Earth's low orbit, they faked that only shot of Earth from outer space, the blue marble shot. And then every other shot's like, North America's this big on the Earth in this shot, and it's this big on another globe. And this year it's that big, and it's this stretched and that. But there's a shot where they are inside the capsule in Earth's low orbit, just looking back, and they block out with a piece of material because it was showing too much of the sun was showing through. And they've got that shot. Is it the shot of the moon? Yeah, it's the shot of the moon that they faked.
Huh.
And they're blocking out the moon, how when it's a crescent, and they pull back, and it's just, the moon is just outside the round window. If you can see in the reflection, my light thing, it's just the window, and they put a little piece of felt in it to make that shot. You got to watch that movie. It's crazy.
Huh.
But NASA's so fake, it's not funny. But if you want to see something faker than NASA, that'll lead you back to like it's all fake, you got to watch the Chinese. Have you seen the Chinese space team? their spaceship are square and yellow. They're really colorful. It's like a cartoon, people. You really got to get hip with some of the Chinese space missions because it looks like something from our Saturday morning cartoons when we were kids,
Huh.
but maybe not that fine of production value.
Okay. Interesting. Want to get back to the slides?
Hey,
Click on, buddy.
sorry to interrupt, but since we were talking about NASA, I will be very quick. Do you guys know that NASA equals 666? I guess Zach must have known about this. NASA's entire name equals 666. Sun and moon with the ampersand equals 666 in English Sumerian. And I will have to explain to you with the diagram next time, surely. And I'll just make a quick point next time if I ever come to your show. I'll show the diagram. There is some angle from this Earth and the Sun, which makes it as 66.6 degrees. And the other thing is that W in there is no W in the Hebrew alphabet, but the closest pronunciation with the W would be Vav, which is the sixth letter, which is in Yahweh with YHWH. So W in Hebrew is 6. So the World Wide Web, which was www, is 666. And World Wide Web, if you know who created it, do you know that? Who created the World Wide Web, the internet which we are on right now?
Yeah.
The military, I thought.
666, buddy.
It's a European organization which has a logo
CERN.
666.
CERN.
Yeah, exactly. It's a CERN.
CERN.
And with the CERN, I'll make this as a starting point of my next when I'm on the show next time. That at the CERN, at its entrance, or probably in their compound, or in the end, when you enter the property, there is a statue of a Hindu god, one of the Holy Trinity. He's the destroyer, by the way. He is the Shiva, the destroyer.
Right outside CERN.
Right outside the sun, and they say that
I haven't seen their opening ceremony, that creepy satanic ceremony they did.
Exactly. Yeah. They had this leaked video of a ritual.
People, look at the cover. Endgame, Megadeth Endgame. And I think it might even be in this photo album coming up. It's that scene in CERN where all the people in the orange jumpsuits are walking down that aisle. And that Megadeth album came years before that CERN ceremony. So I don't know what that orange jumpsuit, everyone walking in a line is, but that's 2 times we've seen it now. We saw it on the Megadeth cover. We saw it in CERN. Maybe you guys.
Yeah, but Zach, do you know what Jeff Young is talking about?
The Brexit thing, and they killed her right after
Gofford Tunnel or whatever it was.
Yeah. She died at a gig in Florida. There was a bunny. I remember you did a video on her.
Yeah, it was
around Brexit,
like 2016 or something. Time flies, but
time flies.
Got to go back and look at it.
Ten highest earning dead celebrities, kind of interesting. We have, let's go back from 10, like a David Letterman top 10 list. I don't know who Stig Larsson is. 9 million. Jimi Hendrix, 10 million. Dr. Seuss, 11 million. Albert Einstein, Illuminati puppet, 12 million. Elizabeth Taylor, 13 million. John Lennon, 15. Charles Schultz, Peanuts, 26 million. Marilyn Monroe, 30. Presley, 60. Michael Jackson, 200 million.
With the Michael Jackson, because I used to perform for Michael Jackson songs myself. Michael Jackson earned most of his earnings after death, right after his death. So because his last, apparently his last concert was supposed to be just a few weeks ahead. I guess I should decode on that. Zach, have you decoded on anything on that?
Michael Jackson's death?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That day, 20th of June, that is the darkest day in Indian history, as in the Indian, what it's called, the Indian it's called the darkest day of Indian democracy, because that is the day when the first female prime minister, Indira Gandhi, She governed some. She passed some emergency laws, and it's famously called the Emergency of 1975, which is literally the worst nightmare for any country. Even something like that has never happened on any other Western countries, and I guess something like that has never happened. As far as I know, it has probably not even happened in some socialist or communist countries. It was one of the worst times. Imagine one of the. It's something like what the Nazi party did after 1939. You know, one party was ruling everywhere. Other parties were the leaders of the other parties were thrown in jail. There was no news. There was no free press, no free speech, nothing. It was kind of that time in India. So that is that date. I guess it has some meaning to it because it's also 256, and 256 is 2 to the power 8, like 28. India equals 28. So I will have to look into that as well. So
Interesting.
yeah,
The
and
Stieg Larsson, for the records, the author of the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series.
Ah, shit! I never even heard nothing about that. Guy made some bank.
Indeed.
Look at that freak.
It's
What the
crazy what they
hell?
did to Michael Jackson. I mean,
What the hell is that? What is that, man? Like if you saw that walking down the street and you were with your kids, you'd be, don't worry, Johnny, that's his own thing, you know.
yeah, it's too
Don't
bad.
stare, you know. That's just his own thing. This is just a thing on songwriting credits where, you know, songs used to be written by one person versus like today it's like a team of like 30 people to write the song.
Sure.
Right. So keep that in mind, people.
sorry to
Songs used to
interrupt.
be written by like one or two people, like Elton John and Bernie Taupin. There's two people, you know.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, but
Like think of that Elton John song where he's talking about you can tell by the things I would do with another man. What the hell was he singing about, man?
Truly.
hey, I will be very quick. Sorry to interrupt again. The photo which you showed of Michael Jackson, what he warned us about. If you can go back quick. If you don't mind, can I call you Jeff? Because I know you're very older to me. Okay. So, Jeff, do you know there is a photo of an Egyptian pharaoh? It's a statue of an Egyptian pharaoh, which is very similar to Michael Jackson. Which is one. It is in Egypt, in one of the museums, and another one it is exactly this face looking this exactly face. It's in Las Vegas, if you know that, in one of those casinos.
The Sphinx, right? You're talking about the Sphinx.
And the Sphinx. But no, the one which is in Las Vegas, it looks exactly as if it was carved after.
It's creepy as hell when you drive by. You're like, "Yo, Michael."
And with the
that's
Sphinx,
what I had heard too. That they tried to make him look like the Sphinx. So
yeah, probably. And with the Sphinx, there is a lot of mystery with the Sphinx. And it's just that I still don't get a time to make good videos on Sphinx, but I have a lot of things on Sphinx. Just to make a quick point on Sphinx, the Sphinx is geographically, it's not possible it to have been 4,000 years old. It's got to have been at least 7 to 10,000 years old, just because of the weathering of the encasing around the Sphinx. That's how old it has to be. So that literally requires a paradigm shift in our history textbooks. That literally changes the entire timeline of history. I'll just make it. I just want to make that point. That's it.
Interesting.
Continue with that. It's really good to be all these slides. How much time did it take to you to create all this?
I collected these over years, man.
You've been building it over years.
It's a life's work. I mean, we're just chronicling time, just like Zach's been chronicling. I've been chronicling by imagery. I'm showing you the symbolism. Keep clicking.
I used to delve into symbolism a lot.
And we've been online for how long? There's still things that are going to blow your mind so much more than what you've already seen.
Exactly, and I used to be in symbolism just because the cover of the Public Enemy song in the very beginning when you showed up, I just write that in the private chat that the Public Enemy cover's Arizona background looks like the location from the animated movie of Disney Pixar's Cars. Now, I guess I will have to try to decode, probably find there might be some relation to that. The Disney Pixar.
Speaking of album covers, get a load of this album cover, Supertramp. one of the most poppy, like, we don't even know what this band looks like. Nobody knows who anyone in this band is. I couldn't name one member of this band. But look, and they got, so here's your Breakfast in America. This was released in 1979, right? Here's your Breakfast in America. Supertramp, look at it backwards. You're looking out a plane window at the Manhattan skyline with the Twin Towers and the Supertramp logo right above it. They cut the U off, intentionally just showing 9/11.
And 9/11 happened in the morning.
Orange is the Freemason color, right?
And orange is the one color that has the Gematria 33. And again, the World Trade Centers existed for 33 years.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Isn't that a trip, people? Supertramp, come on.
They better not take down this live stream. Years ago, when I showed, just for showing this album artwork, I got the video taken down in a strike.
Oh, no, they better not. This is a great one. People are going to be talking about this show for hours to come.
There is also Michael Jackson.
Brad Paisley. Look at Brad Paisley. He's a nice, clean-cut country artist, Freemason.
Sure.
That guy's a ripping guitar player there. That dude rips.
There is one more cover of Michael Jackson's song, Blood on the Dance Floor. Jeff, have you heard about that?
Yeah.
And do you know the cover of that, the poster of that song, which is Michael Jackson in a red suit on a Freemasonic black and white checkerboard tiles, and behind there is a mushroom cloud, like when the buildings collapsed, and the moon in the background, in the very corner of the background. Now, I have not verified that point of the cover, but it says that moon, the crescent moon, was the same moon on the night of 9/11. Now, for that, probably Rambo must be the best person to verify that and probably help me with that. But it's crazy how detailed symbolism they did, and that's also something which I do myself. My own name is decoded with the help of Gematria. So, yeah, with the covers, I'll have to look more into it. But that's because I just knew very few singers I used to follow. But your work is great.
Look at that. Look who that is. This is killer, because I've had this in there. You can look at the date, Zach, when I put this. Look at these three shitbags. Bono.
Who's the one on the left?
Melinda Gates
from U2.
And Bill Gates.
Who's the one on the left?
Bono.
Bono.
U2. So what stands out to me
know.
about this is, again, U is the 21st letter, as we know from print. So U2 could be 212. And again, these guys have been doing all their charity work in Africa. I'm sure they've been there with the best of intentions. But they've done so many rituals with 212 in the vaccine, coronavirus vaccines, 212. They've done, when you're out Seattle, Washington, Davos, Switzerland, where he did his whole vaccine decade thing of it, was all 212. But so many of his medical trials, and so much, supposedly Bono doing so much charity work for Africa. It's just, yeah, look at these three freak shows. I'm sure they've had the best of intentions.
And they're in their pyramid with the circle. Keep going. I told you, these slides are just going to keep blowing your mind.
Where did you get this photo from? What's this from, though? What's this photo from?
I don't even know, man. I'm just pulling shit anytime I saw something freaky.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. It's all there. She's got the pyramids on her tits. She's got the all-seeing eye and the sun ray, and she's doing the three. It's all there, man. That's a lot of work to make that all happen in one thing. That's a lot of coordination she's got there. Straight to hell, people.
Yeah, funny.
Right?
Yeah, truly.
Art is our only salvation from the horror of our existence. But I submit that none of what we've seen in this photo is art. This is what I've been waiting for, people. Look at it. This is the album cover for Dream Theater, A Rite of Passage. This is a prog group, like a kind of like Rush.
Can you see that? It's 9/11. It's 9/11 in the middle.
There'll be another one where they actually had to change this cover. You'll see. Click on. I think it might be the next slide. They had to change
Eminem.
9/11. But you believe how great they are with that shit. A Rite of Passage. And look at that. pushing dystopian future.
That's like the Tom Cruise
Theater.
movie,
Dream Theater.
Oblivion or something.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
See how the movies and the music all intertwine? Look at this.
Truly. Yeah.
And the next one, I think the next one's there's that.
Huh. Huh.
There's, oh, hey, sheep. And then the sheep's in the bullseye in the crosshairs.
Yeah.
What's the title of the album?
On the back of angels. On the backs of angels. Okay. Funny, man.
It's especially because a lot of people don't know this genre. Look, this is the inside of a Dream Theater album cover.
Huh.
I think it's the inside of that cover.
Okay.
Look, they got the Freemason thing. Click to the next one, Zach. Look at it.
Yeah.
It's they don't miss a beat as much as they
of
put it in
Providence.
there.
The Eye of Providence
And
is left on the.
Yeah, these are all their.
That looks like a bridge in Mumbai. Hold on, sorry for that. There is a bridge in Mumbai, a ceiling that looks exactly like this.
Huh.
It's a suspended. It's the only suspended bridge in my city.
Huh.
So one thing we could say right now, as we're looking through this album, we're not even through. We've seen every genre of music from country to hip hop to heavy metal, prog, even every style of music might be different, but what's the one constant? All this imagery. The imagery never changes from genre to genre.
This photo reminds me that
They had to change that scenes from New York. The next one you clicked, because
this one. Hold on. The one with the red hoods that reminds me of the guy Stanley Kubrick's last
Eyes
movie.
Wide Shut.
yeah,
Eyes Wide Shut down.
Yes,
That
movie.
Eyes Wide Shut. That was like an eye opener for me when I first watched it in lockdown. So yeah.
There's a lot of true spitting in that movie. So I think that's the new album cover. They changed it to, and when you click it, it'll show the old one with the Twin Towers burning.
Huh. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They even had an apple in chains. Did you see that? The big apple.
Yeah.
Is it also? So you can see.
And look how cheap that album cover looks. The graphic designer was reaching on that because this guy, what's he, like a first-year Photoshop student? Look at that. Look at that.
Well, it's
You got the
funny
Twin
how
Towers,
they're
you got
saying
the Statue of Liberty.
the new one that's just less obvious. He just like the
But
Roman numerals IXXI. So 9.
Yeah.
It's also M&M, like M inside an M. It's like
And they
M
got the
in
pillars. They got the Masonic pillars.
exactly.
Isn't it a trip?
You can also say that the third pillar, the third tower. But
The apple's
the statue,
hilarious. And the barbed wire, dude.
Yeah.
The big apples in chains, baby.
but this one with the Statue of Liberty, it's reminiscence of the destruction of Statue of Liberty in the background on the screen during Madonna's Eurovision performance in 2019.
Yeah.
Which
That's
was
a big
which
one.
was just few months before the outbreak later that year, where she is wearing mask and she's just pointing on the people in the audience. You're not going to the future, something like that.
I
You're
got
not
my
gonna see the
video
future.
taken down for showing that. I showed like a 30-second clip of that, and that was all it was to take the whole.
A few
screen
other
down.
people,
If you're in the
you know,
record company meeting, all three of us
so
were
that-
sitting around a table at Warner Brothers Records or whatever shitbag record company, and we're going,
see,
okay,
IXXL.
yeah. This is great. This is the perfect album cover, man. The kids are gonna love this. The kids really need to see this.
Right.
Understand any of this shit, man?
Probably
Yeah.
those are kids like me.
Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah.
10101 built in. The third
There it all
pillar.
is. And everyone
What's with the
knows,
letter-
like, everyone
what's
knows
with the letters
about the
below?
pillars, Joachim and Boaz, and about news and why they call it news, north, east, west, south.
What's with the letters below on the pillars, like
It's
SW
a
and B?
W. On the far back one is a W, and it's an S, and then a B.
With the
I
S, I
don't know
could
why
say
it's an S, it should be a J. Isn't it Joachim and Boaz? The twin pillars.
Yeah.
It might be more than that. Might just be
S
three
and
of
B.
them.
With S and B, I can think of Skull and Bones, and with S, I can think of Solomon's Temple. But I don't know if it's something with W.
You see, look how similar the sun crest in the middle. I mean, the one on the left looks like a lot of our police patches with the sun coming over the horizon. The one in the middle looks eerily similar to the IHS, the shitters. All right. Keep going. This is riveting. I love it. I've been waiting forever.
I think the abbreviations have to do with the tree of life in Kabbalah. So
Wouldn't you know? And I bet there's 33 steps on that ladder too. They're big on that. Look at they can't get away from that symbology on they love it.
Everywhere. The 11th day. The 11th day.
Now get this.
I remember this one.
Miley Cyrus, this is off your page, off your old blog. You can see it on the side of the screen cap. Miley Cyrus poses with thong and Star of David at James Franco bar mitzvah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know it's only rock and roll, but I like it. Mazel tov.
Right. Yeah. I like how that was posted on 1019 because Star of David's 119. She's Jewish Orthodox 119. Yeah, the wrong date on this one.
Look at the date on the picture. It's not even the right date. There's no key in the ignition. But don't let that distract you. He's dead, people. He's really dead.
Right. Yeah.
Wasn't this the last bit?
He's such a. Did you ever hear his early audition tapes before he turned into Tupac? He was gay.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard any of that stuff? He's like talking like this. Hi, my name is.
Very soft spoken.
It's a trip, man.
Wasn't that the last pick of the actor? Apparently before his death.
That's his day. That's in Vegas the day he died. Well, it was taken on another day. They like to put the wrong date because still they'll put the wrong date and the sheep still don't notice.
Well, he was supposedly shot September 7th and then died September 13th, but the photo's the day after. So what's going on?
That's where we need the rim shot. Boom. Here it is. I love this, people. For the people you talk to about drinking and you give the little, people, don't take it from Zach and me. I mean, I just turned 60, and the reason I don't look 60 is because I didn't drink or smoke cigarettes. And I didn't even smoke herb when I was in Megadeth. I stopped smoking herb in 84, and I didn't start again until 2000. But he's spitting truth right here, Mr. Marley. Herb is the healing of a nation. There would be no gas crisis. The Rockefellers need that oil, bitches. They need your money. They make plastic out of all that. Plastic is made from petroleum and oil products, man.
Mm-hmm.
We could be making all that shit out of hemp.
Yeah.
Fender made an entire guitar, the tuning keys, the pickups, the knobs, the entire guitar are made of hemp.
Huh.
You can make anything from hemp, man. Hemp is the healing of a nation. Alcohol is the destruction, which might explain why there's an alcohol store on every street corner.
Truly.
Right? And marijuana has been banned and villainized, and they make caricatures in Hollywood movies of like, you're all spaced out on weed. But when in reality, science has proven that marijuana cures Alzheimer's, which is forgetfulness. So,
truly,
which is it? Does it cure forgetfulness or does it make you forgetful? Because
the funny
I
thing
remember scores of music, no problem. Millions of notes in a show.
So many people, their first experience with marijuana is with alcohol, which can be a bad combination. It'll give you the spins, but
or they don't understand what Carlos Santana told me in the lobby of a hotel in Amsterdam, of all places. When I met Carlos Santana at the North Sea, they used to call it the North Sea Jazz Festival, but it's now the North Sea Festival because it's not just jazz. There's bands like Earth, Wind, and Fire and Santana, and our band that played there this year. We were in the hotel lobby, and I don't know how he got from "Hello, Mr. Santana, it's a pleasure to meet you, and an honor," whatever I said, to "Yes, God gave us the medicine on this earth, all we need." I guess because we were in Amsterdam, all we need, and he gave us two kinds. He gave us the indica for if we have like muscle pains, headaches, women, PMS, these kind of things, insomnia, the indica, or the sativa if you want to be more creative, smoke a joint, clean the house, write a song. You know, George Carlin always used to say he'd keep a bag around, and when he was ready, after he wrote his whole new stand-up, it was time to pull out the bag and smoke a joint and time to punch up the old script. He'd say, time to punch up the old script. But Santana told me that in the lobby of a hotel, and is that not true?
It is true.
Santana said it to me. He gave us two kinds, and maybe you tried the kind like I never touch indica personally. That's just me, but maybe some people don't like sativa. Maybe you got to find what's right for you, and there's different strains now. They're like mad scientists what they got going now.
Indeed. Yeah, the CBD, for people out there who are inexperienced with their herbs, again, CBD is the one that's really good for pain that doesn't make you high. Indica will kind of make you want to take a nap and eat a bag of potato chips, but sativa, some people indica that makes them real thoughtful too, but sativa is more the creative strain that'll help you punch up.
Of course, there's the hybrids. You gotta be your own chemist. Your body is your temple.
Right. Indeed. What happened here? False. Hold on.
I'm just showing some. What? Look, they took me out.
Oh,
they
took
me
out.
How did someone? I don't even know what's their people.
Oh, so they took away the photo and put this there.
This is what I was telling you back. I put these back in the day before all the internet shut down in the Bilderberg meetings.
That's funny that they even figured out a way to scan photos and take them away. Crazy.
These are old. How did they even find this photo album, man?
Oh, hold on. So you can click and see what it was. See photo.
Okay. No, this is what's that Brahmovich? What's this Satanist lady in Hollywood?
Mariana Abramovich.
This is at a Hollywood party where there's a dude. You know, they've been pushing cannibalism and Katy Perry and all these videos. They had a party where all these celebrities from Will
Hugh
Smith,
Jackman was in it.
Who's the weatherman, anchorman, Ron Burgundy guy? All these people, Gwen Stefani, they're eating like cakes that look like human body parts, but look at this is like a punch at the party.
That's gross.
And Gaga, obviously, and this is this artist. You'll see more of her coming up.
She's Mariana Abramovich. Microsoft did a commercial with her during the pandemic.
This is art, people. Just remember, this is art.
She calls herself an artist, and all she does in her art is just literally cannibalism in symbolism. And that's a very obvious
hard and study and take acting classes and singing lessons and lock yourself in a room for 14 hours a day like I did. Well, I'm not doing this, so I guess that doesn't count. But this is the payoff, people. This is when you've made it. This is the parties you get to go to. I don't even know what song this is from. Toto lyrics. Spitting some truth. 21st century blues.
Interesting.
Beyonce's Illuminati Mother 2017 performance where she was an Egyptian goddess. But she was really being Ashan. Is that how you pronounce it? Look at it. Because when you go out for an evening of entertainment with your sweet lady, this is what you want to see.
Bunch of riot
police. Uplifting show with the dancers in military garb.
Right. Yeah, the riot police.
Hooray for Hollywood.
Indeed. Yeah, look at it. It's just like it's sad that people are so asleep, man, and they don't see what we're being walked into.
And they watch. You guys all saw this. You're watching all these award shows watched by millions, but these are all the rituals. Look at this. This is Katy Perry's Dark Horse featuring Juicy Grammy.
Yeah, Juicy J.
Grammys are a bright and light affair.
Well, don't forget what hip hop group Juicy J's from. He's from 3-6 Mafia.
And that's similar to the crow, Brandon Lee, the image in the crow on her chest.
Yeah. Indeed. Indeed.
Hard to get happy after this performance.
Right. Right. Yeah, they had her perform this
Dark
song
Horse.
too. Yeah.
There's so much imagery. Look at Baphomet in the back.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. And the Red Cross, what's that remind you of? So
It's just I had to put a few of these because you can't believe.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
We're showing you this shite.
Sorry
and
to
passing
interrupt, but
it off as entertainment when it's nothing but a satanic ritual.
could
In
you
your
go to the
face.
could you go to the previous photo with the blue horse, the dark horse?
Yay, I like it when
I just realized
out
I
this
just
shit.
realized I was just muted. So this is very similar to the Lucifer at the entrance of the Denver International Airport. If you have
Yeah.
seen all sorts of
Bingo.
symbolisms with the crazy murals and all that, but there is a story of that Lucifer, of that statue. You know, the blue horse with the red eyes. It's termed as Lucifer, like Blue Lucifer. Um, that horse, that statue, literally killed its own sculptor.
yeah.
If you know that story, that while they were installing it fell on the sculpture and that person died. That's creepy as hell when I first, and I was 16 17 when I first heard that story. It was just around the time when that was opened. And there are lots of crazy stories with the Denver International Airport. Some say that it is 10 to 15 stories underground. I don't know about that, but this is very similar to the Lucifer. It's got the
Indeed.
red eyes.
Slide on, man, because we're coming up upon our Prince revelation, Zach, and all the stuff's there, like all the there. No, that's Prince right there on the left. He ain't dead. Look at him, he's in face mask. He came out right there, man. Look at that. You guys got to find footage of this. Look at that freak.
Huh.
I think maybe the next picture also, and there we go. Grammys 2017.
Did they actually have the as above, so below part? Huh.
We don't have to make this stuff up. The Weeknd, the singer, he donated a little money to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church in Toronto.
He had quite the halftime performance last year at the Super Bowl,
Mhm.
or a little more than a year ago now.
And you'll see, I think maybe some of these next pictures, you'll see a bunch of people, the Pope, all this same headdress. That's the same. Jesus Christ has that same thing in every Western painting of Jesus.
Sure.
Here's the magician card in this Beyonce ceremony.
Yeah.
That's her single.
That's funny.
She must have had something in her eyes there.
Huh. Yeah.
All the little pyramid tops on the fence, little weather control.
Yeah.
If she was any more Jewish, she'd control the weather.
Right. What was that? Wasn't that from the roast of Bruce Willis?
Yeah. Bruce Willis roast
Yeah.
on Comedy Central, CC Comedy Central.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is all one show, people. They're trying to really bring the audience down. Look at the lighting, the imagery.
Is that Katy Perry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first it was Beyonce's performance, now Katy Perry.
Okay.
That means this phrase means something like "conquer" in this sign. If I'm not, because this is the same phrase, Latin phrase, for one of the Jesuit schools in India, I guess.
This in hoc signo vince.
I guess.
What the peace sign?
Huh. I gotta look that one up.
I'll have to look into that again.
No.
I see the patch there. Huh.
Baphomet.
Angel Witch. Okay.
See, like that's the thing. He don't even know. He just likes the band Angel Witch. He's putting a patch on his job. I mean, he's cool. James was pretty cool when I met him. We played pool one night in Hollywood. I don't know that he's awake in any way, shape, or form. He seems pretty asleep to me.
They got that suspicious story though, where their bassist died on September 27th. I feel like he's got to know something about
Our
that.
road manager that came in Megadeth named Mark Sokol. He looked like Norm. Look at that, Celine Dion. Celine Dion getting down. That's a dude right there. This dude came on our bus. He was huge. He looked like Norm from Cheers, but huge. And he had all these skin tags. The dude was a trip, man. He could not sleep on the bus because he wasn't on that bus, but he was in the bus behind the bus when they crashed.
I see.
And lived to tell about it. Yeah.
I see. Huh.
And he became our tour manager. I came into a backstage in I think it was Scotland, and I just wanted to ask a question, man. And I walk in, and Sokol's got his pants down to his ankles, and two girls sucking his. I mean, this dude was like this wide for backstage passes, and I was like, "Okay, I'll come back, Mark. I'll be back." I had to turn away, and oh, my eyes! There we go. There we go.
Yeah, look at these.
There he is. The music imagery and the Vatican imagery intertwine.
Just to add one more thing, the flower, I guess I forgot the original name for that. The one which you're seeing upside down above the two weak flowers. That is exactly that logo, that flower drawing is exactly like the logo or the symbol for what was the French order name? Prairie of Zion. That has the same logo of that flower. It's called Fleur, something like that. It's got a French name of that. I studied French for 5-6 years ago, so I don't remember the pronunciation. But yeah, that flower very similar to the Prairie of Zion.
This means they like it up the butt, by the way. That's what Aleister Crowley's doing in that thing. He's pushing up an asshole. That's what that image is that Crowley's doing. Wake up, lot people.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Goddesses.
This is Beyonce.
Yeah.
Those are Indian goddesses.
See, now it's fully out from the woodwork. It's just in your face.
You know, guys, there is a lot of story. There's a lot going on over here. If you guys, this is a very famous story in the Hindu mythology.
And it's a trip we have him on with us right now because he's bringing the extra color commentary.
Sure.
We were messed with an image like this.
By the way, the guy sleeping, that is Shiva.
And that's
he's supposed to be the strongest. Imagine why. There is a story, long story behind them. But anyways, just to let you know that is Shiva lying on the floor, and it is his consort Shakti, which literally translates to power in English.
Interesting. Huh. At the 59th gram.
The upside down cross at her crotch. If that dude gave birth, I'll eat this guitar right here and this mic and this over here. She did an interview and bent down and the pillow collapsed when she bent down to sit down in the seat. It was before they went on air. It was like she was getting the mic wired into her. It's so fake, man.
Huh. Interesting.
That's a man, baby.
Interesting.
And like Shakira, another dude, and she even told you in the song, because one of the ways you can tell, you got to get them in a bikini. Look, here they do. Hips don't lie. Remember, Shakira had that single, because the hips, women have childbearing hips. And when you see these celebrities in a bikini, that's the one telltale tale is the clavicle here and the hips. They can do everything else. They do surgery to get rid of the caveman because men have more of a brow like a caveman. They get rid of this. Their voices change on the hormones. They shave the Adam's apple. I mean, I could show you pictures of guys you would swear is a dude more cut than Brad Pitt in Fight Club, and it was born a woman. All right. You like that one, Zach? Getting formation. That was your prediction for the one Super Bowl.
Yeah, I remember they did that. Yeah.
That was her performance that year. You called that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. There's your 2 fingers down.
That's like the catchers, you know, in baseball.
Sure, that's true.
How many times they do that to the camera? Look at that. She's like a woman possessed. That was the headline a few back on Rolling Stone. Their headline was Beyonce, a woman possessed.
Yeah, with her alter ego or whatever.
Even behind her, it's even distorted and obscured, and you still see the diamonds.
Yeah. Interesting.
A bunch of douchebags, aren't they?
Yeah.
A bunch of losers. And I resent them. Like people asking me, I resent all these motherfuckers because they're cock blocking the way for real musicians. There's so much great music out there that you'll never hear because this is all you're going to hear about.
That's what I hate about this world. It could be so cool. I mean, instead of just the same songs, the same artists, imagine just like, I mean, how many different, because of the radio, how many people could be exposed to how many different artists and just, you know, not hear the same thing over and over and over. So,
look at her ring.
Yeah, truly.
I mean, just all these pictures, orange outfits, so much symbolism in every picture. I mean, the stuff we're talking about, and there's stuff we're not even mentioning. It just should be obvious as you look at it. And she's a girl of God, right? I mean, Destiny's Child, though, was a tranny band. Look at her mom. It was a dude. Beyonce's mom is the dudiest looking dude ever. You look at the man jaw, man, you can't. There's these women in Hollywood look like no woman you're going to see in the street. No woman you've ever dated, no woman in your school, in your job. They got these jaws. Like, look at Sandra Bullock, America's sweetheart. Her last name is Balls. That's the slang for balls in the UK. The Sex Pistols album is called Nevermind the Bullocks. Yeah. Sandra Bullock. They mock you so hard. And you couldn't tell all those years. I'm like, man, Sandra Bullock's jaw, man. What is fucking up with that? She's got a dude jaw. And then when you wake up and realize Sandra Bullock, the most duty of, and then that's America's sweetheart. Right. Look at that. Rituals, demons. Right on her neck there, they put that demon. There it is, your buddy, Zool. See, once, the word right there. Beyonce means once was a he in Hebrew. Right? Bay. That's why they call everybody Bay. Right.
Sure.
And there it is, right side by when you show some. And look, she's even got the checkerboard floor on the pants and the purple for the Royal Illuminati color and the heart over the hideous tit of the tranny pink.
With the purple, there is a thing with the purple. No sovereign nation or no country in the world has purple in their national flag. It's like it's the exempted color for all the countries. Only the royals have it. And if I'm not wrong, the crown for the British monarch is of purple color, which holds the Kohinoor diamond, which is from India. So that's the point.
Jeff, what do you think about Meatloaf dying this year? Bat out of hell on the anniversary of Ozzy Osbourne biting the head off a bat.
I think he said it all right there in that sentence, man. Life is a lemon, and I want my money back.
Yeah.
That's one of his great. Look at that.
This is real?
I never seen
Big Venom fan, Mr. Clinton. Merciful Fate album in the back there. Now, this is great. You guys this is great. Go to that shot with Marilyn Manson. Let me read this. Sodomy is a form of brainwashings. Freemasons are able to be a closeted homosexual organization due to the amnesia of half the victims and the psychological denial of their own homosexuality. Think of who's that sports guy, that creepy old big sports guy that was doing all the guys in the shower. He comes up next. Yeah, there, Jerry Sandusky. By bully fruit perps like Jerry Sandusky, Freemasons believe sodomy opens the third eye to Luciferian illumination. It attacks the pressure point of the nerves at the base of the spine, causing temporary neurological paralysis and the shift of consciousness. This is huge, right, Zach? Because this is the whole thing right here. If we could just implant this knowledge in everyone's head, that they would get this about, like to your sister who thinks masonry is that's just a conspiracy theory. Meanwhile, the lodge down the street from every police station in every town now consider that public schools and mass media are indoctrinating children to believe homosexuality is normal. There are thousands of gay straight alliance clubs in elementary and high schools throughout the West. Children have the opportunity to meet and experiment with homosexuality. It's a fad now. It's a trend. It's the cool hip thing to take it up the ass, or, you know, what the girls do. I kissed a girl, Katy Perry, pushing it in the most seemingly innocent way. I kissed a girl and I liked it. Society is being induced into the satanic cult, and it doesn't have a clue. Go to the next slide because it's related. This is like a 2 or 3 part slide. The best kept secret of the esoteric grades of Freemasonry is ritual sodomy. They believe it opens the third eye to Luciferian illumination. MK Ultra, we just read that. MK Ultra survivors, back to Tavistock Institute, have been tested that sodomy causes, think of Clockwork Orange when they're torturing the dude, right?
Yeah.
They got him. That's kind of a Tavistock Institute kind of thing that they're showing with Malcolm McDowell and Clockwork Orange. They believe that sodomy splits the children. That's the split, the duality that they even showed you in the first Batman was about duality. That's the black and white floor. That's all these split personality things that you're seeing in Hollywood these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
To black out their memory, which is why the victims don't experience flashbacks before a psychological change in the brain occurs between the age of 28 and 32. When introduced at 11 or older, it doesn't cause the splits. That's why in the Talmud, doesn't it say that it's okay to rape boys up the ass, but only under the age of 9?
I forget exactly the age, but yeah, younger.
You got it, right? But this is why, right? It initiates the victim into a neophyte into the sadomasochistic culture. The initiation is metaphysical, so it doesn't matter whether it is done formally or as an initiation or informally, Jerry Sandusky style. The Illuminati are a class of people. They have this illumination in common, whether the perp was a Mason or not. Anyone who has experienced sodomy has been illuminated or initiated into the Luciferian initiation because Lucifer is real. No one will enter the New World Order unless he or she makes a pledge to worship Lucifer. No one will enter the New Age unless he takes the Luciferian initiation. That's David Spangler, the leading figure of the 70s and 80s New Age movement, and he was affiliated with the United Nations. No big deal. This is the kind of people you have, and I'm sure the kind of people we want in power. Like, check out the CEO, Google the CEO of Pfizer. It's a tranny. I swear to God, on my kid's life, you Google that Pfizer, Google him right now. And he's not even convincing like the Hollywood trannies. He just looks like a dude in a wig and a pink dress. Google the CEO of Pfizer. I got pictures floating around in one of these photo albums. And probably in I bet you it's in the COVID 33 video on my one channel. So right there, that explains all this, that maybe people don't understand why they do it. Why? Here it is. And here's Marilyn Manson in 1996. Does that say Satanist rocker Marilyn Manson was literally selling sodomy to teens and laughing all the way to the bank? See the lyrics to his rock anthem, Cake and Sodomy.
Huh. Yeah.
And that's where the kids taking their parents to spend their money to buy that. We're about on. There's our buddies. There's our buddies. And look behind him.
The
What's on the house?
Right.
What's on Shitstain's house? I bet he bought that house. He lives in Nashville. I bet that's his house in Nashville.
Who's the guy on the desk?
That's Dave Mustaine, my buddy from Megadeth. He's the singer and guitar player. And I spent some time on the road and on stage with him back in the day.
When Dave says my buddy, or when you say he's your
I'm
buddy,
using the term loosely. He's not my buddy.
yeah.
Next slide.
Oh, there they are.
There they are.
Yeah.
Is that the same guy? Now this is just the because they said Paul's dead and it's another dude playing him, so you can look at the features. The chin looks real different, man.
Yeah,
There's a lot of differences there that even some Botox wouldn't cause, but
sure,
who knows if Paul's dead or not.
sure.
Next slide. It's getting good. This dude is just the guitar player buddy of mine. Like I don't even know. This is why my buddies get the gigs and I'm not getting the gigs.
Sure,
Look at
I
my
see.
stuff. I can show you I don't got no tattoos, man. No
He's got
tattoos.
that right. He's
I
got
don't
it
got
right.
Paul Cena, and then my other buddy's got it on his guitar coming up. Same thing. And here he is. That's his name. He's in Whitesnake. He was in Dio before that. He belongs to the Illuminati group. He's proud of it too.
Interesting.
Shitbag. Celine Dion. My heart will go on. Tour
Funny.
T-shirt.
Funny.
You enter hell and it's just Pitbull standing there asking you which one of his singles you want to hear first. Just got to keep the comment. And then this is our drummer from Megadeth, Nick Menza.
Yeah.
Documentary coming out on his life. I just filmed a few weeks ago. The story of Nick's life is coming out, people. So watch for that. He died on stage of a heart attack, playing drums on stage at the Baked Potato and studios at a jazz club in Studio City, California. Because, that's what drummers do. They just die on stage. You saw Spinal Tap, people, right?
Right. Yeah. The joke.
I Googled when this happened because that was my roommate on the road with Megadeth because I couldn't room with the guys in the band. And there's another bit of credit. I had to room with the drum tech because I couldn't stand to be around the other cats. His dad was the horn player for Buddy Rich, one of the original drum legends. He was born in Munich, Nick. He played in Megadeth a lot longer than me. Maybe I was only in there for one album. Nick was in there for 5 or 6 albums, including their most famous albums. 4 songs into the set, he had a heart attack and died DOA. But what a lot of people know is that the drummer he replaced, the show was a benefit for the drummer who replaced, who had a heart attack on the same stage and died. David Eagle, like the Freemason eagle.
Right.
Did you guys ever notice that the two-headed eagle of Masonry? That's why the Eagles, the band, had 2 lead singers.
That makes sense.
heads.
Huh. That's interesting.
Anton LaVey in the balcony on the back of Hotel California. What's that song about? You can check out, but you can never leave.
Right. Yeah. Interesting.
So you can Google on Zach's channel, I believe on one of his channels, the Nick Menza video was still there last I checked.
Yeah. We just talked about the other day too.
What I don't like about the music industry is everything. It's very satanic. People are evil. They talk about money. They talk about things that don't really matter, and they brainwash everybody.
Yeah. Indeed.
Look at this. This is the Lovin' Brothers, man. Capitol Records, Satan is real. This is like got to be from the 60s. And this is Baphomet, people.
Yeah.
For why you don't get why they're pushing the tranny agenda, why Bruce Gender.
Yeah.
And all this. There's Madonna.
The light bearer,
Yeah, this is why it's tits and a dick.
Yeah.
It's what they worship. The Kabbalists, the pagans.
Yeah.
And there's
And again,
Madonna.
in Kabbalah, it says God is male and female. So to me, that seems like it's got to be the origin of it.
Mhm. Better than any film strip I saw in school. Shit. 322.
Yeah. Skull and
Music
Bones.
industry teaches women to be. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah. Especially this thing.
Especially hip hop, right?
Yeah.
Well, I rest my case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Truly. Truly. Truly.
Couple skanks on parade.
Sierra. Yeah.
Man, I really wish I could tell you guys what the industry really is and what stars are a part of destroying this world. That's pretty blatant. The stars who worship Satan and those who have killed to get the respect they have now, you'd be very surprised. Some of your favorite people pretend to worship God, but they only do that to save face or seem innocent. Have you guys seen this movie?
No.
That's Malcolm McDowell, who plays Satan from Clockwork Orange, who we were just talking about. You got to see this movie. It's about a rock band who they got to sell their souls to Satan for fame at the Rainbow. Like, I just met with David Elfson a few weeks ago before we filmed the Elfson or the Nick Menza movie. We sat in the booth from this movie where they make the pact with Satan, and they got to kill their buddy. It's a great rock and roll movie for showing you the truth of how Hollywood works, for sure. You can just tell from the.
I'm going to look that one up.
Say lemonade slowly. Pronounce it like how they taught us in school. Lemonade. 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 Illuminati. Lemonade. Illuminati. How close to that word is Illuminati?
Sure.
Right? And there she's coming out the pillars. Strong, because women are strong and men are pussies now. Women are smart in the modern day and men are stupid. Women, they save us now because we're just so stupid in every Hollywood movie. That's how they're turning men against women.
That's been the trend for a while now. Yeah, indeed.
You make the women, and now you see all our girlfriends are treating us like that, talking down to us, treating us like we're stupid. Right? You notice that?
I just always think of when I did Uber and Lyft for a few months, there was a little lady coming out. I mean, she was younger than I was. She's probably like in her mid-20s, but she was coming out. I was taking her to the airport. She had a suitcase that was as big as she was, and I just went to help her with the suitcase, and she said, I can do it myself. And then she had struggled to lift it, and then she scuffed up the bumper of my car, smashing the wheel part of her suitcase on the bumper, trying to get in the back, and I was just like, I didn't say anything, but I was just like, that's exactly why I was trying to help you out with your big ass suitcase. But it's just ridiculous.
That story when it happened, I remember that story.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, 10 years before that, she would have just let me pick up her suitcase and put it in the back. It wouldn't have even been a thing. And it's just, it's just what you're supposed to do as a guy. It's being a gentleman, I guess. So anyway, those days are over.
Bring on the Prince. Wait till we get to this Prince section where Zach and I are about to start spitting.
Is this reminding you of the Britney Spears thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. When we showed it just a little earlier.
I wonder what
there's the car window.
There's got to be some symbolism to that. I don't get. Huh.
Hate him. Get him up, but look in the back. So I never thought of this all these years. Yeah, look in the back. The Vatican Catholic.
Uh-huh.
I never thought about till recently about Rush 2112 equaling 33. 2112 is 33. And there they go.
Yeah.
That elongated hat was like the Egyptian.
What, he died at 69? How old was Pert?
D26, were you talking about this?
Yeah, the elongated hat, the elongated hat you can see on the top, that is very similar to the queens and the female family heads of the Egyptian families used to wear that.
Sure.
I guess it was Pharaoh Nefertiti, I forgot the name.
Right,
you see the hair, how they got the ponytails. You saw Miley doing that earlier in the pictures.
Yeah. Good point.
2112. And think about the topic of that. That's what 2112. It's the Ayn Rand book, Fountainhead. The frightening concept of computers being more important than music.
Interesting.
And you got Kanye saying electric guitars are shit and they only use synthesizers,
Sure. That'll be in the age of Aquarius.
How about this Poppy chick?
I don't even know who she is.
No, you got to know about Poppy people. This is a little satanic. She's like a satanic Ariana Grande kind of.
Huh. Yeah,
Go watch that. It's called Low Life.
Okay.
She's such a see, and like look how the imagery, like no one has personality. The statues are just soulless, characterless,
Sure.
like ivory soap, just
Sure.
boring, nothing to it. Dystopian world like Hunger Games, and what's the other movie like Hunger Games? It's ridiculous. Training us how we're going to be living in the future.
Sure.
Here we go, Poppy Beach Bomb Baby.
She's little.
They could have used that in some of those country videos. Look at that.
I bet you got in here somewhere if we go far enough. I forget what the new popular younger female singer is, but she came out with that video the other year where it's like Los Angeles is on fire and you got like in the shadows, like the demons in the shadows of the fire. And it was right before all the big fires in LA. Can't think what the girl's name is.
I mean, they never tried to put us on a fucking checkerboard floor in Megadeth, but like, look at it. These are for the Poppy's like for little teen girls.
Yeah.
And the Masonic Lodge is right in the video.
Right.
They're just chilling, pushing pedophilia. Big giant P there.
Yeah. What's that about?
Pillars.
Pillars and
Like they don't have to have like outside the box thinking. Do you see how it doesn't exist in Hollywood? It's such a small set of symbols that they use.
Indeed. And this is like being in the church and so many
like Norfest, man. Like, come on, man. How many pillars and pyramids and checkerboard floors and how much can we take?
and it's again
And
it's
yet no one notices but woke people. Why is
so
no
many
one
leaders-
noticing but us?
so many leaders of churches are in masonry and most people don't even know that their minister is part of the club. But
If you see it in a photo album side by side like this, the genres colliding, all the imagery colliding, like even the dude's got to have the chair. He's got the
hands.
purple. All right, here we go, Zach. Here we go. So Zach and I'll set it up. When we first met, I don't even know how he came on my radar. I started watching his videos and I brought him on my show, but I didn't have his phone number. We only communicated through email when we first met. At a certain point, he was coming on the show every week and just like hosting the show he was like the co-host because there's so many people dying. We said it was like a celebrity evacuation. That's how it felt. It didn't feel like anything organic. But because I'm a huge Prince fan, because my girlfriend when I was like 18 and she was 29, what an age difference. My mom didn't like that very much, but she was the manager of the big record store in Centerville where I grew up. And so I get to go in after hours and raid the record store. It was like a Pier 1 size. They took over a Pier 1. I came out with all these records after hours free, man. And the first Prince album, I discovered Prince on the first album. So I've been a Prince fan forever. So I know every Prince album, every Prince song, every Prince protege, the Prince movie. And so when Vanity died on the day of the 2016 Grammys, I just sent an email to Zach because she's not like Beyonce or even Aaliyah, who was the horse-faced tranny. They took off the stage to move in Beyonce because she's more convincing looking tranny. She didn't look so horse-faced. But back to Prince. So I asked Zach, I know Vanity's not that big. She's the one that sang Dirty Girl. But if you could do a decode for me in this weird, because we've been decoding so many people on my radio show, Glenn Fry, Natalie Cole, David Bowie, blah, 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 blah. I don't even remember all the people. We lose track. It's been so many people week after week on my show. And then here comes Vanity on the day of the Grammys. And I just said, Zach, ain't that highly suspect? And I just expected him to like give me a decode and send it back to me, a little paragraph, and I would have been happy with that. But then he goes on his YouTube and does a full decode, and he's looking at the birthdays and places of birth and the pivotal people in her life, who's the most pivotal? Prince, right? She was going to be in Purple Rain, the movie, and they recast her and put Apollonia in instead.
Something happened to your audio, Jeff. Just recently, something happened to your audio. There's like some kind of interference in it.
Is it cool now?
For some reason, it's acting up all of a sudden.
I don't know why.
They don't want us to tell this story again, but yeah.
Is it okay to talk, or should I call back in?
Well, I mean, I can hear you, but I mean, there's a lot of interference with it. It's like bzzz when you're talking, it's buzzing.
Yeah, they like to do that. They did that to me when I had that DOD guy who worked for Michael Aquino. Right before I went on the air, man, internet was fine all week. The internet cuts like 1 minute before airtime. I'm like, okay, and then there was like this weird demonic like robot sound. Is it okay now?
It's pretty bad. The interference is pretty bad. I mean, I can still hear you.
I don't want to tell this story. It's too good. Let me come back in. Can I call back in? Let me try to come back in.
You can come back in on that link. Yep.
Hey, hold on. Let me get out of here. And I'll come back because this is where shit hits the fan. How do I get out of that?
Well, he's figuring it out. Again, Vanity, who was Prince's girlfriend in the time of Purple Rain, she died the day of the 58th Grammys, and Purple Rain equals 58. That was the first big clue. And then, when we decoded their death, it just had all these numbers connecting with Prince. And we said, I think it's going to be Prince soon. And then Prince ended up dying on the Queen's birthday. And they lit up Niagara Falls purple the day that Prince died. And they said that was actually for the Queen, not Prince. But the thing was, Vanity was from Niagara Falls. So the day Prince died, they light up Niagara Falls. And again, that was shortly after the 58th Grammys. Speaking of which, the Grammys were tonight, weren't they? Tonight must have been the 64th Grammys. It's crazy how time flies. I'm sure there's a ritual there. I didn't see any of the Grammys tonight, but the first ever Grammys was May 4th, 5/4/59. Go figure. Kind of like the first Bilderberg conference in 54. This stream is long. I did not plan to stay on here this long. Thank you, the underwear taker. When Jeff comes back, they would like to... Jeff, if you're hearing this right now, when you come back, they'd like to know what is the best Megadeth album. Jeff would be the most appropriate person to answer that question. But yeah, the one thing that's I'm a little bit surprised about, unless I missed it, is normally when the Grammys roll around, there's usually a big celebrity death the day of them, and I didn't hear about any today, so they just haven't reported it yet. So. Yeah, I might have just missed it, but typically it's like clockwork with the deaths in the award shows. And maybe it was the one from last week. Maybe it was Taylor Hawkins of the Foo Fighters. Well, I see that a country singer just did die at age 93, just 2 days before. And again, that fell on the 93rd day of the year. No one's going to question the death of a 93-year-old, but C.W. McCall. He died 137 days after his birthday, the 33rd prime. Like Jeff was saying, all the country stuff with the... all the Masonic symbolism in the country music. But yeah, I Would Die For You, named ahead of its time, dead on 4/21. So we're told. And yep, they did die 67 days apart. Prince had the 319 song, died 319 days after his birthday. Indeed. 47 days before his upcoming. Vanity died on the 46th day of the year. That's the day of the 58th Grammys. Oh yeah, and on the anniversary of Prince's mom's death. That's right. Yeah, Aaliyah's death. She died on the anniversary of John L. Nelson. Jeff's trying to get his audio figured out right now. Oh, he's got it right here. The Niagara Falls turning purple. Yeah, if you guys have not heard about the Tavistock Institute before, definitely look that up. Established 2 days after the CIA, but in the UK.
All right, I'm back.
All right, D26, what's up?
Where did Jeff Young went?
Well, he'll probably come back, but he had a major audio. Oh, hold on. He did come back in the room. Let me get him back in here. Hey, let's see. Let's hear it, Jeff.
No. Better.
I think you still got the same problem.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
All of a sudden?
Yeah, it was right when we started talking about Prince. It was like they didn't want to conversation.
They are listening.
This is a $3,000 microphone. This is not smart.
Not your friend today.
Let me try one more time. Let me try one more time. I'll come back real quick. I'm gonna unplug your mic and try to talk into my laptop.
Well, if we can't figure it out tonight, we can always do it again soon. I gotta get to bed.
Yeah, I mean, you can read the slides. I mean, it's just one after the other. It's just blow your mind.
Yeah.
This is the music business. It's whack, yo.
All right, we'll see if Jeff can figure it out. All right, D26, what's on your mind, man?
Unmuted. So I will share a link of a video that. Okay, just look all the messages which you have not seen of mine in the private chat. So first of all, what to say? The church which I was having hard time recalling the last show. It was not the largest church in the United States. It was the largest national Catholic church, which is Basilica of the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception in Washington D.C. I confirmed it on the Google Maps, and there is this video I will share it, and it's a very old video. It's August 28, 2016 video. Kind of. Ignore the guy who is speaking, probably, in my opinion, but just look at the symbolism in this church. It's obviously a Catholic church, but you see all sorts of symbolism. You see the sun, you see the IXX1, the Roman numerals for 9/11 inside a cup. And with that IXX1, I also recently found this like 2-3 years ago that that IXX, which Jeff showed in one of his covers, can be written as M in M, which is what the singer, M inside an M. So that is one. And I remember this video very vividly because this was one of the first things when I was looking into the symbolisms and being a conspiracy theorist, which was the theme at that time. In 2016, I was barely 15 years old, 14 years old at that time. But there is some good points in this video. Half of the thing is preaching the Bible, but other half is something good comes out of this. At least anything that is the esoteric meaning of the light and the light bearer, the Lucifer, and all those stuff. So try watching this and see if you can find anything worthwhile. As from your perception. The second thing is that very beginning in the live stream we were talking about Hild, And talking about health, I just made that comment that last year in 2021, during the lockdown, I had a realization that in the first lockdown, I've gained a lot of weight in 2020 because that was a mistake. I was lying on, I was just at home doing nothing. So in the second lockdown, I just made my mind that I will uh, work on my physique, and so I just uh, did some changes to my diet. I started regular exercising, and what I did was the main thing was intermittent fasting, which is a thing already in my religion. Basically, not it's not purely Hinduism. So basically, it's uh, my family is one of the minorities or schools of thought, one of the many schools of thought under Hinduism, which is called Jainism. Uh, I'll just write the name for that. And uh, so we are lacto vegetarians, but still we don't eat we don't eat vegetables that are grown under the ground. So there are lots of norms and all that. But anyways, not to get into the religion and all that stuff. I started intermittent fasting, and that is something which I would say anyone to try that, or just don't even just try normal fasting. Like don't start it immediately. Don't start immediately. That is the one big thing. Do it slowly. If you're having 2-3 meals a day, go to 2 meals a day, then go to 1 meal a day, and then try not having a meal for the entire day. I have tried it, and I have feel much. I've never feel much better than that because I can say this on record because this happened just last year. I went for a protest against the COVID restrictions last year to the town side, like which is what is called downtown of Mumbai, something like that. Um, so I traveled, I cycled myself on a bicycle uh, for 60 miles with no heavy meal. That's it. I was just on liquids. I started my day with some dry fruits, and then I had a protein shake, and then after this I went for my cycling, and I reached my destination. While I was returning, I had some 2 or 3 glasses of cane sugar, which is we call it a sugar cane. Um, but there is a difference, but probably you guys call it as cane sugar. But here there are two different things: cane sugar and sugar cane. So I had fresh sugarcane juices. That's it. That was my entire day. Then I reached home. I had some fruits. That's it. At 10 or 11 p.m. in the night. So you can live for the entire day. If you can do fasting uh, at least once or twice a week, that is the best, I would say, healing process to your body, in my opinion, because that's what I've tried and lost about 14 kilograms. I don't know how much that would be in pounds. Probably it would be something like 30 pounds within 100 days, I would say. So yeah, that is something effective and also healthy. It's tested and tried. It may not suit everyone's body, but do your own research and just try with something. But just don't do anything immediately. If anyone tells you to try this, don't do it. Start it immediately. Go with it step by step. If you're doing with the health, because that may blow back. It may hit you back worse than expected. Anyways, so we have Jeff back in the chat. Is your voice okay?
How's my mic now?
Oh, it looks like you went to a different audio setup, huh?
Exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Better?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, it's better.
Look at how much all this imagery in this video that you guys are playing. It's like everything we've been looking at in my photo album of the music business.
Right.
Exactly. See,
Oh,
Europa.
You're Beyonce. You're Beyonce.
Exactly. Europa.
Beyonce.
Yeah.
Hey, babe.
Indeed.
This is crazy. Look, the stars.
The Vesica Pisces.
There's the dude that was with Nicki Minaj at the Grammys.
Yeah. Yeah.
But just like
It's
this is all.
intertwined. It's so intertwined. Sports, religion.
It's also October 31st, like
Dated Halloween anniversary of the 95 Theses.
Vesica Pisces, creation of light.
Yeah.
I have an entire presentation just like this, just like how Jeff had his presentation of all the photos. I have all the presentation for the secret geometry and for the ancient civilizations. Probably I will. I won't take that time.
There's so
Sunday
much
night
more
show.
in mine. People just go on Facebook if you want to see the rest. There's as many as we showed. There's that many more, I think. You got to go in the photo album and look at this. There's the turn. That's
This is the Shiva. That's Shiva. That's Shiva on the Sun compound.
Yeah.
Go on Facebook and find that photo album, and then there's another one in there that's all about Prince. Everything Zach and I uncovered. Plus, you can find the radio show when he came on my show. I mean, and that's documented radio archive that YouTube can't take down. It's dropped in there where Zach came on my radio show a couple days after the Grammys in 2016 and said Prince better watch his back. Like right on my show, we're just talking. Said Prince better watch his back, and 56 days later, his back was at the bottom of an elevator. Raise the car. Don't let the elevator take you down, though. Oh,
Right from the song.
On the same album.
Yeah.
This temple that it's showing, where is this temple at?
It's in Washington, D.C. It's called, let me just, I wrote the name in the private chat. It's the Basilica of National Shrine of Immaculate Conception.
Huh.
It's in Washington, D.C. It's a very huge, it's like, it's bigger than my own building where I'm living. It's bigger than my own apartment building.
Okay.
It's my building is 19 floors tall, I would say. Yeah.
Interesting.
When we were first, everything, I was thinking it was in Europe. Isn't that crazy? That's in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, indeed. Huh. How long is this?
There it is.
So this is a huge movie, but this moon thing, it's in the Moon Knight series of Marvel. It's interesting. You did decode on that. You did some decode regarding the Moon Knight series, which has recently premiered last week.
There was a death connected to that.
Yeah, of some of the members of the production team, something like that.
Right.
So here you will see that 9/11 in the Roman numerals. You will see over on the top right somewhere over here, I guess. Here you see the two towers, the two pillars.
Interesting.
On the right, you will see the 9. I guess this is the one. So yeah, here it is, the 9/11 on the cup.
Oh yeah.
Which also is like
the Dream Theater.
Yeah,
There's a
exactly.
Dream Theater album cover.
Yeah. Yeah, and it all goes back to the church.
The Frankists.
All coming together.
The Frankists. I did. Okay. By the way, I have uploaded my decode on Free to Find Too, and I did talk about the Fabian Society that was created in 1884. So probably the infamous year of 1984 commemorates the 100 year or the 1 century of the Fabian Society.
Yes. George Orwell was a member of the Fabian Society too. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's Nebra. You will, if you listen to this guy, some things you will feel that this is like off the charts, but some things is right on.
Sure.
So that's the problem with the truth community, which you have talked about for so many months. That some people, they think that they know, just because some people who did not choose to take the jobs, they think that they know everything.
Sure.
That thing is just crippling the entire, would say, movement itself.
Sure.
Probably the Jesuits are laughing at us.
Just
Look
a
how
second
ridiculous
ago.
he looks. Look how ridiculous the Pope looks.
Right.
Like if you saw that dude like walking down the street and you didn't know you were like with your kid, like imagine it's your wife with your little daughter and you saw a guy dressed like that walking down the street, you'd be like, "It's all right, Susie. He's just doing his own thing. Let's cross to the other side of the street. We'll just cross right here."
Yeah. Yeah. That photo you had of him and Benedict where with his hair kind of messy and the glasses, that photo was hilarious. So
The New Age religion. But there's something really interesting with the Babylonian thing, because I was reading up to my old notes on ancient religions. By the way, I have something let's see, Zach, if you complete the book before OKC 19, and if you plan any time to have a presentation with me, I have so many presentations, but I just don't want to take the time on Sunday night show. But there is something with the color theory as well, because
I think fucking MTV just robbed this place and put all these props in their performance on their award show.
So, so with the color theory, because when I was preparing for some of my art exams, there is a chapter called, there is some topic called the color theory, and this is I learned when I was 16, 17 years old, that when you go to the supermarket, some of the cookies and some of the daily use material, let's say cookies, or let's say chocolates or biscuits, something like that, bread, you will see, you're tempted, people tend to buy certain material, certain stuff from certain companies only. Why? Because they are at certain level of the shelf, they are of a certain color, their position matters, their color matters, their size matters. So it's all psychological. This is what I learned when I was with an interior designer. He was my professor for that subject, and he told me that these companies pay the supermarkets for their products to be held at certain levels, so that the people will go and buy those things first. And also the company spends a lot of money on designing the color psychology, because that is main thing when it comes to designs. The color is important. With that color, I will just come to the whatever color you can see on the screen right now. What is the color? Except for the video, it's red, it's black, it's white. Red, black, white. Think of do you know which civilization is associated with this colors? Can you name them?
No.
It's the eternal civilization. It's the Roman civilization that is associated with these colors. What were the colors of the robes of the Romans? It was the red, it was the white, it was the black.
I see.
What was the colors of the Atlantis? I will come to that. I will explain to that what it is. Oh, again, the same colors: red, white, and black. The same colors for the Jesuit order, the flag of England. I can think of something else. I don't think I can't think of any flag which has all the three colors. If you can think of any color, but I can think of red and black and white and red, something like that, but not with all the three colors.
Huh. Yeah, I can't either. Interesting. So. Yeah.
Also, the three goddesses in India, the three the three consorts, like the Holy Trinity, the consorts of the Holy Trinity. I would say the female Holy Trinity in India. They have the colors, the theme. The creator is white, the administrator or the preserver is red, and the destroyer is black. You see the same color themes as well. So there is something more to this rather than just being colors of the last 100,000, one millennium. It goes way back to this.
Huh. Interesting.
I guess this was the trip which you made about that. I guess the 266 day, probably. Yep. This was it, I guess.
If I remember right, he got off the plane at 4:04 local time sharp. That's how many verses are in Revelation.
Huh. I don't know, to be honest. I don't really know about the religious text. I don't even know my own texts, but I don't even feel to go into those things. I feel like after all those things, this is happening. I'm convinced that I'm going to die alone, I would say. How can you have anyone beside you? It's not even, I barely have some friends from school days. By the way, I printed one of your books because it was not available in India. And when it was available, it was quite expensive, to be honest. So I took a PDF and I printed the book, the entire, number games. I read it, and I was like, I already read it. I read the first 3 chapters for 2 or 3 times, more than 2 or 3 times. So I just thought I would give it to one of my friends. I've given it to one of my friends. Hope he likes it, because he did say that the first few pages were amazing. So I hope he likes it. But to be honest, it's very difficult to get, not I would say just my countrymen, but to get Asians around those things. Why? Because we are disconnected from your world in a way. There is a barrier. Just like
Sure.
you don't know anything about cricket, I don't know anything about baseball.
Sure.
It just you see the cultural difference. Still, it's the same. It's almost the same game. It's a bat and ball game, but it is different, and hence our culture is different. So there is a less thing to connect. But that's why I've started with the initial stage of writing a book, and I have found a lot of things with the Indian things recently with the vaccines and all that stuff. By the way, Jeff, you didn't know I'm from a city which equals 201. So, and the largest vaccine manufacturer by volume in the world is in the neighboring city from my city. It's called Pune. It's in Pune, Maharashtra, India. That also equals 201. I was just over there over the weekends. Saturday. I went over there to meet one of my family relatives who is a monk, by the way.
Well, it's nice to meet you. It was awesome having the three of us playing off each other tonight on that.
Yeah, it was amazing. After a long time, I went on a symbolism hunt. I used to do this way before I found Gematria, before which I found a sacred geometry, before which I found ancient symbolism, ancient structures. Because I was supposed to study architecture. There's a long story. I could not do that because of the vaccines and all that stuff. Just this video of the World Trade Center collapsing. I was 10 or 11 years old, and when I first saw this, I was laughing at my dad and I said, "This is not possible. A plane that is made of..." Even at that time, I knew that the plane is made of aluminium because I used to watch a lot of National Geographic documentaries of planes and all that. So I knew that plane is made of aluminium, and my dad has a business in construction, so I knew that you can slice a plane made of lightweight aluminum that is used for flying, and it cuts through the building that is made of structural steel and reinforced concrete like a hot knife through butter. It cannot slice like that. So
amen, brother. That's that commercial. That's creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saturn.
It's Lady Gaga, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that was the perfect complement to what Jeff was showing.
Yeah.
And
right on.
Here, just
it's like we almost meant to do all this, like we had it choreographed or something.
Truly, Jeff. For people who don't know, let me get this up on the screen again. Hold on, it went away. I'm going to show Jeff's page. Jeff's got his Spreaker channel, Music Without Boundaries, and he's also got his Facebook page where we've been looking at the slideshow, and we didn't even get all the way through it. There's so much to it. Yeah, but this is really interesting. Where this thing about War of the Worlds, I didn't know about this. This is I got to look more into this right here. But
a lot of interesting stuff in that photo album, folks.
Indeed. So Music Without Boundaries is where that is on Facebook, and then if you just do a
photo album section.
Photo albums, right? If you do a web search for Music Without Boundaries, you'll find Jeff's Facebook page, and there's the Jeff Young's Music Without Boundaries is the Spreaker channel. So that's when you got the Public Enemy thing up there.
Look at my cover photo.
Yeah.
Public Enemy.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
So you guys say that it's the Arizona desert. I don't know much about the internal geography of the United States. If that is Arizona desert, is there something like Route 66 over there?
Mm-hmm.
Because that looks
there's
very
a lot of government UFO creepy shit.
It's Monument Valley, Arizona that it shows on the cover. That's what that is.
So because this place looks very similar to the cartoon movie Cars.
Huh.
The Disney Pixar movies, and Disney is obviously, as we know, that they have tons of symbolism. When I first learned about Disney symbolism, I was shocked. I was like, now I'm not showing this to any kids in my family. If ever in my future, my nieces and nephews, I'm not going to show these things to anyone. But anyways, what was Jeff's YouTube channel?
So I shown Bill. This is your channel. D26 Creates is your channel, and then Jeff Young. If you search Jeff Young, that's not it.
There I am.
Did you change this to yours with the cat? Is that you now?
With the cat?
Okay.
that's a funny cat, to be honest.
So this
Isn't
is,
it the cat with the jamming beat?
That's my music videos. That's like me playing guitar.
Uh-huh.
you have a different channel though.
Yeah, type in Music Lives Live.
Music Lives Live.
Show. Music Lives Live. I hope because right there, click the one where it says Thunderstruck. That's my babe singing AC/DC.
Hold on, what did I just do? I
You
clicked the
just
wrong
had the
thing.
page up there. Whatever.
What did I just do?
Oh, just okay. Look.
Is this the one right here with the web show?
Music Lives Live web show. Look at the thumbnail. You should know.
With
Now,
They
click on
Live. Yeah,
video.
They Live, absolutely.
Click on video.
Not just the video.
Now the first video there, Thunderstruck, that's my babe. Look at that crowd. She sings, she fronts an all-female AC/DC tribute band.
Huh.
And this day, it was in Minnesota. I flew with her. They opened for Cheap Trick, Grand Funk Railroad, and Don Felder from the Eagles. And they stole the day. Man, that was just killer.
Awesome.
But look right there. There's the 33 part 3, 33 in your face, the coronavirus edition, right? And then if you go down, there's part 2. And look, part 1 went kind of viral. It's got lots of plays. You guys got to give these more plays and shares. 33 in your face, part 1, wakey, wakey, hashtag wakey, wakey.
Yeah.
Hashtag, right? Hashtag wakey, wakey. Shake
Here,
and
I'll
bake.
put the link for this on the Free to Find Truth website.
I'm going to start having interviews with different people, not just musicians, but I got all kinds of interesting people I know. I'll have Zach on Music Lives Live web show. It's getting ready to premiere.
Very cool.
There's some cool videos, music stuff. ZZ Top doing some Hendrix and Kansas live in New York. And
Jeff, somebody wanted to know, Jeff, if you think there's a best Megadeth album.
Yeah, the one I'm on. Well, there's a kind of a trilogy of their what was called their heyday, right? Which would be the album before me, which is called. And just look at the cover of this, people. Like pull up the cover of Megadeth. Peace sells, but who's buying? It's like their mascot Vic Rattlehead, skeleton dude, and he's standing outside the UN building with a for sale sign. And the UN building's blown up behind him. There it is. Click on like images. Just click on images and it'll come. And look at that.
Yeah, indeed.
So then click on so far, type in Megadeth, so far, so good, so what. We shot this album cover out in Death Valley. This is the one that I played on. So that's the middle of the trilogy, so far, so good, so what. And this one's a little more punk, thrashy. And there's the Vic Rattlehead guy again. This cover could have been a lot cooler. Actually, it did have a lot to do with censorship, and there was televisions blowing up. We were on the racetrack in Death Valley where they film a lot of the space scenes because it's all cracked and looks wild. And the guy had all these TVs like blowing up and with the imagery of the album. And we did the Sex Pistols Anarchy in the UK on the album as a cover. That was a good one. And then the next one would be Megadeth Rust in Peace. Is the one after me that I should have played on, and then I would have been like tons more out there as a guitar player. And that album has the song Hangar 18. Look at it. It's about maybe the chorus says, maybe I've seen too much. Hangar 18, I know too much. That's the whole chorus.
Huh. Interesting.
And look at who's on the cover. It's Bush back in the back. And all the.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
And there's a great song on there, Holy War's Punishment Due, that's got some predictive programming. But check out their new album. This is a trip. Like, look at the evolution. Put in Megadeth Dystopia. Take a guess what that album cover is going to look like. This is the one that won the Grammy when Nick got. No, it was round 13 won the Grammy, I think. But look at that.
Yeah, it's that like that Tom Cruise
Happy
movie.
little Christmas gift for all the kids in the neighborhood.
Right.
New Megadeth album.
Huh.
Listen to it and then go blow your brains out.
Right.
I mean, really, what do you need that for?
Truly.
You know, why does anyone need to see that? Why do we need to see that, experience that dark imagery? So yeah, that was my band, and just Google their whole discography. Every album cover, you're like, whoa, man, predictive programming here, predictive programming there. So, and I don't know, because again, he was pretty drugged out when I left the band, on heroin and freebasing 24/7 and paranoid delusions. He was out of his mind. But what I noticed, what was weird, because MTV was still popular when I left the band, the next album, it seemed like suddenly he's a correspondent in Washington, D.C. for MTV, holding the mic, interviewing politicians and shit. And I'm like, what happened? So maybe, I don't know what happened, but I can't tell you that Dave Mustaine's like, he's buddies. And when I say buddies, I mean like vacationing buddies close with Alex Jones. I told Zach the other day, we were joking, I was like, the two of those clowns in a room, nothing good could ever come from that.
Well, gentlemen, I really appreciate it. I think it was an awesome stream. And yeah, Jeff, great work compiling all this stuff more and more over the years. And I'll definitely help promote those 33 videos. I'll get those out there. But I'm at my bedtime. Sweet Lady's got me on the early to bed, early to rise schedule, so I'm staying about 2-3 hours past when I normally do. But
me too. We wake up at 4 a.m.
That's what we do around here. So I'll be up at 4. So,
we wake up at the same time. What a trip!
Yeah. All right then. Well, any closing words? You guys want to get one last message out there?
I would say that first to Jeff.
It's great being here, and I hope everyone enjoyed our little trip into the music business that seems to have nothing whatsoever to do with music and a lot more to do with the Vatican and Jesuits and Masonry and Satanism and a lot of creepy pedophile shit. Someone asked me, like, what's it like to be in the music business now that you know this? Because it's like two things, like when I was in Megadeth, and the weird thing is when I lived here before, I've moved in and out of Hollywood a few times. I've been back and forth and lived all over the country and in Brazil for 4 years. When I lived out here during going to Musicians Institute and Megadeth, I was clueless. Like I said, I didn't even know what Masonry was. And I moved back out here. I lived in the same neighborhood when I was making the Brazilian album where O.J. Simpson did his dirty deeds. And I'd still never heard of it. I was living in Vegas when I heard about Zach's channel and some of the other truth channels and books that I was looking into talking about these same subjects. And Zach was talking about Jesuits. And it just it shifted focus the more research we did, because you got to keep in mind, how many years have we known each other, Zach?
I think we did our first show maybe in 2015, end of 2015.
Yeah. When I introduce people to your work or tell people about you and they're like, numbers and what and this and that, and gematria, what's that? You know, they don't understand that I've been watching and your buddy, and we've been becoming better friends since 2015. So I've seen thousands of videos. I saw all the channels that got taken down. I was watching your first Gematria channel, right? And you still had the whiteboard videos up on that channel, right? So when you see so many years, and then I wake up and now, let's put it this way. The only reason I'm still doing music is because at my age, there's nothing else I could start and do better than I do music. I've been playing music since first grade. I've been playing it my whole life. And I'll come back and blow your minds in another way about music theory, how the way I teach my students, it's called sacred geometry. Music is all based around geometry and math and numbers. And when I show you guys sacred geometry, you guys are going to freak how it overlaps with gematria. It's like how you play music and think what they're doing is they're hypnotizing you with sound. I mean, words are either sung in songs or spoken, spelling. They're hypnotizing you with the frequency of sound. And that's why similar words, like all the 113 words, all those sounds resonate with that number. Somehow they knew, or they would call it something else. The word would be a different sound. It's the phonics of these words and the syllables of how these words are put together that gives it the magic. And that's what artists know when how they write lyrics or given lyrics to sing that has a certain rhythm and a cadence and a melody. Because remember the notes, they corrupted the scale. There didn't used to be the flat 5 or the devil's note. The Black Sabbath and so many bands, and it's a tritone, it's a flat 5, the diminished chord. That didn't used to be in music, but that as soon as you hear that interval, you go, that's devil music. That's devil. That boy got the devil in him. Right? I'll come on the show with the guitar and I'll play and I'll show you sacred geometry and how it works. I can show all your guitar player guys in one thing, how to make every chord in the world in one, like less than 30 minutes. Every chord, every pop chord and every jazz chord come from 2 parent chords. And once you know the 2 parent chords, it's just like a family tree. And when you start seeing how music works, this is what's been doubly blowing my mind getting to know Zach and learning gematria is how music and gematria and the geometry of music and the geometry of language, and it makes sense because you're singing over music, right? I mean, there's instrumental music as well, but it makes sense. And when I see, from my point of view, and we do this, we'll do a sacred geometry music workshop and maybe get some other musicians in the community on and we'll talk about it. And once I start talking about it, they're going to start ringing bells. The other musicians and musicians watching are going to be like light bulb moments and fireworks going off, and all the gematria people are going to be going, whoa, that's why music has so much power.
Indeed. Yeah, I'd love for you to do that on here, Jeff. I think a lot of people would enjoy that very much. So
this was a cool first beta test show. We didn't know for sure I was going to do this. I sent him a mail earlier today, and I don't think he saw it. So once he started, I sent another, and he sent me the link, and so we just kicked this out for you. But we'll do the sacred geometry, which is more of an organized presentation into music. And as you see how it overlaps in the formulas and the mathematics and music and how it relates to this, then you start thinking, oh, I see now, this is why they use this music behind that commercial to sell that product. Or that's why they use this music in this movie under this to bring that mood. Right?
I'm looking forward to this. So
cool, guys.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And
hope everyone had fun. I did.
Indeed, Jeff. You did a great job. Thank you. D26, any closing words there?
Yeah, I would say with the sacred geometry, even I have, but that is not completely different. But yeah, sacred geometry, I agree. I have the presentation on sacred geometry, but it's geometry, it's geography, and geodesy. Geodesy is the study of the earth with the help of mathematics.
He should come on this show, and we should do this show and hit sacred geometry from all angles.
Regarding that, I have just added a link on the private chat for both Jeff Young and Zach. Click on the last video link. It's about semantics. Semantics is basically what Jeff was talking about, the sacred geometry, or basically mathematics and geometry incorporated in music. So with certain vibrations, the grains will make a certain shape. Just like how we used to do this. Everyone must have done this. The experiment in school, put a magnet around iron fillings and it will create a magnetic field around it. The same thing if you do with certain different vibrations at different frequencies, it will have different. It will form different shapes and forms. Sorry, shapes, not forms. But yeah, the same thing goes with even the structure of water in different frequencies. So yeah, with the sacred geometry, it is probably everything comes down to numbers. Everything comes down to geometry, or I would say numbers and mathematics in the world.
And
Again,
you mentioned the water. Have you seen under where they put the water under the little under the microscope in the little circular plastic things, and they project it to different music and sounds, and it changes frequencies and stuff.
Even with the frequency, you can also change the flow of the water, with the direction of the flow of the water. You can also change that. So yeah, it's all crazy stuff when it comes to things that are superficially looked by most of society. That is,
and they know this stuff. This is the stuff they understand, and they craft it into their movies, into their soundtracks, into the music, the lighting, every dressing in the scene. There's a scene in Kill Bill, the first one, when Brad Willis is in that pawn shop, and he reaches up to grab something, and there's a car just in the pawn shop, and it's got a 33 painted on it.
Yeah.
There's so many. You'll see these things in those 33 videos of mine. All the 33s and movies that I found are in those videos, scattered among the parts.
Yeah, even I like to hunt a lot of symbolism with.
Send me comments, write me on those YouTubes, and let me know. Subscribe to my channels, because I got washed. I had a song on my music channel. It's called "City of the Sun." This is a trip. By G and me, this Brazilian girl that I worked with. And I don't know how we did this, because we actually wrote the lyrics in English, and then she immediately translated them into Portuguese and sang them in Portuguese on tour for a while. And so I wasn't even thinking, and it was pre 9/11, 3 years pre 9/11. But then Baji and I parted, and I did the song in English with a different singer. And as I was translating the lyrics to English from Portuguese, I started getting chills, because these lyrics that we wrote, called City of the Sun, which New York has a paper called The Sun Times, described what happened that day. To angels falling like arrows was one of the lines, like the people falling from the buildings, like that dude, and he had his leg like an arrow. The lyrics, I started getting chills. We wrote this premonition, and just like came through us. And I had that video with a slideshow about 9/11. The whole day, the song was like 8 minutes long, and all these slides like kind of showing. So why my song was playing with these lyrics that are like describing the day. I'm showing all these slides that just show kind of like what we just did with the music business. There's no way you can watch it and look at these pictures and go, okay, this is normal. There's something not right here.
Indeed.
They said they squashed my channel, so now my music videos don't get a lot of plays. I can see I took it down, the video, because I'm auditioning for gigs, and who knows, I might have person's auditioning me for a gig, and I need money, man. It's hard to make money in the music business these days, especially when you're not in the club. So let's put it this way. If I was in the club, you'd see the background behind me would be a mansion. And there'd be like, bringing me grapes in.
There'll be Providence.
With a giant feather.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well.
But they took that channel down, so now I can see right where I used to get thousands more plays. And from the time I posted a music video with just pictures of 9/11. We never say the word 9/11 in the song. We don't say anything. It's all very abstractly referenced.
Right.
They took me down, and now all my videos are squashed on the plays. It's so any love you guys can give me on any of my channels and stuff is much appreciated.
Yeah. You guys, Jeff Young, Music Without Boundaries. I'll pin all the links for Jeff and D26 and the other people who joined us tonight.
Subscribed already.
Yeah. So
And there's no gematria or demonic shit about this shirt, or and it's like it's a yoga t-shirt from a yoga place my girl goes to, and it's like kind of like I love S&M, but it's Santa Monica Yoga Studio instead of the kind of S&M that we also tend to enjoy here and there.
sure, sure. All right. Well, we can leave it
Nice
there.
talking to you, gents. It was really fun and hopefully informative for some folks. And that's cool because a lot of people can't even speak English. So maybe if you just show them pictures like that.
Right. Yeah, I think I was thinking, I was like, yeah, this probably is actually a lot more effective. I was thinking this actually might break through to my sister just looking at all these pictures from the entertainment industry of all this same symbolism, because there's
It
got to be
goes from country to rap to metal to pop. There's no change, man. It's a trip. Like when you see Kesha is looking like Slayer, man, and the country music videos are looking satanic, you're going, okay.
Yeah.
You can see it. I mean, anyone can see it. So take that photo out, people, and run with it. I didn't make it for my health. I made it for you guys to wake folks up with it. And we couldn't probably, if we started posting those today, they'd be down tomorrow. It's only the ones that the fact that they're up is just because we posted them before the Bilderberg meetings and they cracked down. And Zach, it was many Gematria news channels ago when I posted those.
Indeed.
Oh, like GematriaEffectNews 2. It wasn't even called that before, was it? It was just, was it Zachary K? Or
Zachary
no,
Hubbard.
I just always used to call it Zachary K. Hubbard,
Zachary
and then
Hubbard.
and you had
I
the
think after
Peter
16
Parker
times I
photo.
changed it up. I was like, all right, it's been deleted 16 times. Let's try a new name, see what happens. So, yeah. All
It's the
right.
best news station
Zach
out
equals
there.
16. So
GematriaEffectNews, best news station out there.
Yeah. Well,
It's
tonight.
funny you said.
Oh, go
Funny you
ahead.
said 16. It's funny you said 16 because Zach equals 16. I remember that a few weeks ago.
Oh, does it? Zach 16?
I recently, last week, I checked that. That's why.
Huh.
Synchro mysticism going on.
Truly.
Well, ask this, the chat room. Does this guitar mean I worship Satan? Does it have lightning bolts on it? I mean, I worship Satan.
Yeah, that's the thing. I
Just
mean,
because the guitar sounds killer, man. I never thought at my age I'd be playing a guitar that looked like that. Thought I'd be playing a jazz box or something. But that thing's a beast.
well, I look forward to the next presentation. But
I'll
again,
use that
I've
in
been
the
following
basic
here at the
geometry presentation.
so.
It might be
That's
very
what we
late
can
for
be able to
the-
start chiming in a music lesson because he's going to have things that reference all the things that I'm saying. And when I start mentioning modes and different things, he'll be doing the gematria and go, shit, man. I'm curious to what we're all going to uncover together.
Sure.
Live during that. We got to do it as a live.
We
with
will.
other musicians, like promote it for a while so other musicians come in and see what we can all discover together doing that.
Hold on. Jonathan's in the chat, and he says he really wants to get on the show.
I hope he saw some of that hip hop
I
slide.
imagine he did. Let me. I need to go to bed, but hold on. Let me get Jonathan on here real quick.
Lady, give her our apologies.
Well, she fell asleep a long time ago. I guarantee it. So
Yeah. It must be very late over there.
My girl
It
does
must
real
be.
quick, bringing him on. Why I wake up at 4 a.m. My lady, she has a degree. She's like a biochemist and a scientist, and she was trying to cure Huntington's disease, but she can't get grant money because all the crooked people get the grant money. So she works at LAPD, Los Angeles Police Department, CSI.
huh.
And what she does is she's like Dexter, but with bullets. So she does bullet path trajectories, and she loves guns and has been shooting since she was a kid. She's a cowgirl from El Paso, Texas. And so she, under a microscope, she's looking at bullets, and she goes to crime scenes. It's kind of a trip, but I have to wake up at 4 a.m. for her to drive into work. And So Daddy's pretty tired right about now.
Yeah, I
But
hear
he
you.
just left today for Greece. That's why I'm able to do this tonight. So I'm home alone for 11 days or so. So I might be on next Sunday, or we'll figure out. We should do the sacred geometry thing while I'm home alone.
Indeed, we will. We will. Jonathan, your invite is sent. So Jonathan,
I want to say hi to Jonathan. I watch all your hip hop stuff. See, because like my show's Music Without Boundaries. You see the title right there. I play everything. The one Tupac song I love to play is because of you, Zach. Picture Me Rolling.
Okay.
I play that all the time, man.
That's funny.
I love that song.
That's funny.
I would never even have known that song if it wasn't for Zach.
How did I don't remember how it came up? Were you talking about it?
At the end, like that's the last single he released before he got shut down. He goes, like he says something to the effect, the last line of "Picture Me Rolling." He's like, "If when I'm gone, like when I'm dead and gone, and you can't hear me anymore,
right?
Just put on my tunes and picture me rolling." Right?
Yeah.
He says something along those lines. And here's a trip. One of the guys I'm going to have, you guys got a sub to that Music Lives Live. One of the guys that I had, I'm going to have on the show. I just went to a movie premiere. He's a big cinematographer and DP, director of photography in Hollywood. His name's Luke. He worked on Tupac's last video. He was there the day before, and he went to work the morning of when Tupac didn't show.
Huh.
This guy marked the spot where Michael Jackson would stand in his videos. So he would talk to him that close up, like before they would do a scene. So I got some cool eclectic people that I know. And I've asked these people like about the trans agenda, and they're like clueless. He's like, dude, I like pussy. Fuck that, man. They're like backing off. Like how when I first brought it up to you, Zach, you were like, oh, no. Because it's creepy as fuck, man. And when Zach first didn't want to talk about it, when I was first saying, dude, this is a creepy thing I'm learning about in Hollywood, and it's freaking me the fuck out. Because, like, you know, these artists that my daughters are looking up to are like Inversos and Test Tube. They've switched them in vitro. They switched the sexes in vitro. And there's one picture in that photo album we didn't get to. You guys got to look at it. It's Miley Cyrus next to Justin Bieber. They are DNA twins. If you go through that photo album on Music Without Boundaries, you're going to, because you've never seen them like face to face, side by side. And Miley even posted something where she had her team morph Justin Bieber and her face together. Because she was supposed to be the boy, and they flipped her in utero, and that's why she talks so low. And she's on stage with a strap-on dildo, corrupting all the daughters of America, of the world. And then you got Justin Bieber, who was supposed to be a boy, and they switched him in utero, and he sings all high, and he's got a body like a chick, right?
Sure.
He's teeny like a chick, but they've been doing this kind of stuff in the music, and that's where they're going to do it in Hollywood. I mean, think if you're in any town and you want to, if you're rich enough, you can go have a test tube baby.
Sure.
But what they do in Hollywood, the only difference is they want that male feminine, that Baphomet. They want the perfect blend of male and female in the facial structure. Look at all these young girls and how some of these young actresses look like older actresses because they took the DNA when Elizabeth Taylor died, or this actress died, or this actor died, and they're putting it in utero. And I don't know how they fucking do it, man. They have the technology. Huh. But when you see Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus face to face in that picture in that photo album, every feature on them is identical. Their eyes, their nose, their lips, their cheek. You go, fuck, man, that's brother and sister, but you would never notice it unless someone just puts it in your face and shows you, and then you can't unsee it. It's like that's, you know, waking up to the trans agenda. It's like once you see it, and when you're trying to trans spot, that's how you do it, because they can fake almost everything. They got surgery, the voices. It's scary what they can do. And I had a transgender album. You know, that'd be long gone. I'll go see it's in a private had on Facebook. Let me see if that still is alive. But the things they can't fake. That's why they had the song "Hips Don't Lie." Shakira, she's and they use these little Mexican and Puerto Rican and these exotic African and these because they make great transgenders. They make and they can do it at any age, and it depends how legit they look. What age did they do it? Did they do it in utero? Did they cut their testicles off as a baby? That's why the castrados are the ones that can sing high, like Celine Dion and Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey's huge, people. That's a big boy, man. That's a drag queen. Until you see these in person, you have no, because on TV and in movies, they can make people look taller and shorter, and all your perceptions are off. That's why, like in the old days, and you take the Universal Lot Tour, all the doorways are shorter to make people like John Wayne, they made him look taller. And they do so much with cameras. That's what my buddies do. These guys in Hollywood, they play tricks on your mind with camera work, right? And these are the things people don't even consider. I mean, there's the soundtrack, they're fucking with your mind. There's the script, they're fucking with your mind. There's gematria coded in the script. There's the actors that are trannies and inversos and what the fuck ever they are. Some legit, some are really the sex they are. And who knows now? Who knows who's what? And then you got all the stuff in the background, numbers and colors. I remember seeing, you can learn amazing things, like even on Inside the Actors Studio. I remember the director who did The Graduate, which starred Dustin Hoffman, and I forget who played the older lady, Mrs. Robinson. It's the song where she'd seduced him. He was a young college student, and this older lady seduced him. And he told the whole class in the Inside the Actors Studios, he said, we directors, we put secrets in movies. And because Mrs. Robinson was preying on this young boy, and one of the things of MK Ultra for females is leopard print, right? Animal prints. So go back and watch The Graduate. When Dustin Hoffman comes over to Mrs. Robinson's house, her whole house, it's the most gaudy looking thing. She's got like zebra wallpaper, and she's always wearing the MK Ultra spotted. She's ready to pounce and prey on this young student in this movie. This is how they do it on every level of dynamic in the movie. They're hitting you from every angle of the circle in your consciousness like this all the time. So for woke people like us, it's practically, I mean, I was in the business and oblivious to it.
Sure.
I'm living in LA right now. I'm in Lake Balboa. But imagine people who aren't in the business, who've never met any of these people, never seen any of these people in person, have no context for it, and don't see like what Zach's doing. He's seeing these news stories every day, pattern after pattern. Like what we showed you in that photo, now you're seeing the pictures genre by genre, side by side, that all the imagery is the same. So they got the same imagery. They're just given, it's whichever flavor do you want. You want the country flavor, the metal flavor, the pop flavor? What do you want? We're still going to mind fuck you the same way.
Right. Indeed.
And I bet this show is a good mind fuck for a few folks.
Truly. Jonathan hopped on here. Jonathan, what do you want to chime in with?
Oh, hey, I appreciate the shout out, Jeff. I've always been a big fan of yours. I remember the night Shaq was on the show and he predicted the death of Prince. I was listening to that live.
Oh, when Zach was on my show?
Yeah.
You heard him on Music Without Boundaries. Wasn't that at a trip? And
I heard it live. No, this is the difference. A lot of people heard that show afterwards but I heard that live, so that was like totally mind blowing.
It's in the archives. It's like April 19th that year, whatever. It was right around the 2016 Grammys. You go back in the archives right on that.
2016. Because see, I discovered Zach after Super Bowl 50 when I knew that they were going to rig that Super Bowl for the Broncos. So I started listening to everything after that, and then that's And then I was listening to your show when he predicted that.
And you probably heard a bunch of other shows when he was on, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes. You know, we've been spitting truth. We talked about, dude, Zach and I literally said these words. I hope it doesn't happen in our lifetime, but pandemic. We said, well, 5 years ago, however many years ago you were on the show, we were just spitballing. We were never thinking. We were just like, what could happen? What could they do? And the main thing we were saying is whatever they do, we hope it ain't in our lifetime, but too fucking bad. It's in our lifetime, and here we sit today. And Zach and I have been through hell and high water together. I've seen, he's seen me go through some highs and lows and vice versa. The fact that we're both still standing is some kind of miracle. And I'm glad you've been listening to the whole thing, Jonathan, because I didn't know you went back that far. That's killer.
Oh yeah. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah. Because a lot of people went back to look at the archives because was such a classic show, that show, because and then me and Zach, we also predicted that the King Von, this big time rapper, we did that live as well.
Zach, the quickest way to show them, let me send you this link here. There's another photo album. If you go to the Music Without Boundaries page, there's 2 photo albums you want to look at. There might be more. I think there's even one on George Michael's death in there. But just you go to Music Without Boundaries show. The first thing you do is like the page, send me an email, say, hey, Jeff, I heard you on Zach's show, and let's talk. Click in photos. It comes up the second one you see says, rest in peace, Vanity and Prince's death predicted live on this show.
It was live. It was definitely live. I was a witness.
The same pictures are in that Music Business is Whack, but I think this even has more pictures. This is a specialized, but what's cool about this one, right there's the episode. In every picture in this photo album, the Prince, I put in the description is the episode. It's the February 18th, 2016 episode of my show on Spreaker, Music Without Boundaries. The show's called, here's Zach, I'll put it in the private chat. Maybe you can drop it somewhere.
No, and when I say I was brand new to the work, I was brand new because I discovered Zach right after the Broncos won that Super Bowl. Your show was probably like a week or 2 later.
You see
I was
that?
brand new to the work.
There in the Streamlard, that link right there, click that. Okay, that's the show. The show's 2/18/2016. The show's called Rest in Peace Vanity Plus Prince's Death, quote unquote, predicted 67 days. I got to change that, right? It's 57. I got to edit that. It's 57.
Well, from the day Vanity died to the day he died was a span of 67 days.
Okay, so that's what that's
right.
what
Ritual sacrifice.
This shows
what
3
I was
days.
trying to say is I put it wrong because that's the distance between Prince and Vanity's death. What I was trying to say, from the day we did this show, it was 57 days later.
Well, it looks like we did the show 3 days after the Grammys, so it would have been a span of 64 days or 63 days before he actually died. February 18th was 68, 3 days before.
Interesting. It was 218, like Trump in all caps and Francis Bacon. That equals 218 as well.
Yeah.
You did made a point on that as well recently.
So we'll drop the show in the comments on tonight's Sunday night show, but there it is. And I don't know what minute marker. Just listen to this whole show because Zach's on most of the show. I'm playing Prince music. We play 319. I play I Would Die For You. You hear the lyrics. You hear Zach. Because this is right on the heels of his YouTube video. Because once I wrote him the email, like Decode Vanity's Death, and he doesn't just write me back a paragraph. He does a video and says, Prince better watch his back. The first thing I do is email him back and say, Zach, you got to come on my show now. And he basically recreated, there it is. He recreated the YouTube video for my listeners right in this episode. And I say, what did you say on your YouTube video? And he said, I said, Prince better watch his back. And YouTube can't strike that shit right there. That was from Gematria Effect 1. Whatever Zachary K. Hubbard, Free to Find Truth, the first YouTube channel. he had the video that accompanied this show, and that got deleted, but this lives forever in infamy. So I hope you guys watch that, share it.
Exactly. They can't delete this. They can't delete that one.
Zach hasn't predicted shit. It's right there, man. Fuck you.
Hey, Zach, I know you want to get off. I'm just gonna do the song of the week, and that's it. I know you want to get off. It's almost a 6-hour stream.
Yeah, that's okay. Go for
Okay.
it.
So since somebody was talking about food, I thought I'd make the song about food. So
Okay.
we're doing the top 500 most important hip hop songs of all time. And this is song number 485. We're going backwards. So it's from a group called Lords of the Underground, a group from Jersey, famous hip hop group back in the 90s. I know you guys have heard of them. I know you guys who I'm talking to have heard of them, but so the name of the song is called Sleep for Dinner. And it's a real interesting song. Just the fact that I think it was Stonewood was talking about a lot about food, right?
Uh-huh.
Tonight. Seems like the big topic tonight seems like it was a big on food. Everybody was talking about food. And so this is not the most lyrical song ever, right? But it's a song that's real and it gets to the point. Like it's a real song. It's not the most lyrical song ever, but it gets to the point about like when you're living in a poverty-stricken situation, there's nothing to eat. You go to sleep, right? That's basically what the song is about. So verse 1 is Mr. Funky, Lord of the Underground from Jersey. So he starts, yo, what's up, nigga? You know my name. They call me Mr. Funky. But back when I was young, they could have called me Mr. Hungry. Because there was many days we had nothing to eat. So what did you do? What could I do? I went to sleep.
Right.
My family's financial status was kind of funny. Tell the truth, nigga. Okay, we didn't have no money. My mom's raised me well, even though times were bad. She taught me to survive and be glad with what I had. But God forbid you did something wrong as a child. Funky child, you wasn't gonna eat for a while. Yo, what the fuck is this? You call this shit a report card? Look at all these goddamn Fs. How the fuck did you get an F in home ec? Right? Remember home ec used to be like the easiest class, right?
I took home ec 4 times. So, of course I do.
Yeah, but see, back then we used to have like, see, now they're trying to take out all these classes out of schools, which is fucked up. Like they're trying to take out music, arts, wood shop, home ec. You know, when we went to school, we used to have all these cool classes. Now they want to like get rid of these classes because they can't afford the budget, at least in California, right?
Sure.
Is the bullshit excuse that they make, right? I'm in Oakland. They want to get rid of this kind of stuff. So he goes, how the fuck you get an F in home ec? I'm going to beat your ass when this song's over. I could remember one day when my teacher caught me cheating. Ooh, for dinner I had a beating. She said I couldn't eat, but yo, that wasn't what made me crazy. Seemed like every time I couldn't eat, she served me something tasty. I'd be like, Mom, hell no, just a piece of bread. Or you better leave me alone and take your ass to bed. I couldn't even go up my nose and pick a winner. I had sleep for dinner. So like I said, this is not the most lyrical song of all time, but it's a real song coming from a real place, right?
Sure.
And you could tell some of the lyrics are like, you know, they told them, and we'll get to that. Some of the lyrics, they are like a little bit make-believe, when we'll get to that. But this is like when you're like totally, when you're really poor, you can relate to this. It's nothing to eat, period. You got to go to sleep.
He's so broke he doesn't even have boogers. So
Yeah, I was about to say, and the Grammy for Song of the Year goes to.
yeah, truly.
Right. See, this is reality rap. This is what the difference was. This is why the 90s was considered the golden era, because this is what you call reality rap.
You can put your somewhere over the rainbow in a stack and shove it, mister.
So verse 2 is by Do It All. Do It All. He
These
goes,
characters in the band, like that's their name. And
that's their name. Yeah. So it's Mr. Funky who did that first verse I just read, and Do It All is the rapper on this set on verse 2, which I'm about to read. So it's Mr. Funky, and now this is Do It All.
How many members were in this group?
It was 3.
Okay,
it was 3. Okay. It was they're from Newark, New Jersey.
I wonder what possessed his mother to name him that. Do It All.
No, just a rap name, not the real name. This is just a rap name.
I know
just a rap name.
Therein lies the joke, my friend.
Well, so he goes, well, I'm laying in the bed and my stomach's growling, like row, like a dungeon dragon. He obviously copied that line from Busta Rhymes, which a lot of people have copied Busta Rhymes. He's one of the more original artists in hip hop. So he copied that from Busta Rhymes, and then he goes, so I'm out the bed, running, dashing. Glad my friends ain't here, cause they'll be laughing. Busting to the kitchen, popping open my fridge, and now it's got me crying like a little bitty kid. Nothing, nada, not even a crumb. Where or well will I get dinner from?
It's like
the cabinet, the cabinet, the market, or the back of my freezer. Or should I just call the pizza man and jack him for his pizza?
Yeah.
Ding dong. Who the fuck is it? Pizza man. Oh, come right in. I swung for his head and the pizza man's hat fell. But what I didn't know is this man was a black belt. He was nice, like something straight out of karate flick. He broke down, he kicked me, jumped up and did a backflip. I swung, I missed. He balled up his fist. He hooked me and shook me. Hey, yo, I got pissed. At one time, I thought there was no way to stop him. Then I picked up a lamp.
Right now, sorry to break in, but I'm getting pissed right now. I practiced 14 more hours a day on guitar. I could have been writing shit like this and making millions. What the hell is happening here?
No, but that's the thing, though. No, but we're gonna get to that though, Jeff, because they talk about how much money they making now, right? Because the song starts off about how broke they were. They didn't have shit to eat. But then they talk about how they got a deal and they got paid all this money, and they were on this bullshit label and they were getting raped. So that's what I was telling you about the artificial lyrics in it, because they weren't getting shit. They were on Pendulum Records. They were on Pendulum Records, one of the worst record labels, and they were getting raped. And well, I'll tell you. I'll show you. So anyway, just to continue, he broke down, he kicked me, jumped up and did a backflip. I swung, I missed. He balled up his fist. He hooked me and shook me, and yo, I got pissed. At one time, I thought there was no way to stop him. Then I picked up a lamp from on the table and I clocked him. Now I'm starving. No pizza with nothing to fill my gut. The only thing I ate was the way I chewed this beat up. Okay, now that was kind of a clever line right there, okay? Because he's saying he chewed the beat up, he ate the beat. There was nothing to eat physically, but at least he ate the beat up, right?
Right.
So
I like
but
that.
hold up. I thought you clocked him with the lamp money. The pizza fell and I went to bed hungry. God damn, boy, you went to bed hungry like that? Boy, every night, 8 times a week, 31 times a month. Boy, pizza man must be fighting hard, boy. Bet he won't try it nowadays. Ha ha, tell me how we living now, boy. Give it to me. Now this is when the bullshit comes in, right? This is when the lies start coming in now, right? He says, oh, tell me how we living now, boy. Give it to me. Now times are lovely and we eating kind of swell. I said, well, what the hell? All the records that we sell, the cash comes in stacks, getting over like a fat rat. And I remember back when it simply wasn't like that. We didn't have no peas or no macaroni and cheese. The only thing we had for dinner was a bowl full of Z's. And so to see this is when he's lying. This is what the record label, this is the part where the record label tells him, hey, add this part. Yeah, the Lords on the Underground sold a lot of records. That is a fact. But they were not getting paid like that. That is complete bullshit. This group from Jersey did sell a lot of records. But the company is the one who ate, not the group.
Sure.
So he goes, so he says, now times are lovely. We eating kind of swell. I say, well, what the hell? All the records that we sell, the cash comes in stacks, getting over like a fat rat. I remember when it wasn't simply like that. We didn't have no peas, no macaroni and cheese. Only thing we had with dinner was a bowl full of Z's. And times when I open up my fridge and I say, hello, 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 there was an echo. But yo, who's to blame? Ain't no shame in my game, because now we're making papes and everybody knows our name, which only leaves spaces for these familiar faces. Here comes the Lord. That's one of the many flavors. So verse 3, this is the last hook, is Mr. Funky comes back. He was the one who did the first verse. So Mr. Funky comes back. He goes, sleep for dinner is telling you how it was back in the days. Back before I made the phrase that pays. I read my books to learn. With that, I don't be bluffing. Yo, what the fuck you think? I got this flashback doing nothing? You say the road is rough. I tell you, stop the whining, kid. Millions didn't make it, but I was one of the ones who did. And please never say that I always had it my way, because I laugh. I know what it's like not to have. But all in all, I had to crawl before I could stand tall. Can't fall. Had to stick Peter to pay Paul. Take a stand. You don't want Chef to be the Sandman. Work for yours, brother, or be a hungry motherfucker. And then the hook comes back in. He goes, sleep for dinner in the underground. That was the hook. Sleep for dinner in the underground. Sleep for dinner in the underground. So he goes down the line. He goes and says, millions didn't make it, but I was the ones who did. So he was just pointing out that millions of people try to get in the rap game, but he was one of the ones who did. Why? Because he was a part of this, part of the group, right? Part of the clan. And, there are some real lyrics to this song, but I did point out the lies because they didn't make that much money. They got pimped by Pendulum Records. But there is a lot of truth to this song. And since we were talking about food and nutrition, I wanted to talk about this song because it's a lot. I know you could relate, Zach. When you grew up poor, a lot of times you didn't have shit to eat but sleep.
They could have came over to my house for some Ritz and ramen noodles.
Yeah. So that was song number 485. We're doing the top 500 songs of all time. And we're already at 6 hours plus. Zach, I know you want to get off.
We're crossing the 6 hours.
So yeah. So I just wanted to do the song, and I'm not gonna say much else. We could do our own thing another day, but that's all I had. I appreciate you, Jeff. I appreciate you, D26. I appreciate everybody, Mr. Futures. And I just want to say thank you, Zach. And the book's almost done, but I'm taking my time with it.
All right, we'll see who can finish first.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's have a little competition, friendly competition.
Well, again, I appreciate all you guys coming on tonight. Great job, great show, flew by.
Standing ovation. Standing ovation to Zach.
But yeah,
great job, Zach.
And what's the dude's name? We talking about the nutrition, Stonewood, right? What was his name? Stone.
Oh,
who talking about the nutrition and how
he came back on, so he wanted to say something real quick. DK
Okay.
Stonewood, did you want to?
DK Stonewood, yeah. Shout out to DK Stonewood.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, before my reception takes a shit again, Jonathan, write this down real quick, and then listen to it, and then next time we talk, you tell me what you think. Kirk Nugent is the artist. Answer the Call is the song. Watch the video and everything. It's got like the lyrics and the video and everything. It's all like goes together.
I'm pulling it up right now. Kirk Nugent.
Kirk Nugent.
Uh-huh.
Answer the Call. And
Answer the Call. Got
the
it.
tile
I got it.
picture video is like a bunch of people at church like fawning over, you know, like the pastor or whoever's up front talking. You see it?
I got it already. Yep, I got it pulled up.
Yeah, check that out. Also, I can make a million comments on what Jeff was saying, but we'll save that for another show. I'm really excited about the cymatics, sacred geometry topic. That's one of my specialties, so that's going to be.
Hey, DK, what do you think about my song of the week? Did it fit in with what you were talking about earlier, or what?
My reset. You sounded like Jeff did earlier when he was coming through the digitized demon voice. So I finally went outside. Now I'm outside, so I got like reception where I can actually hear. So I didn't even hear what's the name of the song, and I'll just listen to it later.
Oh, it's just Lords of the Underground, Sleep for Dinner.
Okay, I see it up on the screen right now. Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
I'll take a peek at that. So what? It's got a bunch of conscious lyrics.
No, it's not even really all that conscious. It's just a song about reality, about like growing up in the hood, not having any food. Your mama tell you, ain't nothing to eat. You got to go to sleep. You come home with a bunch of F's on your report card, and you want me to feed you. Go to sleep.
Sleep it off. Sleep.
Sleep it off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Sleep for dinner.
And that might be a double entendre for two kinds of sleep.
Hey, Zach, can you do me a favor? They're blocking my YouTube channel. I'll try to put up video. They last an hour and then they take them off both my channels. But most of my good decodes I just put on my social media. I don't know why I mean, I'm probably the most censored guy on Facebook. I got in the last 2 years since coronavirus started, I have 15 30-day bans. So I've been they won't delete my channel for some reason. I don't know why, but if you pull it up, it's Danny Von Kordich. That's my profile.
How do you spell your last name? Or how do you spell it?
It's got the Von, which isn't part of my name. I just did that to mess with the Nazis. V-O-N and then K-O-R-D-I-C-H.
K-O-R-D-I-C-H?
D like dog, I-C-H.
Okay. I found it, I think.
I'm at the beach with sunglasses in the tile photo, and my little village is in the background with the festival going on.
Okay. Let's see.
I don't see it on the screen.
Just the one?
Yes. Okay, so scroll down a little bit, just like maybe two things down. Keep going. Keep going till you see the keep going.
Look out, sexy time on those profile pics. Well, the ladies in Gematria land. Thinking of that.
Okay, yeah.
One number in their mind, 69. Shit.
Right there. Look at that one with the Ion Labs logo and the Jesuit.
Sure.
It's exactly 32 rays, just like the Jesuit. Now keep going down. I also got the photo of Will Smith and Tupac in here about a little bit down, but just keep going a little bit. Keep going to where you see the pictures of. Oh, that's the video they took down right there. This little 7-minute video. Can't put that on YouTube. That's just too much. It's just me talking and driving, talking off the top of my ass. And that's how dangerous just when I talk for that much is to them, apparently. Sure. Go down a little bit more to see the look at what we were looking at actually. The Jada Pinkett Smith Sophia, and then probably maybe a couple things down, you're gonna see the Tupac. There we go. That's why when he put up the as above, so below thing, and you asked him, is that really on there? And then my thing cut out. I didn't hear his answer. They're doing the as above, so below right there, just like he had Jeff had on that one album cover or whatever that was you put on the screen.
For the Grammy Awards.
Wow, that's amazing. That is amazing. I think I've seen that before, though. I've seen this picture before.
And he's got the pentagram ring.
Wow. I ain't seen this in a minute.
Yeah, that's interesting.
As
And like
initial
I
that
hear,
balloon.
when I heard Will Smith's gay and Tupac, they're both gay.
Of course. Of course.
All the
How do you
rappers,
think they got to the top of the? How do you think they got to the top of the music industry?
No,
Yeah,
in rap, it ain't like that in metal. It ain't like that in rock and roll, I'll tell you. But in rap, and I got tons of buds that are in rap and DJ guys that are remixers. I got friends who remix songs for everyone. All those people we just looked at, from Madonna to Britney Spears to Dionne Warwick to Diana Ross. You're either taking it up the butt or sacrificing someone. Pick.
It's one or the other.
You're sucking some.
It's one or the other. I mean, we talk about this.
Sacrificing someone.
No, Jeff. Now, like when you say talentless, I like how you said talentless hack. I like that word. When you talk about somebody who has no talent, it's somebody like Lil Durk, right? Lil Durk is the biggest rapper out of Chicago, and he has no talent. But all the people around him have dropped dead. I'm talking about from brothers to cousins to homeboys. King Von was his homeboy, and we predicted his death months in advance, and it's still on record.
I think we're figuring out a little something here. The less talent you have, the more people got to die all around you.
Yeah.
I thought
it
it
does seem that
died
way.
of your asshole.
He's breaking up. She's breaking up. She's breaking up.
I thought it was the tighter your bunghole is, the further you'll make it.
Yeah. I think 50 cent means that his tailpipe is 50 centimeters.
Oh,
Either
shit.
that does a lot of-
No, that's a tailpipe.
No, but I'm talking about, and it's just like you said. For example, like, let's say we probably can all agree Drake is the biggest rapper in the industry, right? But it's just like what you said. How many ghostwriters? It's already a known fact. Drake has how many ghostwriters? Like you said, 20 to 30 ghostwriters. He doesn't write any of his lyrics, but he has the face. You know, he has the age, the right age, the right name that fits the numbers. You know, Drake has a 30. I'm just going off the top of my head. He probably has a 93 in his name, or the 33. You know what I'm saying? So he has a name. He has the right age. He's from the right city, Toronto. You know, they want to make him the biggest rapper in the world, and he's not even from America, where hip hop originally started from, right? He's a rapper from Toronto, and he doesn't even write his own lyrics at all. Period. This is a known fact. So most of the rappers, they have a group of writers. So it's not even coming from. It's not original. It's not coming from you. So how am I supposed to respect it? That's the whole thing about hip hop. It's about authenticity, right? If the lyrics aren't coming from you and what you've been through, you're not considered authentic. Period.
But authentic. Look at these two homos right here. These lady boys right here in this picture, right? Has everyone heard Tupac's early audition tapes before he came Tupac? He was auditioning for something else. He talks like a girl. He's like, hi.
I want
He's got a lady's voice. And we all, Will Smith and Benny Medina, you know, everyone knows about that. That's how he became the Fresh Prince.
Huh.
Jeff, I think what you were saying definitely plays a part. Some of these people are being bred, but we also have to look at, you know, they're forced incarnating a bunch of these souls. So like, you know, if you got somebody who's like Elizabeth Taylor and then she dies, then like, you know, 20, 30 years later, you have an 18-year-old who's like, you know, taking on some of that talent or whatever. It could be the same soul again. You know what I mean? So I think they're doing that in a few different ways. And if you haven't seen the movie Boys from Brazil, that talks about how they're literally engineering these people, how, you know, how like Angela Merkel and Hillary Clinton are like granddaughters of Hitler through a Boys from Brazil operation where they, you know, they take this sperm and stuff like that. And earlier I heard somebody mention Barbara Bush Senior's wife, Aleister Crowley's daughter.
Yeah.
Anyone can see that looking at her. Well, she's in some DNA strain. Zach always says born and bred, born and bred. It's not just in sports. And think about what I said, especially in Hollywood. What they're going for is those ephemeral features. They want the perfect blend of male and female features, and they've been working on that shit. And
It's all Hollywood. It's all Hollywood. Like, look, Zach, check this out, right? Like, you notice how, like, look what they did with Teddy Bridgewater, right? They abused the hell out of him since he's been in the NFL. Teddy Bridgewater has like 3 or 4 concussions at least. And then they made him go out with this big major injury, right? And then who do they bring in? They bring in Russell Wilson to replace him, right? Now Teddy's out the door. But it's like they abuse the hell out of this quarterback, right? And now they bring in Russell Wilson, right? And now the Broncos are about to have a fabulous season, right? So, you know what I mean? It's like, that's what they do. It's like, you can make it to the NFL, you can make it to this level, but how far are we going to let you go? You see what I'm saying? Like, I've been watching Teddy since he was like in Pee Wee League, and he's always been a good quarterback. But as soon as he got to the league, he was still a good quarterback, but they just forced him to take all these injuries and headshots and big time headshots, like big head blows. And you know what I'm saying? Now he's out. He's basically about to be out the league. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's the backup to Russell, but you know, Russell's about to have a big year now. Right. So, you know what I mean? So it goes to show you like how his levels, like, you know, like Teddy wasn't on the level of Russell.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
again, I don't know. Again, Russell Wilson, while he's in college, gets drafted to Major League Baseball, the Colorado Rockies, and then his dad dies the very next day. And it's just crazy how he does it. Again, his dad died 174 days from his birthday. He ends up playing exactly 174 games with the Seahawks. Then he gets traded to Colorado, and 174 days from Pete Carroll's birthday. It's like, come on.
And what's going to happen? The Broncos are going to make it to the Super Bowl, and what? Lose to Brady.
There's a great chance.
Lose to Brady.
What happens in the hockey Final Four? It's Denver versus Michigan.
You're right, because this will be Russell's second time losing to Brady. Of course, he's got to lose to Brady because it's all about the GOAT. That's why UNC is going to win the championship, because it's a dedication to Michael Jordan, right? The Tar Heels are going to win it all. It's a dedication to Jordan, who's the GOAT, and Brady is coming back to win another one because he's the GOAT. It's all about the GOAT. And just like how he showed, I like how you showed that cover with the sheep. I forgot the name of the group, but you just showed it a little while ago. That cover with the sheep.
The Dream Theater with the sheep with the target on his head.
Yeah. Yeah, that just shows you everything you need to know. Like, yeah, that just shows you everything you need to know right there. Like, the sheep, we're just the sheep, you know, being played as puppets. We're just they're the puppet masters. We're just the puppets. You know, until we all come together. That's why I'm coming that's why I'm coming to OKC on the 19th, because I don't give a fuck about anything else other than this, because this is so important, because we got to start from somewhere. And when we come together on April 19th, that's a start. That's a big start for us to all come together physically, not just over this computer or over this phone, but we're together physically in person. You see what I'm saying? That's big.
Indeed. Indeed it
Hey,
is.
Zach, are the shirts 100% cotton since you got yours?
Are you talking about the Jesuits Did It t-shirts?
The Jesuit shirt, is it 100% cotton? You just were wearing it the other day on a show like last week.
You know what? I said I was going to check on that, and I forgot to do it. So I got to see if it is 100% cotton. I'm still not sure. I got to look.
What's wrong if it's not? What's the problem if it's not?
Some people just like to wear cotton. Is better for you.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, I was just asking.
Things are mixed.
No, I was saying check the tag on the tag.
Well, I can't check the tag right now. I'm gonna have to go in the room, sweet ladies, and then she's gonna be scolding. So,
No,
6
I'm
hours
just saying in
and
general.
17 minutes. She's gonna be firing.
yeah, I understand that another day.
Hey, you went all out, Zach. Hey, I appreciate that, Zach. We're here for 6 hours plus. I appreciate what you're doing right now.
She's gonna be real pissed because I told her I'd be done by 8, so I'm only 4 hours later.
Well, I'm in California too, so I'm on the same time you on. So
Where are you at, Jonathan? What city?
right now I'm in Oakland. I'm in downtown Oakland.
North
I'm in LA.
Downtown Oakland, California. I like
It's 1 in the afternoon over here.
The reason I like Oakland is because there's so much graffiti in this city. I've never seen a city with so much graffiti, and I like the graffiti because there's some good artists around here. I like the create.
That's gematria of the street people.
Oh yeah. Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
There's so much talent and artists and art. You know that speaking of Tupac, he recorded his first album not too far away from over here from where I'm at the studio. He recorded his first album. It's so crazy how Tupac used to like act like he was from Oakland, even though he was born in New York. He used to always act like he was from California. Like, even though he's from New York, that was kind of weird too. Like, why not just represent where you're actually from? Like, why did he? That's another thing about Tupac that was weird. Like, he used to always represent the West Coast, and he was born in Brooklyn. He spent a lot of time out here, though.
Indeed. Yeah. Again,
Jada Smith and that Sophia. She looks just like it. Creepy.
Rambo just did a video on that. He might have been sharing his video, or else they had the same idea.
That's another thing in Inverso. Kids with Jada and Phil. Look at the daughter of Will. It looks like a dude. It looks like the son. It's like a chick. Inverso.
Hey, but think about this, Jeff. How mentally retarded do you have to be to think that when he went up on stage to slap Chris Rock, that was actually not scripted? How could it not be scripted? Like,
especially when he's out there with videos slapping little kids, teaching them how to fake slap.
Hey,
man.
and their name is Chris.
And there's that whole Hollywood tradition.
Wait, I didn't know that part.
There's always been a Hollywood tradition. It's like, John Ritter from Three's Company was good at pratfalls, and Chevy Chase was too. He'd always have a scene on Saturday Night Live where he'd fall into furniture or fall. They call that pratfalls. These guys are great at fake slaps, man. It ain't. What do you think all the WWE dudes are doing? Really hitting?
Right.
You really think they're hitting each other with full power?
No, and then this is what they do. They say, oh, well, they try to give Chris Rock the credit like he wasn't a part of it. Like, okay, like, but see, they makes it look like these two black men, they make them both look like assholes, right? They make Chris Rock look like an asshole because he didn't retaliate. And then they make Will Smith look like an asshole, and they make them both look like assholes, two black men, all scripted and planned, and they got paid to do it. But they won't tell you that part. See what I'm saying? Like because they work for Hollywood. They have to do what they're told, or else, period.
Mm-hmm.
They have to do what they're told. That's when you know you're working for an evil industry. You're just a fucking puppet. You have to go up. You're just a fucking puppet. You have to do what the fuck.
What about finding out that the show was sponsored by Pfizer, and 2 days after the show, the slap happened, 2 days later, Pfizer's announcing that they just wrapped up their phase 3 trials of this drug that treats alopecia, and that's the big focus of it. It's like it's clever marketing too for their new product.
Exactly. Clever marketing. That's all it is. That's all it is clever marketing.
And I'm telling you,
nobody's even heard of that word alopecia until that shit happened. Nobody watches the fucking Oscars unless you're fucking a homo. Like, who the fuck watches the Oscars? The only reason they did this shit is to bring the shit back because the ratings were so fucking horrible the year before, and this is a way to bring it back. This is a way to bring attention to it. Nobody fucking who is a grown man? What real grown man watches the Oscars?
Just like
Nobody
on
watches this
Star
shit.
Wars. Remember when Star Wars, I don't
No.
know which Star Wars was tanking at the box office. Like no one was coming out to see Star Wars. So what'd they do? They killed Princess Leia and her mom a day apart.
Right. Yeah. That was like 2016, if I remember right.
And no one notices, like, yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
That often happens when the mother and daughter die a day apart.
A day apart?
Yeah. Yeah. I remember covering
These
that.
are the
That happened
things
a few
people
times.
don't put together because all these puzzle pieces fall so far apart from each other. And unless you're someone like Zach, and the only reason I've had time to collect all this stuff is because when I'm sitting here playing guitar 14 hours a day, that takes your nerve bundle. You're using the nerve bundle at the base of your spine, the same thing the Freemasons like to fuck up when they fuck up the ass. But that's what also helps you play guitar and do brain surgery and any dexterity. So I'm playing guitar and I'm watching videos. So I'm learning all this stuff as I'm practicing. And
Sure.
just
Wow.
like you do, yeah.
By the way, the Will Smith slap, the other thing they brought up after letting you know about the little kid Chris that he practiced the fake slap with, and they said, oh, yeah, that's right. Back in 2012, he slapped a Russian guy, too. And it's like, oh, how timely is that?
How perfect.
Yeah. So, and in
How
Men in Black.
It's just another thing like putting men in dresses. Like you can Google, Google every actor from Brad Pitt to Denzel Washington. They've all had to pose in dresses. You won't find one modern actor that hasn't done it, whether it's on Saturday Night Live or in a magazine layout for GQ or some chick magazine. But people, Google, I double dog dare you to Google that CEO from Pfizer. It's same with Campbell's Soup. Google that CEO. They're all pretty freaky looking dames, if you ask me.
We'll do it. We'll do it for next week's show. But I do got to wrap it up, man. I'm gonna.
Yeah, but Zach, but what I wanted to just to bring it all back home, because we were talking about food and health earlier. The point I was trying to bring up when I brought up this song number 485 was like, basically all the shit all this shit is gonna kill you. So it's like there is a positive message to that song, because it's almost like you're actually probably better off going to sleep than eating a bunch of bullshit. So sleep for dinner is actually a positive message. You know what I'm saying? Like what I mean, isn't it better to go to sleep than go to eat some McDonald's or some Taco Bell?
Sure, people eat all sorts of
wake up looking like Celine Dion.
It's not good to eat before you go to sleep. You should. They say you should eat your last meal at least 4 hours before you go to bed. But yeah,
Right.
All right. Well, I think that's a wrap for tonight, you guys. Again, I really appreciate it. Great work to all. And
626.
Is that how
Good
long
number.
the show is?
Yeah, 626 right now. That's a good number.
Oh, I see it. Shows it up there in the corner, huh? Nice.
626 right now. That's a
All
good
right.
number.
We'll leave it there at 626.
All right.
All right, you guys. Have a great rest of your nights. And
It was great, everybody. Wait, I don't want to do that sign. We know what that means now. Shit.
Hey, thanks,
Nice
Jeff.
to
Thanks,
see you
Zach.
all right.
I'll see you next week.
Later all.
All right. See ya.